Grease brings the wicked. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101. This is so much fun. 6k a day. Half an hour later. This little sister-in-law is so lame. She got drunk after just a few drinks. Lorne, who was sitting against the tree, looked at the little princess Hera, who was sleeping soundly in the arms of her female companions with a flushed face, and raised his glass to tease her. However, there was silence in the valley, and no one responded to the joke of the patriarch. Because Hera was the direct descendant of King Minos after all, and she had pure divine blood flowing in her body, the remaining believers, old and young, were basically ordinary white people. They were even more resistant to alcohol than the little princess. At this moment, they had already found a place in advance and lay down in unison. Even Polymenus, the young man who came with him to the meeting, was not spared. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and the cold bright moon cast a mottled glow. A layer of hazy silver gauze covered the men and women in the valley, like a protective quilt. The believers who were immersed in a beautiful dream were sleeping comfortably. With each breath, a very light golden red was quietly nurtured and condensed under their skin as their chests rose and fell and their blood flowed. And every time the golden red flowed, the breath of life on the believers became stronger. The depression in their souls was dispersed, and their eyebrows were stretched. The loose skin was quietly tightened, becoming smoother and more elastic. The fragile organs became tougher, and the vigorous vitality was beating. The various changes from soul to flesh and blood were so subtle that they were almost imperceptible, but they really existed. Praise this joyful life. The initiator under the tree raised his glass in the air and showed a satisfied smile. Under the night, the pair of crystal-like eyes admired the golden red under the believer's skin, or in other words, the divinity given by him and nurtured by people. Under the bright moonlight, Lorne gently shook the cup in his hand, looking at the scollard wine in the stream, and murmured meaningfully, "This is my body, sacrificed for you. This is my blood, poured out for the masses. Ashes of the titans, descendants of madness. Our blood is thicker than water. Our blood is connected." The magnetic voice is like singing an ancient and timeless mythological epic. In the original history, the Orphic religion, which worships the god of wine, believes in Zagreus, the god of resurrection from the dead. That is, the original incarnation of the god of wine Dionysus. Legend has it that the king of gods Zeus and the queen of the underworld Persephone first gave birth to the horned Zagreus. The young Zagreus climbed onto Zeus' throne and waved Zeus's thunderbolt with his tender little hands, indicating that he would replace Zeus and become the new king of the world. Queen Hera was jealous of him and instigated the titans to tear him into pieces and eat everything except his heart. The goddess of wisdom Athena took pity on the child's misfortune and brought his heart to Zeus. Zeus swallowed the heart and then married Semele, the princess of Thebes, and gave birth to Zagreus again. Thus, he came back to life and became the god of wine Dionysus. In this great war of gods, in which the titans tore Dionysus apart and Zeus burned the titans to death with lightning, the new world was stabilized and humans were born from the ashes of the titans. Therefore, in the canon of Orphism, whether it was Zagreus or Dionysus, the original god of wine sacrificed himself for ancient humans and completed the miracle of resurrection. Moreover, because the titans swallowed the god of wine Dionysus, humans born from the ashes of the titans had both the divinity of the god of wine and the sins of the titans in their blood. Therefore, people are born with both good and evil natures, and the purpose of life is to suppress evil and promote good in order to be liberated. To achieve this goal, people need to perform purification rituals, participate in mysterious initiation ceremonies, and observe taboos, such as not killing, not eating meat, not wearing woolen objects when buried, and not touching beans. If people perform secret rituals, observe taboos, and insist on doing good deeds, they can get rid of the devil and obtain divinity. After death, they can avoid or reduce the pain of reincarnation in the underworld, and then enter the paradise of Elysium. Otherwise, they will be punished to do eternal hard labor in the underworld. Wine is my blood. The miracle of resurrection from the dead. the original human beings who bear original sin, but are saved by martyrs. The paradise of Elysium is equivalent to heaven, and the underworld is equivalent to hell. In addition, Orphism is a folk secret religion. It can be participated in as an individual regardless of birth, gender, or city-state, and promotes equality of life. Does all of the above give you a strange sense of deja vu? Lorne smiled playfully, and drank the scarlet wine in the glass. That's right. In a sense, the Orphic religion, which has the worship of Dionysus, has a lot in common with the future Abrahamic religions. As a stitched monster, the latter has mostly borrowed from the former. In this case, as the object of the debt, he can also use the advantages of the other party. For example, the patriarch Lorne abolished the primitive and barbaric parades of the Dionysus mad women under his command, and instead used the process of the future Christian mass celebration as a blueprint, calling for the celebration of Dionysus through gatherings and drinking. It is advocated to remove disguises and release nature at the gathering, rather than abide by the identity and rules of the world and forcibly restrain oneself. During this period, people can also confide in God and confess their sins to gain spiritual comfort. Confession ceremony. Church members should help each other, love each other, always have a passion for life, and the original intention of pleasing themselves. Of course, if it were just these, the new Dionysus religion would be destined to be just a circle of ordinary people, and the value that Lorne could create would be extremely limited. Therefore, on this basis, he upgraded the secret ceremony in the guise of a gathering. That is, to pull the gods down from the altar and give divinity to mortals. Since the world was born from the flesh and blood and ashes of the Titans, the human beings born from it should also have divinity. Similarly, everything in the world is the same. Whether it is the grapes grown in the land or the fine wine brewed with water, they should all have divinity. Gods have human nature, and humans have divinity. Mortals can become gods, and gods can also be influenced by human nature. Therefore, whether it is gods or humans, no one is nobler than anyone else, and no one is more special than anyone else. Equal lives pursue equal jokes, and ultimately bring equal fun to the world. This concept of elevating people and devaluing gods is completely different from the current Greek religion of worshipping gods, and it can be said to be heresy. But it is precisely because of this that perhaps it is possible to cut off the mortals or in faith in the gods little by little from the foundation, so that the perfect god king and the powerful gods of Olympus are no longer impeccable. To this end, he tried to use his growing divinity of the god of wine to brew blessed wine for believers to drink, so as to stimulate the Titan divinity buried in their bodies. After several months of attempts, as well as the parts and flesh of a demigod hero and a large number of god blood families, his experiment finally took that step and achieved phase success. The believers who drank the wine had their divinity factors activated one after another and gained different degrees of gain. Although, compared with the real god blood families, these ignited divine fires are small and faint. Like a cluster of fireflies competing with the bright moon, it is ridiculous and overestimating. These people in front of them may not even become qualified warriors or heroes in their entire lives. But the seeds of rebellion have been planted, and time will make them take root and sprout. He has handed over the stolen power of the gods, the new history and future, to the hands of mortals. So, have some fun, don't let me down, I'm waiting to celebrate for you. Aha, cheers. The unscrupulous instigator under the tree raised his glass high, saluting the new human beings, the seeds of rebellion, and the still glorious Olympus under the night sky. The empty cup fell, and a breeze blew through the valley, and the rich aroma of wine and the rushing spring water dissipated one after another. The sleeping people woke up slowly, and looked up to the east. The faint morning light pierced the dark night, and the world of the gods ushered in a new day. The third street, the seventh mansion in the city of Knossos. The figure who walked towards the morning light took out the spare key, quietly opened the door, and went into the house. However, as soon as he entered the door, he was confronted with a face-to-face interrogation. Where have you been? Why didn't you go home all night? Hestia in the living room snorted unhappily. It's because of the last time I helped Perilous fix his arm. That guy insisted on treating me to a drink. Now, he got drunk and kept talking nonsense to me all night. Lorne yawned and explained helplessly, his eyes falling on the flickering flame behind Hestia. There was very little oil left in the lamp, and the wick had burned out. Obviously, someone had been waiting in the living room all night. TSK, no wonder you reek of alcohol. Hastya muttered, pinching her nose, and waved her hand in disgust. Go away, go to bed, don't come into my kitchen, until you sober up. Okay, okay. Lorne responded weakly, stretched out his hand to put a box of cakes from the sacrificial site on the table, stretched his waist, and got up to go upstairs. Looking at this unique tribute, Hastya thought of her niece who was visiting her family and staying overnight. After only 3 seconds of hesitation, she quickly picked up the cake and stuffed the box into the small secret compartment of the spice cabinet, with a smile on her face. Humph, you have a conscience. Ain't you? At the same time, the goddess of hunting who was sleeping soundly upstairs sneezed heavily, got up lazily from the bed, moved her slightly sore body, and woke up most of the alcohol left last night. Well, the sky is clear and the air is fresh. It's a good day to go hunting again. Where are we going today? Artemis raised the corners of her lips, with a comfortable and happy smile on her face. Unconsciously, she has gradually adapted to and liked this kind of life in the human world, and even has a little expectation for every day. It is a completely different feeling from that on Olympus. Chapter 102, Being Pouty, as the title. 8K. Early morning, Gnosis. As the female hunters in corseted short skirts and hunting boots went out with bows and spears, accompanied by several hunting dogs, smiling heads popped out on the street. They either waved or shouted, "Sister Cynthia, I want to raise a rabbit. Please bring me a pair of antelope horns and a pair of snake gallbladders for medicinal purposes. I will pay you at the market price. Thank you. It's too cold. Can you please get some warm fur? My wife is good at handwork. She can make any style you want. Just leave some scraps for us. Here, freshly dried figs, for us to eat on the way. No, I'm old, and I can't chew the meat from the mountains." Artemis took the dried figs, as usual, smiled and looked at the streets on both sides, nodded slightly, and then strode out of the city with the guide who followed. Arriving at an uninhabited path, the goddess of hunting placed the tip of her little finger on her lips, and blew a clear whistle. A golden chariot pulled by 2 golden horned deer came galloping from the mountains and forests. Lorne pointed to the city of Gnosis bathed in the morning light behind him, and asked with a smile, "So, the first stop is to find the rabbit hole?" It has been 2 months since the goddess of hunting moved into the city of Gnosis. It seems that she likes the atmosphere here very much. Although Artemis has never revealed her true identity, she maintains a subtle friendliness towards the neighbors in the city. As long as their requests are not excessive, she will nod and agree, and as long as she nods, she will basically do it. Artemis, who got on the chariot, rolled her eyes at the talkative guide, and threw the dried figs and reins in her arms over. "Now that you know, why don't you come up?" "Understood. I will obey your oracle, goddess." Lorne smiled happily, jumped on the chariot, and drove the golden horned deer chariot, carrying the hunting goddess who was more humane and less cold, to the jungle of the Crete Mountains. Woof. As soon as the station arrived, the golden retriever jumped out of the car impatiently, quickly escaped from the clutches of the goddess, and turned around the trouser legs of the original owner. Looking at the sharp contrast between them, Artemis, who had fed the dog for 2 months, couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Sure enough, for the magical hounds, food alone can't take them away. Compared with the hunting goddess's love, Lorne, as the original owner, was much more straightforward in his use of his own licking dog. He kicked its belly without hesitation, and laughed and scolded. "Go to work, find out where there are rabbit holes nearby, and I'll give you a snack today." But the licking dog just fell for this. After hearing the order, he immediately shouted happily, turned his head, and rushed to the hunting ground, searching for traces of hair holes. Seeing this, Artemis was even more helpless. She could only take the weapons from the chariot, with a gloomy face, and vent her anger on the nearby beasts. Looking at the unlucky people who were shot into sieves on the road, Lorne was secretly shocked, and he became more and more certain of the fickle character of the goddess of the moon and hunting, and at the same time, served the temporary bodyguard more carefully. It must be said that, since Artemis moved in for 2 months, the entire island of Crete has been much quieter. Whether it is the monsters that are rioting in the mountains of Crete or the sea monsters that landed on the Sea of Oceanus, they have all become the dead souls under the arrows of the female hunter. Even these small fish and shrimps that emerged are not enough for Artemis to kill. Now, the goddess of hunting, who had nothing to do, had already started hunting pet rabbits for the little girl. The clerk, who had actually taken over the military and political power of the entire Crete, was even more eager for this. After all, with this human-shaped turret in charge, his workload in public security control was greatly reduced. By noon, a nest of snow-white little rabbits were arrested and put into the cage on the chariot. Antelope horns, snake gallbladders, and wild animal furs for cold protection were also collected by Lorne from those unlucky passing animals. As the daily commission was easily completed, he set up a fire on the open ground, smoked a washed and skinned antelope, and stewed a pot of delicious mushroom soup with berries, wild vegetables and edible mushrooms. As a guide, in addition to leading the way, it was also his daily work to maintain the bow and arrow carriage for the goddess of hunting and prepare meals. In the past, these things were handled by the 20 nymph attendants under Artemis, but for some reason, the goddess of hunting had no intention of calling her nymph attendants over until now. So, the dignified secretary and the uncrowned king of Crete could only condescend to serve as Artemis's half full-time nanny. Eat this for lunch? It looks good. Give me a bowl of soup first. As the rich aroma of meat and the salty and fresh taste of mushrooms spread, the goddess of hunting in the distance came to the fire like a gust of wind, picked up the bowl, and wanted to taste today's game. After a while, a bowl of warm mushroom soup was swallowed, and the sourness from the berries, the deliciousness of the mushrooms, and the crispness of the wild vegetables bloomed on the taste buds, bringing a pleasant dining experience. Soon, the antelope on the rack became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Artemis took the leg of lamb torn off by the guide, and couldn't wait to take a bite. The rich juice burst in her mouth, and the just right salty fragrance and greasy seasoning made people unable to stop. As expected of a little guy that even his aunt praised, bringing him is more useful than bringing a whole army of nymphs. The goddess of hunting glanced at Lorne, who was patiently preparing lunch next to her, and while giving a high evaluation to the guide in her heart, she threw away the white sheep bone in her hand and stretched her claws to the other leg of the antelope. Putting aside other things for the moment, the cooking skills alone are not comparable to those of the nymphs. There is no way. Those seafarers are all delicate and precious, and they can still barely cope with it by asking them to maintain their weapons and surround the prey. It is not impossible to ask them to lower their status and make a fire to cook. But Artemis's evaluation of the food is edible. If you want to have a comfortable dining experience, then forget it. It was not until she enjoyed the craftsmanship and brewing skills of this guide that she felt how badly she had been treated by the burnt or half-cooked roasted meat, tasteless white water, and dry wheat cakes that made her throat ache. Besides cooking, the guide's performance in other aspects is also remarkable. From small things like weapon maintenance to big things like schedules, he can arrange everything in an orderly manner. No wonder even the discerning King Minos planned to choose him as his successor. It must be said that with such an almost omnipotent follower by her side, she became less and less satisfied with her nymph attendants who complained about being tired every day. But unfortunately, in another month, she would be returning to Olympus. By then, not only this high quality service, but also the best golden retriever would wave goodbye to her. Thinking of this, Artemis felt a little depressed. But then, a flash of lightning flashed in her mind, and she came up with a wonderful idea. I still lack a qualified divine servant. The goddess of hunting threw down another white sheep bone and spoke casually. As a virgin goddess who kept her chastity, this was the first time she made such an invitation to a human of the opposite sex. However, the guide who was turning the roasted lamb just replied with a faint HMM, as if he didn't understand her implication. Seeing this, Artemis simply let go of her reserve, cleared her throat, and made her point clear. I think you are quite suitable. The meat is cooked. Eat it while it's hot. Oh. As another leg of lamb was handed over, the hunting goddess subconsciously took it in her hand and took a bite. But soon, she realized that something seemed wrong and immediately pulled the leg of lamb out of her mouth, looking at the guide beside her with a dark face. What do you mean? You don't want to? Or else? At this time, Lorne couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Big sister, Athena's bargaining chip for recruiting me is that she is a god, and she is generous enough to divide her own divinity and cast it into bronze snake armor. King Minos wants me to resist thunder, not only giving me 3 artifacts of his own, but also sending his daughter and the throne. As for your aunt Hestia, needless to say, I can fool her from the inside out, and she and her throne will be mine sooner or later. Now, you want to lure me over to be your nanny with just a mere god servant, and you also want to bring a dog along. Isn't that too stingy? However, even though he was disdainful in his heart, Lorne still rejected the invitation in a more tactful way. Lady Athena's instructions have not been completed, King Minos' kindness has not been repaid, and Lady Hestia has been good to me, so, as the above 3 were pushed out to take the blame, Artemis, who was originally aggressive, suddenly lost her temper and had to extinguish the idea of recruiting in her heart. There is no way. It is really difficult to snatch people from these 3 people. I just had a whim. If it doesn't work, it won't work. The goddess of hunting, who failed to get what she wanted, snorted in her heart with disdain and stood up with a sheepskin water bag in a bad mood. Clean up here, I'll go get some water in front. Artemis stood up with a cold face and walked towards the stream in the valley ahead. Looking at the goddess of hunting, who was obviously in a bad mood, Lorne was immediately at a loss for words and was even more grateful for his initial choice. Sure enough, Hestia is the easiest to fool and the easiest to satisfy. Isn't it just good craftsmanship? Isn't it just serving attentively? Isn't it just having a good dog? What's so great? I have 20 servants. Artemis, who hit a wall, muttered indignantly in her heart, trying to make up for herself in her heart, and came to the upstream, ready to bend over and put the water bag into the stream to get water. At the moment of lowering her head, a reflection appeared on the water surface, and then reflected in the eyes of the goddess. Is there anyone? Exclamation mark. Artemis subconsciously raised her head and looked at the other side. Suddenly, a handsome and sunny smiling face came into her eyes, and a strong thought suddenly came into her mind. This may be the most beautiful god who should not exist after the chaos. His golden hair and bright eyes are the most beautiful among the gods. No matter gods or humans, they must bow their heads in front of him. Beautiful goddess, seeing you hunting alone in the mountains, your heroic figure has deeply impressed me. Please allow me to become your servant and serve you. The low voice of the request poured into her ears, making people obey subconsciously. Artemis was about to speak, and a figure appeared in her mind. Some unwillingness made her eyes flash a brief confusion. Servant, I have. The unexpected echo made the figure on the other side of the bank obviously stunned. But then, the handsome face appeared extremely hideous due to anger, and the low voice was full of strong gloom. If we kill him, won't the position be vacant? The words were like a magic spell, as if they were constantly stirring and swelling in the heart river, gradually filling the entire mental world, and becoming the only background color. Artemis? The water hasn't been fetched yet. The question behind him, and the footsteps coming from far away were like hot oil poured on the flames. In an instant, the goddess of hunting grabbed her waist and back with both hands, and her body stretched out in an arc. Almost instantly, Lorne, who was walking towards the river bank, suddenly felt a piercing chill in his body, and the 12-sided dice in his mind hummed and vibrated wildly. Danger. Lorne subconsciously jumped forward and instinctively avoided it. Puff puff puff. And just as he lay down, a whistling arrow narrowly passed over his head and pierced dozens of thick fir trees in a row. Boom. Accompanied by a series of roars, the ancient trees that were cut in half fell to the ground, stirring up thick smoke and dust. Seeing the white land behind him from the corner of his eye, Lorne couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He almost died. Artemis, Lorne shouted angrily, looking at the instigator on the riverbank. The goddess of hunting turned back stiffly, and the moment her eyes saw a certain face, an almost morbid smile suddenly burst out of her wooden face. Yes, kill. Anyway, I have been rejected, so no one wants it. The goddess stretched out her arms, the tough bowstring was creaking, and the air was filled with golden ripples. A golden arrow of light gathered, and was ready to go. As the breath was locked by some kind of power, Lorne felt his scalp numb, and the 12-sided dice in his brain that was shaking violently almost left an afterimage. The bare hands loosened, the bowstring trembled, and a bright golden light came in an instant. Due to the lock of the breath, there was no escape and no avoidance. Realizing the critical situation, Lorne had no time to think about it, and subconsciously activated all his divine power. The war god belt on his waist rose with a rich bloodlight. The pure war divinity was like a blazing red flame, attached to his body surface, and with a bronze sword in his hand slashing forward, it poured out crazily. Dang. In a sharp sound of metal and iron, the bronze sword in Lorne's hand, which had accompanied him for several months, shattered into pieces. But at the same time, the indestructible golden light arrow also deviated several inches, brushing against the side of Lorne's cheek by a millimeter, and crashed into the dense forest behind him. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and a pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters was blasted out on the hard rock ground. The sharp wind whistled past his ears, and a warm liquid slid down the side of his cheek. Lorne raised his slightly trembling hands, looked at the cracked tiger's mouth, and his face changed drastically. Damn, this crazy woman is really ready to kill. If Athena hadn't left him the Air's army belt containing the divine power of war for protection before she left, he might have been able to start the feast with that arrow just now. This sudden change made Lorne's soul tremble, and he also had a strong sense of disobedience in his heart. Something was wrong. Even if he rejected her, he wouldn't be so sickly as to kill her to silence her, right? As his thoughts surged, he subconsciously looked around, and suddenly saw a figure who should have died on the other side of the river. Orion. At this moment, the disguise had been torn off on his face, and his eyes were jealous to the point of madness when he saw Lorne. Damn bug, a foreigner who is nothing. Why do you fight with me? Beautiful goddess, kill this guy who is in the way, and there will be nothing in front of us. The hunter urged, and the madness of revenge in his heart turned into a twisted pleasure. He wanted to see this bastard who had blocked his way again and again being slaughtered in front of him. He was the one who was playing tricks. At the moment of confirming the target, Lorne's mind was racing. Countless information and clues were integrated in his brain, and then he deduced the real reason why Artemis lost control. The power of the god of love. Poseidon made peace with Hephaestus on behalf of Aphrodite and heirs, not just to ask for love from the god of love. What he really wanted was the power of love given by Aphrodite. Combined with the beast-tide disaster, Poseidon fought hard to get back Orion, who was only half of his body left, and the answer was about to come out. He not only wanted the entire island of Crete, but also planned to use his demigod heir with excellent hunting talent to get in touch with the hunting god Artemis, form an alliance, and then pull his brother Apollo into the water. If, through Crete, Athena was successfully forced to surrender, then, in Poseidon's camp, there are 5 main gods, including heirs, Aphrodite, Athena, Artemis, and Apollo, plus himself. He can occupy nearly half of the 12 seats in Olympus. In addition, Hephaestus would mostly remain neutral due to the favor of the sea goddess Thetis. The god of agriculture Demeter was in a cold war with Zeus because of her daughter Persephone. The queen of heaven Hera had long been unable to bear her husband's infidelity. Hestia had long withdrawn from the fight for theocracy, and Hermes was best at changing his mind. In this way, Zeus would be left alone by the long-planned Poseidon, and the supreme power of Olympus might not be replaced. In order to achieve this ultimate goal, whether it was to use the Minoans as a bargaining chip, to force Athena to submit, or to use King Minos' golden hound, to please the hunting god, the ownership of Crete was crucial. Therefore, he went to great lengths to launch the beast tide, just to get these necessary conditions together. In the real mythological records, Poseidon's plan seemed to have succeeded. Orion, who likes to hunt in the jungle all day, brings a loyal hound, and becomes a good hunting partner of Artemis, the god of hunting, and Leto, the goddess of conservation. Soon, Olympus launched a rebellion against Zeus, in which Poseidon, Apollo, Athena, and Hera all participated. These traces left on the pages of the book undoubtedly prove this point. However, due to the emergence of the variable of Lorne, Poseidon's attempt to seize Crete and control Athena failed, and even Orion, the son of God who was related to the subsequent plan, was almost lost in it. Seeing that the plan failed, it was impossible to open up the situation with the goddess of wisdom with thorns all over her body. Poseidon could only retreat to the second best and prepare to start with Artemis. Therefore, Orion's target this time was not him at all, but to seduce the female hunting god and go ashore. In order to help his son succeed, Poseidon apparently infused the power of the god of love he gained in exchange for benefit into Orion's body. Since there was no golden retriever to help him, he could not take the route of subtle influence, so he had to make things happen first. The surging thoughts allowed Lorne to see through the fog in just a few seconds and see the truth and plot under the deep sea. "Artemis, wake up!" Lorne shouted, trying to awaken Artemis's mind that was bewitched by the power of the god of love. However, what he got in return was a more morbid smile from the female hunter. "I'm very sober. As long as what I hunt is mine, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not." As she said that, Artemis pulled the golden war bow, and the new golden light arrow condensed on the bowstring inch by inch. "Yes, beautiful goddess, if you remove this obstacle, there will be nothing that can stop us from being together." Orion on the other side of the bank urged the power of the god of love on his body, stepped up his horsepower and encouraged, his eyes full of indignant grins. "Why do you always get ahead? These should all belong to me. Go to hell. I want to see you die under the arrow of the one you love." Seeing the arrow of light on the bowstring gradually taking shape, a chill ran from Lorne's tailbone all the way to the top of his head. This crazy woman. Lorne's forehead was covered with cold sweat. While cursing inwardly, he racked his brains, frantically looking for a ray of hope for himself. With Artemis, this crazy human turret, there was no point in running. Why not just capture the thief and the leader? But this thought only lasted half a second before he extinguished this tempting idea. The distance was too far, and with Artemis blocking the way, he was afraid that before he could stab Orion on the other side to death, he would be shot into a sieve by the crazy woman behind him. Damn the power of love. Lorne cursed subconsciously in his heart, but then a thunder in his mind exploded his chaotic thoughts. Wait, the power of love. He seemed to have it too. In an instant, the faded memory became vivid. At the critical moment, Lorne couldn't help but think of the junky item he had drawn from the 12-sided dice during his escape from the Oceanus Sea. Aphrodite's favor, the goddess of love and beauty, will activate your blood of the god of love, giving you attraction to the opposite sex for a week. In an instant, this divine blessing that he had once thought was useless and a pity to throw away, and therefore thrown into a corner, now looked like a glittering treasure. "Thank you, great grandmother." Suddenly, an unworthy descendant who had been cursing at the god of love just now praised his so-called great-grandmother and used the accidental divinity of the 12-sided dice without hesitation to activate the blessing from the god of love. As the boiling god blood accelerated, a hint of charming pink materialized in the pair of crystal-like eyes. Lorne moved his facial muscles, pulled out a brilliant and gentle smile on his face, and looked at the mighty female hunter with a burning gaze. "Artemis, I do. I'm willing to be your divine servant. Always by your side." Did he agree? Just like that? The two looked into each other's eyes, and the promise that sounded like a love word made Artemis, who was holding back a grudge, startled, and a trace of confusion and hesitation appeared on her face. But that was all. Obviously, compared to the blessing of the god of love that Lorne obtained after completing the trial, it was obviously the power of the god of love that Aphrodite traded to Poseidon, which could affect the main god, and was more overbearing. However, this was enough. Lorne saw that the expression of the female hunter loosened, and immediately spared no effort to stimulate the divinity from the blood of the god of love and the madness from the god of wine in his body, and issued a thunderous wake-up call. "Wake up. You have been bewitched." In an instant, Artemis, who was almost deaf, woke up from a dream, and a trace of clarity appeared in her chaotic eyes. At this moment, Orion, who realized that something was wrong, changed his face drastically and hurriedly urged, "Beautiful goddess, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill him and we can." Puff. However, a golden arrow pierced through the sky, accompanied by a dull tearing sound, pierced his shoulder, dragged him all the way, and finally nailed him firmly to a thick tree trunk. "Ah, my shoulder." Orion, who was caught off guard, screamed in pain, and blood gushed from the wound. And those painful cries, like a spell, poured into Artemis's mind, constantly bewitching her to look back and show mercy. Ding dong. With the sound of metal clashing, Artemis dropped the golden longbow, knelt on the ground, covered her head with both hands, and growled forward with gritted teeth. Kill him. Quick. As soon as the huntress opened her mouth, Lorne's figure had already passed her, and rushed to the opposite bank of the river like an arrow. His right hand, clenched tightly, grasped Orion's thick neck tightly, and the endless wailing was forcibly blocked into his throat. As the force in his throat continued to increase, Orion, who was nailed to the tree, struggled frantically, and let out a terrified roar while panting. You can't kill me, Father God. Crack. However, before Orion could finish his words, the iron-like arm suddenly burst out with the scarlet blood of the god of war, breaking through the last thin layer of ocean protection on the son of the sea god, and directly twisting his thick neck bone. A bulging eyeball, a thick head full of resentment and fear, drooped down weakly. The next moment, the scarlet blood in Lorne's palm turned into a blazing red flame, which ignited Orion completely. In a blink of an eye, the twisted and cracked corpse in the firelight, along with the charred tree trunk, turned into flocculent ashes, and rifted away with the wind. After completing the work of destroying the corpse with skillful techniques, Lorne's tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and the hidden injuries that were forcibly suppressed when facing Artemis broke out, and the severe pain in bones, organs, and muscles hit like a tide. Now, Orion should not be able to revive, right? Looking at the small handful of ashes in front of him, Lorne, who was also on the verge of his limit, sat on the ground with a sense of relief after repeated confirmation. If Poseidon could still pull his beloved son back from the underworld with just this little bit of dregs, he should not be called the god of the sea, but the king of the underworld. With the last bit of doubt dispelled, Lorne was about to completely let down his guard and lie down to rest. However, a scorching airflow poured into his ear canal, and the fragrance of musk and flowers and plants filled the air behind him. In an instant, Lorne's neck twisted half a circle stiffly like a rusty spring. His purple eyes met a pair of silver eyes with fiery flames. Primitive animality and some kind of desire that was almost tangible burned in them. In an instant, Lorne, whose scalp was tingling, realized a problem that he had overlooked. Although Orion, one of the sources of pollution, was dead, he was still alive. In addition, if I remember correctly, the duration of Aphrodite's favor seemed to be a week. Gurgle. Lorne moved his throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, trying to moisten his dry throat. Looking at the top forest predator who was rolling his pink tongue and licking his cherry lips just a few feet away, he squeezed out a deformed smile from his stiff face. Are you hungry? Otherwise, eat first. Bang. In an instant, before Lorne could finish speaking, a pair of slender but powerful arms grabbed his legs that were quietly moving backwards and easily knocked him down. Lorne was knocked unconscious by the fall. Before he could come to his senses, his body was dragged quickly to the grove in front of him. His head kept hitting the rocks along the way, making his mind go blank. It felt like a little white rabbit being dragged out of a cave by a female leopard and cruelly ravaged under its claws. Don't tear my clothes. Don't mess around. I'm innocent. It hurts. My wound is torn. Woo. Woo. Soon, under the absolute suppression of the female leopard, the rabbit's helpless cry was completely drowned in the overlapping shadows in the forest. The greedy beast galloped in its own hunting ground and enjoyed the prey that belonged to it under its claws. Chapter 103. Already in the shape of Artemis. At the same time, in Olympus, in the great temple illuminated by the holy fire, Poseidon, the god of the sea, who was confronting, spewing, with the goddess of wisdom Athena, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a certain ominous premonition filled his heart. Something happened. Poseidon's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously stood up from his seat and prepared to leave. However, as soon as Poseidon made a move, Athena on the opposite side suddenly stood up and snorted. You want to leave before our business is over? While speaking, the purple eyes of the goddess of wisdom quietly flashed a sharp light. Something happened. Most likely it was Atlantis's backhand. Although I don't know the specific content, judging from the reaction of this uncle, it is definitely not a good result. In this case, he can't be allowed to withdraw and go back to save the situation. Seeing Athena start to entangle, Poseidon was suddenly a little angry. Let's talk about these things later. I'm tired. You come and go as you please. Do you really take the father god seriously? Do you really think that the great temple where the gods of Olympus meet is your Atlantis sea temple? Athena mocked without mercy, and every word was heart-piercing. Seeing his niece's unreasonable attitude, Poseidon, who was eager to leave, was furious. But just as he was about to explode, two scrutinizing eyes came down from the golden throne and fell on him. In an instant, a chill climbed up his spine, making the sea god silent, and the boiling blood of the god cooled down. Athena was right, this is Olympus. Although he would take it into his own hands sooner or later, it was not the right time now, and he had to endure it. Poseidon took a deep breath, and simply made up his mind. Pay. Isn't it just 17 seaports, 25 towns, and more than 300 large and small ships? I'm not strict in my rule. I'll compensate you for the loss of Crete. As he said this, the sea god pressed his chest, which was constantly throbbing, and tried to turn around and leave. However, before he could take a step, Athena's figure blocked him, and corrected him faintly. No, it's 170 seaports, 250 towns, and more than 3,000 large and small ships, hundreds of thousands of casualties, and an entire Minoan fleet. Hiss. Poseidon took a breath of cold air. His face was blue and black. Increased 10 times? That was the price of the first beast tide, but who made your beast tide come 3 times? I just learned about the specific losses of Crete when I went back. Athena spread her hands and explained the reason with an innocent and serious expression. 2 more times. You raise my price 10 times? And why didn't you mention it before, but now it's brought up? This is not the way to ask for a big mouth. Poseidon's clenched steel teeth creaked. His expression was full of gloom. The divine power surging around him turned into a spiral of airflow, like a typhoon rolling over the sea, and the dark blue trident in his hand emerged. Are you kidding me? Father God, you not only want to default on your debt, but also want to commit murder. Under the heavy pressure of the ocean god's power, Athena did not give in, and accused tit for tat, and immediately summoned the shining spear of victory and Aegis shield, firmly blocking in front of the golden throne, firmly protecting the Olympian god king who was upholding justice behind her. For a moment, whether it was Poseidon, the god of the sea holding the trident in the hall, or Zeus, the god king on the throne covering his dark blue eye sockets, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths and fell into silence. The fully armed goddess of wisdom on the field set up her spear and shield and issued an ultimatum with righteous words. If I don't give you an explanation today, this matter will not end. Poseidon was silenced again by this posture. His expression was depressed, and his eyes were extremely angry. Who is the unreasonable one? In front of the house at number 7, 3rd Street, Knossos City. After finishing her daily housework, Hestia sat on the steps, holding up her smooth chin with one hand, lazily basking in the sun, and her sleepy eyes glanced at the direction of the city gate from time to time. However, until sunset, there was still no figure she wanted to wait for among the pedestrians coming and going. TSK, they are going crazy outside again tonight. Hestia sighed, walked into the house depressedly, and began to prepare a single dinner. She was used to it. After all, hunting is a job that tests patience and skills. Whether it is a journey through mountains and rivers or a pursuit of traces, it often takes a lot of time. So basically, the two of them disappeared for several days in a row. When they went out, Athena had previously left a message asking her not to get involved in Artemis and Lorne's actions. The goddess of the hearth had no choice but to accept the advice and stay at home. Anyway, there was only 1 month left, and Artemis couldn't play for long. She would have to leave. Hestia muttered to herself and comforted herself in her heart, and then she put all her energy that had nowhere to vent into tonight's meal. The moon sets, the stars sink, the golden crow rises in the east, and the day and night rotate endlessly. In a blink of an eye, 7 days and 7 nights later, the fragmented golden sunlight penetrated the mist of the morning light and shot into the vast Crete mountains. In the dense forest that seemed to have been trampled by a giant beast, a figure lying on the dead leaves groaned in pain, trying to open his heavy eyelids and awaken his sinking mind. However, as soon as the body's consciousness revived, the figure who barely woke up almost fainted again. Pain. My whole body hurts. Every bone seemed to be crushed, every muscle seemed to be torn, organs were throbbing like convulsions, and there were cries of grief from being overwhelmed. Scratches and blood marks cut into the tough skin, leaving miserable marks. It seemed that a victim had just experienced an inhumane torture. What happened to me? Confused, Lorne shook his dizzy head and tried to piece together the truth of the matter through scattered memories. Soon, as pictures emerged in his mind and woven a complete context, the victim, who was originally half dead, suddenly shuddered, sat up straight, and a beam of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He seemed to have slept with Artemis. Oh no, it was Artemis who seemed to have slept with him. And it was extremely cruel. Thinking of the picture of the female leopard sitting on him and constantly asking for it crazily, Lorne on the ground couldn't help but shiver and shuddered. 7 days and 7 nights. You wasted 7 days and 7 nights for me. You owe me. Just when the innocent victim wanted to accuse the female hunter of her cruelty, the cold touch on his throat made him silent instantly. He could not help but raise his stiff head and look at the bronze arrow against his neck, looking at a cold face under the shade of the tree. With her strong physical fitness, the female hunter, who seemed to have woken up first, covered her chest with one hand and took a bronze arrow engraved with secret text from the quiver she carried with her with the other hand, aiming the sharp arrow at Lorne's throat. The pair of silver eyes completely lost the heat and madness of the 7 days and 7 nights, leaving only a chill gurgle. Lorne tried to move his throat, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, suppressed his pounding heart, and his brain worked frantically in a dead atmosphere. Whether he slept with Artemis or Artemis slept with him, these are not the main points. The key is, what serious consequences will a virgin goddess lose her virginity? And, as the person involved, how to calm the other party's anger. As for who comes first, who is the top, and who is the bottom, who is right and who is wrong, these are not important. If reasoning with these gods worked, King Minos would not have ended up like this. So, what should he say now to save his life? Finally, when the arrow pierced his skin and a trace of golden red blood gushed out, Lorne made up his mind and closed his eyes with righteousness. Kill me, before anyone knows about this. If Athena asks, say that it was Orion who did it, and you didn't have time to stop it. After the words came out, although Lorne didn't look, he clearly felt that the bronze arrow against his throat, along with the hand holding it, shook obviously. Chapter 104. Please stop your ghostly father behavior. Ding dong. With the trembling sound of metal falling to the ground, the body on the other side, which was as straight as a bowstring, sat down dejectedly. Forget it, she is not so easy to fool. No matter how smart Athena is, she will only think that there is something strange about my death, but without any evidence, she should not associate it with such a thing. Besides, Crete is at odds with Atlantis, and she is busy dealing with Poseidon. Even if she has doubts, she may not dare to do anything to you. Lorne slowly opened his eyes, picked up the bronze arrow, and handed it over sincerely. So, do you want to try? However, his hand was angrily knocked down by Artemis halfway. Humph, am I the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity? The hunting goddess opened her almond eyes and glared at Lorne on the other side. Isn't it? The posture you just showed, that you wanted to stab me to death. Lorne complained in his heart, but on the surface, he threw the bronze arrow in his hand behind him calmly and squeezed out a trace of apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help, but ended up dragging you down like this. That bastard son of Poseidon did it. Why are you here to apologize? Artemis snorted and retorted, looking at the other victim and the incident unhappily. I know who is right and who is wrong, and I won't take my anger out on you. Yes, you are clear about gratitude and resentment, and you are of noble character. I'll judge a gentleman by my cautious character. While rolling his eyes secretly, Lorne glanced behind him from the corner of his eye. When he saw that the bronze arrow that almost stabbed into his throat fell 100 meters away, his heart finally landed steadily, and he couldn't help but feel relieved for surviving the disaster. It was a close call. I was almost killed by this crazy woman. Fortunately, I bet right. This is indeed a donkey that needs to be stroked by the hair, and it is typical that it is soft and not hard. Lorne quietly looked at Artemis's gradually easing expression and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His surging thoughts then recalled the records about the hunting goddess. This is a goddess with a very contradictory personality. She has both a kind and tolerant side and a fierce and cruel revenge. Legend has it that Niab, a queen of Thebes, gave birth to 7 sons and 7 daughters. She arrogantly mocked the goddess of Carlito for having only 2 children, Apollo and Artemis, and boasted that her father could dine at the same table with the gods, and even prevented the Thebans from offering sacrifices to the goddess of Carlito. The humiliated Leto asked her son Apollo and daughter Artemis to punish Niab. So, the angry Apollo and Artemis went down to the world and shot the 7 sons and 6 daughters of the Theban queen Niab, who was proud of her. When it was the turn of Niab's last youngest daughter, Artemis finally stopped, because she couldn't bear it, and asked Apollo to give the child a very long life. In addition, another epic record also confirms Artemis's contradictory character. Legend has it that before the Trojan War, King Agamemnon shot Artemis's sacred deer, and boasted that his skills were better than the goddess. The angry Artemis made the sea turbulent, making it impossible for the ship to set sail, and asked Agamemnon to sacrifice his daughter through the prophet to calm her anger. As the war went against him, King Agamemnon finally chose to light a fire and push his daughter Iphigenia onto the altar. However, a strong wind blew, and Princess Iphigenia disappeared at that moment, and a stag replaced her. In fact, it was Artemis who rescued the girl, and appointed her as her priest, allowing her to spend the rest of her life in her temple. In short, the above 2 things are enough to prove that, although Artemis has an erratic personality, she is not cruel and bloodthirsty. In theory, as long as you can find a way to coax her, she will choose to forgive even the biggest mistakes. But the more he did the opposite, the easier it would be for the goddess to get angry and do something extreme. That's why Lorne had chosen to retreat and put on a loyal look, considering the goddess of hunting at every step, and just taught Artemis how to destroy his body. And the result was just as he expected. Artemis not only gave up the opportunity to kill him, but also kept making excuses for him as a victim. At this time, after a long period of silence, the goddess of hunting on the opposite side bit her lip, seemed to have finally made up her mind, and waved at Lorne. Forget it, you were helping me before. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can go. Huh, it's okay. Hearing the loose tone, Lorne confirmed that he could finally get out of this quagmire, and he was overjoyed. He subconsciously opened the magic circle map, quickly took out a clean piece of clothing, put it on, and ran away. This woman is too dangerous. For safety reasons, it is better to hide with Hestia first, and avoid the limelight. However, when Lorne was about to step out of the dense forest, he glanced back inadvertently. The once proud goddess of hunting was now curled up in the shadows, where the sun could not shine, hugging her knees with her hands, biting her lips with her pearly teeth, and burying her head deep in her chest. It was like a shivering bird hiding under the eaves when a storm came. What will be the consequences if you lose your virginity? Lorne stopped and turned back to ask. Suddenly, Artemis was angry and her cheeks flushed. It has nothing to do with you. Get out. However, facing the extremely bad attitude of the goddess of hunting, Lorne, who should have been eager to get away, stopped and turned back to the original place. He carefully examined the figure under the shade of the tree for a moment, and a trace of disbelief appeared on his face. He spoke faintly. Are you scared? Shut up. Instantly, Artemis raised her head like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her fur stood up and she roared. But the more angry she was, the more she could not hide the fear deeply buried in her eyes. Almost in an instant, Lorne guessed the answer. Is it Zeus? The moment she heard the name, Artemis' body trembled obviously, and the result was self-evident. Looking at the excessive reaction of the goddess of hunting, Lorne suddenly remembered a legend. Among Artemis's nymph attendants, there was a demigod named Callisto. She was the daughter of King Lycaon, and had vowed to remain chaste since childhood. This girl from the mortal world was not like other nymphs, wandering by the stream all day, strolling in the garden, reciting poems, singing and dancing. She always wore hunting clothes, carrying a divine bow on her shoulder, holding a golden spear, following Artemis closely, chasing wild beasts in the mountains and dense forests. Because of their common hobbies and interests, Callisto was favored by the goddess of hunting, and the two were inseparable, like a pair of good twin sisters. However, one day, Callisto was resting in the forest, and ran into the king of gods Zeus touring the world. As soon as Zeus saw the beautiful Callisto, he was tempted by her beauty, and wanted to seduce the girl. to have sex with him. In order to achieve his goal, Zeus transformed into the appearance of Artemis and approached Callisto. Callisto, who was unaware of this, was very happy to see the goddess coming, and stepped forward to greet her. When Artemis Zeus kissed her, she realized that the person in front of her was not the goddess she swore to follow. But it was too late. Her oath of chastity was tainted, and Artemis's divine power could no longer protect her safety. So Callisto was forced to complete the union with Zeus and became pregnant. Not long after, Artemis discovered this secret and expelled the innocent Callisto in anger. Let's not talk about the rest of the story for now. However, wearing hunting clothes, carrying a bow on the shoulder, holding a golden spear, and loving to chase wild beasts in the mountains and dense forests. These descriptions of Callisto's dress and behavior habits gave Lorne a strong sense of deja vu. Lorne looked in front of him, and his eyes fell on the goddess of hunting with his hands on his knees. Yes, this is a replica of Artemis, and there may be other reasons why Zeus attacked Callisto. For example, meal replacement. According to Artemis's excessive behavior of expelling Callisto in anger afterwards, combined with his understanding of the Olympian god king, all the answers are self-evident. Zeus's love for his daughter Artemis is not simple, and there may be a component of possessiveness. In fact, the Olympian god king has done similar ghost father behavior. Persephone, the queen of the underworld who suffered 2 disasters and gave birth to Zagreus, the previous life of the god of wine, and Melano, the goddess of conspiracy, is a living example. Perhaps because of this, Artemis, who had noticed this in advance, swore to Zeus to become a virgin goddess who guarded chastity. Considering the attitudes of the goddess of protection Leto and the god of light Apollo, and the adverse effects of sleeping with the queen of the underworld Persephone, Zeus finally agreed to his daughter Artemis's plea in order to prevent the three from leaning towards the other side. But he never extinguished his covetous heart. The experience of the nymph Callisto is the best proof. And now, Artemis's vow of chastity has also been broken. For a moment, Lorne, who thought of this, could not help but truly realize the seriousness of the problem. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 105, 3 Goddesses You Must Try. Additional update for Alliance leader Yang Hengyo. As the figure who had gone and returned, sat back beside her inside, Artemis, who was already irritated and frightened, could not help but become even more angry. You're not leaving yet? I want to leave. Lorne sighed, looking helpless. The problem is, after you get into trouble, won't I still be in trouble? Hearing that sincere answer, Artemis was furious and wanted to kick that person in the face. But in the end, the huntress gritted her teeth and squeezed out a cold promise from between her teeth. Don't worry. I won't give you away. Is that okay? But at this moment, her face had turned mostly black. However, the bitch opposite was still looking so angry that she wanted to kill him. Even if you don't tell me, we can find out some things if we pay attention, right? There are only 2 of us who survived the scene. Guess whether your father god will forget to deal with me? Seeing that Artemis's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot and seemed to be on the verge of exploding, Lorne hurriedly smiled and said faintly, "So, we are now grasshoppers on the same rope. Instead of thinking about who will be unlucky first and who will be unlucky later, we might as well think about how to work together to settle this matter." Settle? What to settle? You? Although the hunting goddess sneered, her eyes were much softer when she glanced to the side. Forget it. I'm not big enough. The bell can only be untied by the person who tied it. I think the god of love is more suitable. At this point, Lorne looked at Artemis on the side with a flashing eye and reminded faintly, if I remember correctly, there is a body of water blessed by the power of the goddess of love near the city of Paphos on the island of Cyprus. As long as you bathe there and get purified by the 3 goddesses of beauty, you can regain your chastity. Instantly, a burst of excitement burst out from Artemis' decadent eyes. Yes, doesn't that woman Aphrodite often do this? The authorities are confused and actually forgot about this kind of thing. But soon, the excitement did not last for a few seconds, and the hunting goddess became depressed again. It's useless. Aphrodite wishes me bad luck. She can't help me. Moreover, the whole process will alarm the three goddesses of beauty and countless nymphs, and this matter can't be concealed at all. If we don't want them to know, can't we sneak around? At this time, what is there to be reserved about? In response, Lorne refuted without hesitation. Do you think I don't want to? Artemis glared at someone with an annoyed expression. In order to prevent Father God and the others from noticing my oath breaking, I lost most of my power to barely control the abnormality in my body. Now, let alone Aphrodite, I'm afraid that the three graces beside her may not be able to defeat me. Lorne was slightly stunned, thinking, this they probably also includes the god of light and prophecy, Apollo. If Artemis asked his good brother to save the situation, I'm afraid that I would have been shot into a sieve by my angry brother-in-law. And if I really want to sacrifice a mortal, there is no need for the goddess of hunting to hesitate. Thinking of this, Lorne couldn't help but look at the goddess of hunting beside him. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes, and there was also a sense of regret. I didn't tell you to just rush in. If you can't win head on, won't you cheat, steal, or rob behind the scenes? That's easy to say, but you can actually think of seizing the holy land of the goddess of love under the eyes of main god, three subordinate gods, and countless demigods and nymphs. How can you know if it will work if you don't try? Lorne rolled his eyes at the female hunter beside him without any hesitation, and then asked meaningfully, besides, it has come to this point. Do you have any choice but to fight with me? Artemis was slightly stunned, and then she heard the implication, and couldn't help but look at the little demigod beside her in astonishment. You want to help me? It's also helping myself. Lorne spoke unhappily, and casually took out a code from the open magic circle map, and put it on Artemis. Looking at the code falling on her shoulders, the female hunter gritted her teeth. This guy, will he die if he says something nice? What are you daydreaming about? Decide whether to stay or go. Seeing Artemis's expression changing and uncertain, and not knowing what she was thinking, Lorne had no choice but to interrupt her, and reminded her unhappily. I guess even if you lower your power to hide it from everyone temporarily, this state should not last too long, right? Instead of wasting time here, you might as well think of a way quickly. You're not the one who needs me to tell you. The unyielding female hunter retorted with her neck stiff, and then her expression became serious, and she answered in a deep voice. This method is feasible, but it needs to be completed before the next full moon. Otherwise. The voice stopped abruptly, and Lorne nodded in understanding. The power of the hunting and moon goddess probably also corresponds to the changes in the moon phases. If you want to hide it from everyone, it is far from enough to just suppress the abnormality of the body. So, there are still 7 days. Lorne simply calculated the time, his eyebrows gathered, and his eyes were solemn. It seems that we must finish everything within a week. Artemis bit her cherry lips and nodded gently. Well, let's go to the seaside, and get a boat, and go to Cyprus by water. After making up his mind, Lorne showed his usual vigor and decisiveness, and told his other accomplice about his arrangements in an orderly manner. I have a sea chart near Crete. We need to choose a route that few people take and avoid other people's eyes as much as possible. Before that, I will let Gauzy take the things reserved in the city back, and send a message to Hestia by the way, telling her that we found a group of longhorned deer, and are hunting in other places. It may take some time, so she doesn't have to come to us. Listening to the well-organized and thoughtful instructions, Artemis, who has a strong personality, nodded repeatedly and took these words seriously in her heart. And the heart that had already made the worst plan burst out with a glimmer of hope again. Now is not the time to give up. It's not a bad idea to try. What if? Soon, in just over 10 minutes, a certain god of war who is used to resisting pressure has prepared everything with his excellent mobility. The boat that departed happened to be the one that he had taken Medusa onto Crete and hid afterwards. I didn't expect that after all these twists and turns, I would need this thing again today. While sighing, Lorne pushed the boat into the water and pulled Artemis on the shore into the cabin. With the sail raised and the oars paddled, the boat cut through the waves and rushed towards the vast sea. After a short rest, Artemis calmed down from the panic after the incident, pursed her lips, stood up and went out of the cabin, wanting to help. However, Lorne stopped her firmly. Remember, From now on, you are just an ordinary person. If it is not necessary, don't use your divine power and authority easily, and don't let outsiders easily see your figure and face. If there is anything, I will come forward to solve it." As he said, Lorne drew a few hermetic characters in the air with his fingers and spoke in a deep voice. "I'm quite good at witchcraft in disguise. For the sake of caution, you should change your face first, so as not to be recognized, as soon as you enter Cyprus." Suddenly, the air surged like water waves, and a chill covered Artemis's body. As the strangeness disappeared, the hunting goddess subconsciously looked down at the sea, and could not help but see a face with silver hair and blue eyes. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the original appearance, but they were two completely different faces. After doing all this, Lorne returned to the deck, stood at the bow, rowed the oars rhythmically, and meticulously searched for the direction on the sea. The distance is still far, at least 3 days of sailing. If you have nothing to do, take a nap first. The low exhortation echoed softly in her ears, as if it was a lullaby sung by her mother Leto in her childhood, which made people feel peaceful. She seemed to have not slept well for 7 consecutive days and nights. Artemis in the cabin felt a surge of fatigue, his head resting on one side, gradually falling asleep, his stretched body showing unprecedented relaxation. At this time, Lorne, who was carefully controlling the course at the bow, looked at the 3 golden oracles refreshed on the altar, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The first blasphemy, dragging the virgin goddess Athena into the battlefield. The second blasphemy, dragging the virgin goddess Hestia into the battlefield. The third blasphemy, causing the virgin goddess Artemis to fall. After a long time, he twitched the corner of his mouth, and raised his middle finger to the vast sea. "Poseidon, you uncle." Chapter 106 Artemis's Fall from Grace. Additional chapter for the leader Yangianio, reaching 120,000 views per day. At night, a strong aroma of meat drifted into the cabin, and Artemis woke up from her deep sleep. "Are you hungry? Come and have something to eat." On the deck, Lorne heard the movement behind him, turned around with a smile, and handed 2 grilled fish that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside to the female hunter who walked out of the cabin. Artemis took the skewer, opened her mouth, and tore off a piece of fish meat to taste it carefully, and then comfort and satisfaction climbed onto her face. However, after seeing that Lorne had nothing in his hands, the female hunter subconsciously shared a piece of the grilled fish in her hand. "You want some too?" "No." Lorne's face changed immediately, and he waved his hands repeatedly, sternly rejecting this kindness. The last time he drifted on the sea, he had a psychological trauma from eating fish, and now he felt like vomiting when he saw fish. Artemis didn't say much, but just took a deep look at Lorne in front of him, and buried his head in enjoying the 2 grilled fish alone, and in those eyes under the night, there seemed to be more complexity flashing. As the huntress ate quietly, Lorne was not idle either. He first used the few teeth of the python he carried with him to summon the dragon-tooth soldiers to row the boat for him. Then, he took off the heir's military belt from his waist, sensing the war divinity contained in it, and tried to demand a new round of breakthroughs. To be honest, Lorne himself was not absolutely sure about this trip. It would be good to have a little more self-protection ability before arriving at Cyprus. But although the idea was good, it was a pity that it was not so easy to discover more war divinity from the heir's military belt. Lorne only felt that the tyrannical power inside seemed to be secretly fighting against him. Give up thinking, feel the flow of blood, and try to let your body follow instinct as much as possible. Just when he was at a loss, a faint reminder came from the side of the ship. Lorne tried it, and sure enough, he pulled out more war divinity from the heir's military belt. At this time, Artemis, who had eaten the grilled fish, threw down the skewer, turned back and explained leisurely. "Heirs' war power is a kind of animality and destructive instinct derived from life, and you, like Athena, have too many ideas. So that's it." Lorne suddenly realized, but then he came to his senses with a subtle expression. "Why does this sound like an insult? Heirs is brainless, and Athena and I are more thoughtful. However, it seems to be right to say so. Heirs' war power seems to be more primitive, and he is the kind of person who uses his hands less than his brain. The more he thinks, the less pure his desire for killing and fighting is, and the easier it is to repel this divinity." But, how did Artemis know this core secret about the power of God? Didn't she and Apollo have a bad relationship with Hera and her husband? As if seeing Lorne's doubts, Artemis threw down the second stick and spoke casually. Because I'm also the god of war. Huh. In an instant, a big question mark appeared on Lorne's forehead. As the hunting goddess explained calmly, he realized that Artemis was worshipped as a goddess of war in the Byzantine city-states and some primitive areas of ancient Greece. In addition to being a goddess of long-range shooting and hunting, she was also a powerful warrior. In addition, during the Titan War, Zeus, who drove time as a chariot and thunder as a spear, also had some authority as a god of war. Even the goddess of love Aphrodite, who they were going to find, was also a god of war. In Cyprus, Kythera Island, Sparta and other places, she was revered as a god of war in armor. This may be her original image in the East, or it may be because of her close relationship with the god of war Ares. After listening to Artemis's popular science, Lorne looked at the war god military belt in his hand with a constipated face. After all this time, how can every god be able to show off the war god's power and get a part-time job as a god of war? On the contrary, Ares himself, the god of war, can be stepped on by anyone who comes. Isn't this too cheap? Artemis glanced at the depression on Lorne's face and reminded him meaningfully. So many people have divided the power of war, but Ares can still be among the 12 main gods. You should think about how powerful its complete form is. Lorne was shocked when he heard this and immediately put away his contempt for the power of war. That's right. The power of war was castrated into that state, but Ares could still have the authority of the main god with this thing. No wonder Zeus was so afraid and kept laying mines for his son. However, on the other hand, the more the power of war was dispersed, the more beneficial it would be for him as an outsider. It was because it was convenient to pry into the corner. Well, in short, the wool from his great-grandfather could still be plucked. Lorne buckled the belt of the god of war around his waist again, and nodded secretly with evil intentions. At this time, Artemis, who had filled his stomach, pointed to the cabin, and made a proposal to Lorne. The road is still long, you should take a rest. Faced with the good intentions of the huntress, Lorne did not refuse, and stood up, and walked towards the cabin. However, at the moment, when he was about to step into the cabin, he suddenly stopped and looked back. How about you come in and sleep? The cabin is quite big. Night watch. Night watch has them. Okay. Artemis glanced at the dragon-tooth soldiers on the deck, nodded inexplicably, stood up and followed Lorne's steps. But as soon as they entered the cabin, the two of them stood side by side with their heights of more than 1.8 meters, and the space seemed a bit narrow, and their bodies inevitably collided with each other. It's just one night, just squeeze together. Lorne said, took out 2 spare blankets from the magic circle map, and lay on one side by himself, leaving most of the space. Artemis hesitated for a moment, and finally did not refuse this kindness, and leaned on the other side. Sensing the warmth radiating from the delicate body a few inches behind him, Lorne stared at the wood texture of the cabin with wide eyes, and recalled a certain golden oracle on the altar in his mind, and couldn't help but look tangled. Evil, evil. If you really dare to mess around, when that crazy woman recovers, won't she shoot me into a sieve? With a burst of complaints in his heart, the depressed Lorne raised his hand backwards, wishing to slap the dice goddess in the air. Snap. However, because the amplitude of raising his hand was too large, the back of his hand hit a plump and soft object firmly, stirring up a crisp sound in the cabin. Lorne turned his head stiffly and suddenly found that at some point, the hunting goddess turned around and happened to face him. In an instant, fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sorry. After apologizing repeatedly, he tried to immediately withdraw the sinful hand from Artemis' arms. However, because the cabin was too crowded and small, his arms were waving around and bumped into the thigh and arm of the goddess of hunting. Under the moonlight, a pair of blue eyes with silver light looked at the opposite side. Lorne felt his scalp tingling, and his heartbeat slowed down. Fortunately, it seemed that the goodwill accumulated before took effect. Artemis just watched quietly, and didn't say anything in the end. Seeing that he successfully pulled his arm back, Lorne breathed a sigh of relief and turned sideways, preparing to gently put his hand into the other side. Snap. However, the crisp sound rang again. Lorne's body stiffened, and he looked down. Fortunately, both hands were there. Then, Lorne tilted his head slightly, and his eyes immediately fell on the hand on his waist. White and slender, crystal clear like jade. Such obvious features obviously belong to the goddess of hunting. TSK, how could she be so careless? Scare me. The victim, who was almost frightened to death by this false alarm, muttered to himself while carefully putting the hand on his waist back to its original place. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his shoulder sank with a crisp sound. Snap. Looking at the familiar claw on his shoulder, Lorne wanted to cry, but had no tears. Wasn't it just an accidental touch? Is the desire for revenge so strong? In desperation, he gently put the hand on his shoulder and crawled towards the cabin door like a caterpillar. Forget it. If you can't afford to provoke me, can't you hide? Just as Lorne finally climbed out of the cabin door and was about to stand up, a force hooked his ankle and tripped him again. At the same time, a nimble figure turned over, like a knight taming a wild horse, pressed Lorne's waist and abdomen, pressed his hands on his chest, looked down at the prey under his crotch, and sneered and mocked. Want to run? Can you run away? Under the moonlight, the bright eyes seemed to be burning with the fire. The wildness of the mountains and forests and the strong desire to conquer are all in them. In a trance, Lorne remembered a sentence. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Tearing open the weak line of defense, the hunting goddess frowned, raised her snow-white neck, and declared that she had conquered the unruly warhorse under her crotch. But the warhorse was not willing to surrender, and always tried to resist, and finally knocked down the careless female knight, and gained the dominant position in this confrontation. Very happy, right? It's my turn. Seizing the gap of the counterattack, Lorne retaliated with a grim smile. But not long after, the hunting goddess, who was obviously superior in both physical strength and endurance, regained control and punished the restless prey in a more intense and ferocious way. A few hours later, the two sides who had finished the normal tug-of-war lay flat in the narrow cabin. Hiss. Lorne rubbed the bruises on his body with a grin, and felt that the wounds on his body seemed to be aching again. He broke the silence with a dry cough. This is an accident. HMM. Artemis made a dull nasal sound, obviously quite agreeing. Although the oath has been broken now, I still can't give up on myself. HMM. This kind of thing only happened today. HMM. At this moment, realizing her previous loss of composure, the virgin goddess couldn't help but reflect. As time passed, the two figures who had unknowingly leaned against each other looked at each other. Then you. Artemis, who was reflecting, looked at the opposite side faintly. There are still a few hours left before the end of today. Lorne licked his dry lips. Then let's. One more time. Just once. It's a deal. The night was thick, the crescent moon was high in the sea, and the war in the narrow cabin was ignited again. As long as we can make up for it, we are still clean. Lorne muttered in his heart, comforting himself in self-deception. The next morning, Lorne climbed out of the cabin door and confirmed the course and route again. After working for several hours, he handed over the shift to Artemis and went back to the cabin to rest. However, lying on the blanket, he tossed and turned and could not close his eyes. His mind was full of the beauty of last night and the heroic figure of Artemis who changed into hunting clothes before going out. His chaotic thoughts could not help but begin to imagine what the goddess of hunting in this hunting suit would look like when she was crying. The complicated and erotic thoughts kept surging, making him stare at the wood grain of the cabin until the evening. In desperation, Lorne had to give up resting and went outside the cabin. As soon as he stuck his head out, he almost bumped into a head wandering outside the door. Lorne looked embarrassed and asked casually with a flickering look. What a coincidence, you are here too. Yeah, the moonlight is nice. Artemis turned her head and looked at the setting sun. It's windy outside, why don't you go in and sit down? Isn't it appropriate? Which way should we take tomorrow? I want to hear your thoughts. Then. Okay. Then, the hatch closed again. After the fluorite in the cabin had been lit for 30 or 40 minutes, it seemed to be accidentally broken by something, and a messy sound came one after another. In the early morning of the next day, Lorne sneaked out of the door, walked onto the deck, and did not forget to compare the reflection in the seawater to eliminate the red marks on his neck and face. No, you are here to escort the virgin goddess to regain her virginity. How can you do this? Exclamation mark. Too unloving. Lorne corrected the course while conducting a deep self-examination. At nightfall on the third day, the sky was as dark as ink. Two figures who were preparing to change shifts stood in front of the hatch at the same time, staring at the night view in a trance. After a quarter of an hour of silence, a dry cough broke the silence. "Since we are here, then, try again." "Well, just once." Two figures walked into the cabin very skillfully and closed the door. The familiar creaking sound and the shaking of the boat planks echoed on the sea. It was the morning of the fourth day. The gentle sea breeze blew on the sea, and the bright sunshine sprinkled into the cabin. The rosy-cheeked and graceful female hunter stretched her body and woke up from the spring sleep of the crab apple. Then, as usual, she put on her clothes and came to the deck. On the vast sea, a slightly undulating horizon came into her eyes. "We are here, Cyprus Island." A low voice came from the front, which shocked Artemis' heart and made her look stern. And Lorne, who had already stood on the deck, called back the dragon-toothed soldiers, avoided the patrol of the guards on the island, and personally drove the boat into a remote shallow bay and quietly docked. Seeing that they had arrived at their destination, Artemis stepped forward solemnly, ready to set foot on this land and start the real test. Wait, don't talk yet, I'm thinking." Lorne looked back at the radiant face of the goddess of hunting, and then looked at the bruises on his arms that had not yet disappeared, and couldn't help but fall into some serious thinking. So, who was the one who fell in these 3 days and 3 nights? Chapter 107, The Daughters Counterattack. The sixth night. Cyprus, Paphos, in a secluded hotel. Silver-haired, blue-eyed Artemis sat by the window, holding her cheek with one hand, looking out from time to time through the half-opened window lattice, looking eagerly. As the waning moon under the night sky slowly climbed to the middle of the sky, the anxiety in her eyes gradually became stronger. He should have returned at this time of the day. Why hasn't he come so late this time? The hunting goddess couldn't help but stand up from the chair, pacing back and forth in the room. Her brows gradually frowned. Finally, after turning back and forth dozens of times, the impatient Artemis could no longer bear it, and turned her head to rush to the closed door. Just as she stretched out her arm to hold the door handle, the doorway opened, and a figure blending with the night, through the crack of the door, flashed into the house, and almost bumped into Artemis, who was about to rush out with her head down. However, as the swaying lights illuminated the familiar face, the anxiety and gloom on the face of the goddess of hunting suddenly disappeared, and her heart finally settled down. "You're back." Artemis rushed forward quickly, and both her behavior and tone of voice revealed a kind of obvious joy. Lorne nodded, then closed the door, carefully checked the ceiling of the doors and windows, and set up several defenses and concealment spells, and then explained in a deep voice. "This time I got too close and was spotted by several nymphs. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and used the method you taught me to cover up the smell and divine will on my body. After getting rid of them all, I took a long detour before returning." As he said, he took off his coat and handed it over. The goddess of hunting beside her naturally took it, carefully checked it, and after confirming that there was no residual tracking breath and sensing mark on the new coat, she turned around and hung it on the hanger. After completing these procedures smoothly, Artemis pulled Lorne to the light in front of the table and looked at him carefully. "What about you? Are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm a professional at running away." Lorne smiled confidently, then opened the magic circle diagram, took out a lotus leaf bag, put it on the table, and tore it open, and steam came out of it. "You haven't eaten yet? I saw a meat shop on the road. The lamb chops there are good, so I brought some for you." As he said, he pushed the opened lotus leaf bag in front of Artemis. The female hunter looked at the still steaming lamb chops, then looked at the face with a faint smile under the light, pursed her lips, sat quietly by the window, and immersed herself in enjoying her dinner. The rich juice and rich meaty aroma burst between the lips and teeth, bringing a strong sense of satisfaction. This meal seemed to be more delicious than everything she had eaten. "Eat slowly. If you like the taste, I'll bring more next time." Looking at the goddess of hunting, who was eating in big mouthfuls and not in an elegant manner, Lorne didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No need. I've been waiting for you for a day. I'm just hungry." Artemis rolled her eyes at Lorne opposite her, swallowed the last piece of meat, and her expression turned serious. Okay, let's talk business. Lorne nodded, pulled over a stool, sat aside, and then took out a few pieces of parchment and papyrus with characters written on them from the magic circle map, spread them on the table, and then lowered his voice to tell Artemis about his findings when he followed the goddess of love Aphrodite for 3 days. First of all, I have to say that the great-grandmother is worthy of being the goddess of sex and love. She is still as lustful as a wolf and tiger, and her desires are insatiable. After having sex with so many gods and demigods every day, even after sucking so many bed partners dry, she still has the energy left to hook up with new gigolos. Such a fierce fighting power and endurance made the stalking Lorne dumbfounded and full of admiration. After 3 days of investigation, Lorne found that the new pretty boy she hooked up with was not someone else, but the Prince of Cyprus, Adonis. Speaking of this prince, his origin is also bizarre. It is said that the Cypriot king Theus had a daughter named Mira who was extremely beautiful and had never married because she fell in love with her father who was a handsome man. As she grew older, Mira gradually found it difficult to suppress the burning fire of love in her body. Finally, one night, she received the revelation of the god of love, dressed up as a maid, turned off the lights, and secretly met with her father. But the truth could not be hidden. After repeated secret affairs, Mira, who was pregnant, became plump and her father discovered the secret. When the king of Cyprus learned that his lover was actually his daughter, shame and anger made him want to kill this indecent daughter. In order to save her child and her own life, the terrified Mira chose to flee. When she had no other way to go, she turned to the goddess of love Aphrodite for help, and was then transformed into a myrtle tree. Her child was also conceived and grown in the tree, and was born with the cracking of the bark. This baby born with sin was Prince Adonis. It seemed that he inherited the excellent genes of his father and mother. Adonis was born with extraordinary beauty. When he grew up, he was 9 feet tall, and had beautiful and delicate facial features like flowers, which made everything in the world pale in front of him. Even this beauty attracted Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty in Olympus. In order to approach and capture this beautiful boy, Aphrodite quietly left Mount Olympus and came to the forest on the island of Cyprus after learning that he loved hunting. She dressed up as a female hunter, let the young man accompany her all day, and traveled with him through the mountains, forests, and valleys. Probably because she loved Adonis so much, the dignified goddess of love actually followed the hounds, cheering and chasing harmless animals, in order to win the prince's heart. In the end, hard work paid off. With her beauty and charm, Aphrodite completely conquered the beautiful boy from Cyprus, and they spent a wonderful time together in the mountains and forests. After that, the god of love did not treat Adonis like other bed partners, who were thrown away after use. Instead, he took time out from time to come to Cyprus, to have a tryst with his lover. In order to allow herself and Adonis to stay together forever, Aphrodite even asked for the power of the god of spring plants for him, so that this demigod was upgraded to a god and remained young forever. Such a great effort is enough to show the god of love's care and love for his lover. TSK, she is willing to give away even the divine power for free. It seems that she is really tempted. No wonder she stays in Cyprus for a while every time she goes out. It turns out that she does this specifically to have an affair. At this moment, Artemis, who was listening quietly at the side, suddenly realized something. Then a hint of teasing appeared in her blue eyes, and she couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. I didn't expect that this wanton woman could actually be innocent. It's just that Ares and Hephaestus fought each other for her and became 2 incompetent barking losers. Lorne understood Artemis's gloating. After all, she has never gotten along well with Hera's family, and she can't wait to see this family make a fool of themselves. But then, the goddess of hunting also reacted and looked at the opposite side in confusion. By the way, even if we know these little secrets, what use can they have for what we are going to do next? Lorne smiled slightly and looked meaningfully at Cyprus outside the window. Of course it is useful. Don't you think that the prince is a good breakthrough? Chapter 108 Restraint is greater than heaven. Special attack is a god. Vote request. Artemis is not stupid. After a little guidance from Lorne, the goddess of hunting understood. You mean? Use Adonis to seduce that woman away. That's right. Lorne nodded, spread out several topographical sketches on the table, and told him the plan he had conceived in the past 2 days. First, according to my observation, Adonis is a heavy hunter, and his relationship with the king of Cyprus is not very good, so he goes out of the city to hunt every day to relax. Secondly, it seems to be some kind of psychological compensation. Every time before Aphrodite asks Adonis for sex, she will go to the holy pool that can restore her chastity to soak, to show that she will give her whole body and mind to her lover. There is a distance between the hunting spot where Adonis often goes and the holy pool that Aphrodite routinely visits. If Adonis happens to be in danger of his life when Aphrodite and the 3 goddesses of beauty open and activate the holy pool, what do you think she will do? In an instant, Artemis' eyes lit up, and the answer came out. She will immediately give up bathing and rush back to rescue her little lover. Yes, this period of time is your chance. Lorne nodded happily and said in a deep voice, as long as we lurk near the Holy Land in advance and wait for Aphrodite and the 3 goddesses of beauty to open the holy pool and then take advantage of them being led away to replace the god of love and enter the holy pool to complete the ceremony, our goal will be achieved. Perfect. Hearing this highly feasible plan, Artemis was very excited. But then she reacted and realized the crux of the problem, looking at the opposite side faintly. So, you want to attack Adonis? Admittedly, the idea is very good and the feasibility of the plan is also very high. But the premise is that someone needs to attack Adonis at the right time to lure away Aphrodite and the 3 goddesses of beauty. And there are only 2 people in total. Artemis needs to lurk near the holy pool and wait for the opportunity, so the most dangerous task in the whole plan naturally falls on Lorne himself. In response, Lorne simply nodded, and there was nothing to be ashamed of, and he entrusted it seriously. Well, when the time comes, we will use the spell to communicate. When the time comes, send a message to me immediately. No, that's too dangerous. The opportunity was right in front of her, but Artemis shook her head subconsciously to refute. Lorne patted his chest confidently and smiled to comfort him. Don't worry, Adonis is just a good-looking guy. The power of the god of spring plants is not his innate, and he can't exert the fighting power of a god. In addition, because of his poor relationship with the king of Cyprus, he doesn't bring many followers with him. They are basically ordinary soldiers in the palace. I should be able to deal with them. What about Aphrodite and the 3 goddesses of beauty? Artemis looked at the man in front of her and asked the key question. As a woman, she knew that some people of the same sex were even more terrifying than the opposite sex when they went crazy. If Aphrodite knew that someone was trying to kill her little lover, she would probably retaliate at all costs. Even the god of love, who was not good at fighting, was not something that a demigod could deal with. Besides, there were the 3 graces who were inseparable from Aphrodite. It doesn't matter, I will try to escape the blockade before they surround me. Lorne paused, looked at Artemis, and warned her seriously. So, you have to hurry up. Even though he knew the danger, he still had no intention of wavering or retreating. After all, he would rather provoke the little white face that Aphrodite kept than give Zeus a reason to attack him in advance. Artemis bit her cherry lips, nodded gently, and finally did not continue to dissuade him. Because she also understood that some things must be done by someone, otherwise it would lead to more serious consequences. After finalizing the plan and briefly explaining the rune codes for communication, Lorne raised another difficult problem in implementing the plan. Although after several perceptions, I'm confident that I can defeat Adonis head on, it is a bit difficult to create a sense of crisis of life and death for the opponent and lure Aphrodite here. At this point, he couldn't help but complain with a headache. The gods themselves have almost immortal characteristics, and in order to protect her little lover, Aphrodite gave Adonis the power of the god of spring plants, who is known for its vitality. After a pause, Lorne looked up at Artemis opposite him and asked in a deep voice, so, do you have any way or things to deal with the gods? And the kind that is not easy to expose your identity? The hunting goddess thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up. Yes. Then, Artemis opened the magic circle diagram and pulled out a piece of gorgeous fur with red, blue, and black interwoven from the corner. The moment this thing was spread out on the table, a strong smell of blood came towards him. Even from a few meters away, Lorne could still feel the fierce aura left on it. It was the arrogant and savage monster in the forest of slaughter, devouring flesh and blood, gnawing on armor, and even daring to challenge dragons and gods. Lorne reached out and touched the colorful mane on the animal skin that was like steel needles, and subconsciously asked, "What is this?" Demon mane of divine punishment, the fur of the first monster I hunted when I inherited the throne of the god of hunting. As Artemis spoke, her eyes showed a look of reminiscence, and her face was quite emotional. That was a demon pig. It was very strong. Many demigods, dragons, and even nymphs died under its fangs. In order to get rid of this scourge, I chased this guy for 7 days and 7 nights, before I finally killed it. Then I peeled off its entire fur, and kept it in my warehouse as the most memorable trophy. Lorne looked at the entire demon pig skin in front of him, feeling the fierce aura that lingered on it for a long time, and couldn't help but marvel at it. No wonder, it's just like a living thing. No, it's alive, Artemis said shockingly, and then, in Lorne's surprised eyes, she turned over the fur, revealing the dense golden divine text on the inside, and proudly showed off her masterpiece. As a hunting goddess, it would be a pity to let such a good prey rot with the pile of mincemeat, so I secretly used this fur as a carrier, integrated my power into it, and imprinted its most courageous appearance. As long as I want, I can use this to call it back to the world, fight for me, practice my will, and bring down my divine punishment. Then, the hunting goddess paused, looked up at Lorne opposite, and spoke solemnly. Similarly, if you put on this animal skin, you can also transform into its form, gain its power, and then hurt the gods. Lorne listened to Artemis's narration, looked at the unfolded magic pig fur, and his thoughts drifted. Legend has it that when King Oeneus of Calydon made a sacrifice during the harvest season, he forgot the hunting goddess Artemis. In anger, the goddess released a huge magic pig on the fields of Calydon to destroy Calydon's crops and livestock. Finally, Caledonian Prince Meleager summoned heroes from various Greek city-states to hunt the monster, and then they worked together to kill it. Moreover, this was because before setting off, Prince Calydon prayed to the goddess Artemis and got permission. From this, it can be seen that the fighting power of this thing is strong. If this thing is put on with his own god of war and Artemis's god of hunting, it is estimated that Adonis, the little white face, can be pressed to the ground and beaten. In addition, if I remember correctly, his ending seems to be that he was killed by the magic pig. As the saying goes, restraint is more important than heaven, and special attack is better than gods. TSK. Artemis took out this thing, which is really a professional match. Thinking of this, Lorne reached out and wanted to take the magic pig skin in his hand. However, Artemis held his wrist and reminded him with a serious expression. Once you put it on, you will gain its power, but your mind will also be gradually affected by the madness of this demon beast. Once you use it for more than 3 hours, you may never be able to turn back into human form. So, you must find me before that and let me help you separate from this beast skin. Listening to Artemis's warning, Lorne nodded secretly without surprise. It is normal to have such harsh conditions. After all, the more powerful things or items are, the more stringent restrictions there are. Seeing a bit of awe and seriousness on the face opposite, Artemis hummed with satisfaction. Of course, if you want to refuse. But as soon as Artemis was stunned, the demon pigskin under her hand was quickly pulled away. There was no hesitation or wavering. 3 hours, right? I remember. Come back and meet me as planned. I'll wait for you to pick it up. Don't be late. With a brisk voice, Lorne stuffed the demon pigskin into the magic array he opened. The huntress stared at her empty hands for a long time before she came to her senses. She glared at the smiling face with anger, her chest rising and falling, and she couldn't help but feel a little crazy. This idiot. I asked you to reconsider it seriously. I didn't ask you to choose directly. Believe me, as long as you strictly follow the plan, everything will go well. The low voice in her ear contained a kind of magic that made people feel at ease. In the end, Artemis bit her lip, just took a serious look at the confident man in front of her, and nodded her proud head. Well, outside the window, the increasingly bright crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the bright silver light shone through the window, sprinkled on the two figures in the bedroom, reflecting the intertwined outlines. As the business ended and the night deepened, the two people who fell into silence again looked at each other at the same time. Tonight. For the last time. Artemis licked her moist lips and promised solemnly. After a moment, the lights went out, and the familiar shaking sound came again in the darkness. Chapter 109 Artemis, you smell so good too. 6K. Early morning. Cyprus, Paphos. The bright sunlight shines into the house through the carved windows, and the broken clothes and the mess on the floor spread all the way to the big bed, made of fragrant wood. As the light and darkness change, the graceful figure under the gauze curtain yawns, slowly wakes up, stretches out her jade arms to lift the velvet quilt that can't hide the spring light, revealing a perfect figure as white and flawless as ivory. The red marks left on the snow-white skin not only failed to reduce the charm of this beautiful body, but also highlighted a mature charm after the nourishment of love. Aphrodite on the bed yawned for a long time, and her jade arms fell to cover the plump part, rubbing the teeth marks carved under the skin, and her charming eyes glanced out of the gauze curtain with a reproachful look. This enemy, however, as she caught a glimpse of her lover in front of the dressing mirror, who had already changed into a brand new hunting suit, the goddess of love immediately swept away her morning laziness, walked out of bed quickly, grabbed the hand of the handsome prince, and gently dissuaded him. Adonis, my love, listen to me. Don't challenge those beasts in the forest, okay? I'm really worried that the lion's claws and the wolf's sharp teeth will hurt you. The handsome prince turned around and grabbed his lover's hand, showing a confident smile. Don't worry, they can't hurt me. I'll call you today for any prey you like. I don't want anything. I just hope you won't take risks anymore. Do you know that every time you go out, I feel flustered? Promise me, don't do these dangerous activities anymore, okay? Aphrodite shook her head, holding her chest, and confided her worries to her lover, her charming eyes filled with heartfelt complaints. However, Adonis smiled non-committally, let go of his lover's hand, put on his bow, stood up and walked out the door. I will definitely hunt a big one for you this time. Wait for me to come back. Looking at her lover's figure walking away, Aphrodite sighed heavily after trying to persuade him in vain, and her beautiful face was full of sorrow. I really don't understand why these men always like to fight and kill, like to challenge those dangers, and like to conquer the impossible in this world. Don't they know that there are people behind them who are worried about them day and night, waiting for them to go home and reunite, and longing to live a comfortable and safe life? In fact, as an ancient goddess of love, she has long been accustomed to the fighting and killing of the gods in this world in the life and death of human beings. She really doesn't expect her beloved to become a hero. As long as he stays by her side quietly, that's enough. But even with such a small wish, fate still can't satisfy her. The man she fell in love with was still eager to prove himself to his father, the king of Cyprus, and to her, the god of love, in the usual masculine way. Prove his bravery, and prove that he was trustworthy. Of course, it was not impossible for her to use her power to keep him by her side. But that was not true love after all. Aphrodite sat alone in front of the dressing mirror, stroking her beautiful face that no one appreciated, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Forget it, who made me fall in love with such a person? After a moment of silent resentment, Aphrodite looked back at the mud on the bedsheet and the bright red spot in the middle, and a satisfied and intoxicated blush immediately appeared on her face. Although she didn't know what this little lover thought, there was no doubt that the love she gave to him was better than anyone else. The goddess of love in front of the dressing table, with delicate makeup, smiled at herself in the mirror with satisfaction, and then put on a veil as usual, walked out of the room, summoned the chariot and her 3 followers, and went to her sacred pool to prepare for tonight's madness. Hearing the hostess's call, 2 pairs of white swans pulled the golden chariot down. The 3 goddesses of beauty, Aglaia, the goddess of light, Telia, the goddess of encouragement, and Euphrosyne, the goddess of joy, fluttered in plain long skirts, spread their transparent wings woven by divine power behind them. One of them drove the car, and 2 accompanied them on both sides, heading towards the shallow bay in the far suburbs of Paphos, like a beautiful comet across the sky. On the noisy streets of the city, a figure mixed in the crowd looked up at the comet in the sky, and then saw a handsome pretty boy riding a warhorse as usual, leading the team to the hunting ground outside the city, and immediately pulled up his hood and quietly followed. At the same time, in the wilderness far outside the city, a female hunter with silver hair and blue eyes felt a faint resonance from the hermetic text on the back of her hand. She immediately spread out a rough map of the terrain, compared it with the direction of the swan carriage, and strode forward. Soon, the stream of light fell to the ground. Aphrodite stepped off the swan carriage, walked through the path in the woods, and came to a white marble pool. She waved to attract the pure sea water from the shallow bay outside Paphos, and poured it into the pool. Paphos on the island of Cyprus is her origin. She was born from the foam of the offshore. Therefore, this is not only her holy place, but also contains her power. The blessed sea water will completely wash away and purify her past anxiety, fatigue and aging, so that she can return to the pure image of youth and beauty when she was a virgin. In Dionysus in Nafplio, there is also a holy spring with similar effects, but it can only be used for a short period of time in spring. This was a gift from Aphrodite to her mother-in-law Hera, and it also contained the godhood of love that fascinated men. Therefore, at the beginning of each spring, Hera would perform a baptism ceremony to renew her chastity in order to maintain the eternal husband-wife relationship between her and Zeus. During this period, Zeus loved only Hera, so he no longer considered having affairs with other women. It was this generous gift and the partiality in his heart that made the queen choose to turn a blind eye to the entanglement between her and Hephaestus and heirs. The queen in charge of marriage suffered from the infidelity of her husband at home. The god of love who thought love lacked his own love. Perhaps there is no bigger joke in the world than this. Aphrodite shook her head with a sneer, then looked at her peach-like face in the sacred pool, and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. However, now she is happier than that woman. At this moment, the three graces, who had arranged the carriage, had come forward, sprinkled spices and petals into the sacred pool, chanted divine words, and opened the blessing power of restoring chastity in the pool. While waiting, Aphrodite frowned suddenly, raised her hand to cover her chest, and her heart beat violently for some reason. Unprecedented fear and uneasiness lingered in her heart. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. At the same time, in the dense forests on the outskirts of Paphos city, the handsome prince Adonis and his followers were chasing a wounded longhorned deer. Seeing that this beautiful prey was driven to the open space ahead and had no way to escape, the handsome prince on horseback immediately bent his bow and arrow excitedly, aiming at the target's eyes. Very good, he would take this flawless deerskin to give to his lover. However, just as the prince pulled the bowstring to its full length and was ready to go, the warhorse under his crotch made a dull crashing sound, naturally, flew backwards at high speed, and the body was followed by a crisp sound of bones breaking. Suddenly, Adonis, who was sitting on the horse's back, was thrown far away and plunged into the bushes beside him. A moment later, the prince stood up amid the screams of the crowd. His eyes swept across the ground where only his beloved horse was left to vent his anger, and the longhorned deer that took advantage of the chaos to escape, and finally looked at the culprit of the car crash. In the open space before, a wild boar with colorful hair and as strong as a hill was panting heavily, and his eyes were full of violent scarlet. Arsehole. Seeing that a good hunt was ruined by this evil beast, Adonis could not help but be furious, raised his hand and shot the arrow that was ready to go. Puff. The arrow containing divine power made a dull sound of metal entering the flesh. Ouch. In an instant, the wild boar felt pain and roared as it rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Damn beast, don't even think about running away. Adonis, who was extremely angry, naturally did not intend to let go. He immediately grabbed the warhorse of a follower, turned over, and quickly chased the wild boar in the direction of its escape. However, although the beast was strong, it moved like the wind in the forest, and its speed seemed to be constantly increasing under the trend of its desire to survive. In order not to lose it, Adonis gritted his teeth, immediately injected divine power into the warhorse under his crotch, and bit the wild boar's back regardless of anything. But his followers were obviously not as strong and persistent as this god, and they fell behind one after another, and their figures and calls disappeared in the jungle one after another. However, Adonis did not care, because compared to those followers who neglected training and could only walk around, he trusted his full-legged companions more. Go. Don't let it run away. Following the master's order, the 4 hounds whimpered out of the bushes, completed a roundabout encirclement from the side, and bared their teeth and bit the target. Good job. Seeing his hounds blocking the wild boar's path, Adonis excitedly bent his bow and drew his arrow, ready to give the beast a fatal blow. Puff, puff, puff. However, accompanied by a series of dull sounds that made people's teeth ache, the 4 hounds he carefully raised suffered heavy injuries. 2 of them had their heads trampled into mud, blood, and brains stained all over the ground, and their limbs twitched in death. 1 hung straight on the fangs, shaking miserably like bacon drying in the sun. The last one, although it took advantage of the sacrifice of 3 companions, successfully pounced on the wild boar and bit it hard. But no matter how it tore with its claws and bit with its sharp teeth, it could not leave a wound on the wild boar's body. Instead, it was pierced by the steel needle-like bristles around it, and blood flowed. At the same time, the intercepted demon pig also stopped its hooves, and a stream of scarlet and sticky blood burst out from its body. Bang! In an instant, the hound that was still lying on the wild boar's back and biting it was crushed by a big hand, turning into a pool of blood, mist and minced meat. Adonis, who was not far away, saw such a bloody and brutal scene, and his heart was shocked, and his pupils shrank. This is not a wild boar, but a demon pig with divine blood flowing. Seeing the evil beast throw away the body of the hound hanging on its fangs, turning its sturdy body like a mountain, a pair of scarlet eyes looked at him faintly. Prince Adonis felt a chill climbing up his spine, subconsciously loosened the bowstring, and shot the arrow that was ready to go. Because he loves hunting, his archery skills are quite skilled, so even if it is an instinctive reaction, he easily hits the target. However, before Prince Adonis can be happy, the bronze arrow containing divine power is actually bounced off by the bristles of the demon pig and falls to the ground weakly. How could it be? Prince Adonis was a little unbelievable, and looked at the other arrow stuck in the demon pig in astonishment. Just now, as if responding to the prince's confusion, the magic pig shook its bristles, and the arrow that had been inserted into the flesh was squeezed out effortless, and fell to the ground with a deformed arrowhead. It was intentional. As this thought came to his mind, Adonis couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and felt something was wrong. He immediately tightened the reins, and tried to turn the horse's head to distance himself from the strange magic pig. But the moment he reacted, the magic pig had already stepped forward with 4 hooves, rushing forward like the wind. It's going to happen. Looking at the monster that was like a mountain in front of him, Adonis's scalp was numb, and he immediately drew out the long sword at his waist and held it in front of him, and the divine power in his body was surging wildly. Crack. However, just a moment of contact, the surging and fierce power burst out like a landslide and tsunami, causing the bronze longsword wrapped in divine power in his hand to shatter inch by inch. Not only that, Prince Adonis' arm was dislocated because he could not withstand the overbearing recoil. The warhorse under his crotch smelled the strong smell from the high-end predator and retreated in fear. Adonis' other hand could not hold the reins and leaned back. In an instant, the demon pig on the opposite side was like a swordsman with a keen eye. It immediately seized the opportunity and stabbed its 2 white fangs into the horse's belly like a sharp dagger, provoking the warhorse that had no time to escape, and then fell heavily to the ground. Adonis on the horse was caught off guard, and was immediately pressed down by the warhorse. He was knocked unconscious and a mouthful of golden blood spurted out of his mouth, and sprinkled on the bushes. This monster is so strong. Adonis, who had failed one after another, was horrified. Without thinking too much, he quickly raised his hand to activate the divinity of spring, and tried to make a final resistance. Suddenly, the bushes soaked in divine blood sprouted wildly, and the rapidly growing vines snaked forward like snakes, entwining the limbs of the demon pig, trying to stop the evil beast from continuing to commit murder. Not only that, countless sharp thorns also grew from the vines, trying to pierce the demon pig's skin and inject different plant toxins into the monster's body. But even the plants that were born with divine power still couldn't stop the ferocious demon pig, let alone break through the extremely tough hide. In just a moment, the vines entangled with it were uprooted. Roar. The demon pig, after being freed, let out a dull roar, and then stepped forward without hesitation, showing its fangs, and rushed towards Adonis, whose lower body was pressed by the corpse of the warhorse. Looking at the cold white light approaching his chest rapidly, Adonis' eyes were filled with fear and regret. He really should have listened to Aphrodite's advice. He couldn't conquer the mountains and forests, let alone nature. Stop. Just as the prince closed his eyes and waited for death in despair, a rapid and mournful cry came from the distant sky. The sorrow that went straight to the soul made almost no life bear to make the owner of the voice sad. The cruel eyes of the demon pig swayed for a while and became a little confused and then quickly regained consciousness. When the bloodshot pupils reflected the swan car that was speeding like a meteor in the distant sky, the demon pig shuddered and its ferocity disappeared. It immediately left the half-dead Adonis behind and turned around without hesitation to rush into the dense forest. At this moment, the prince who had saved his life looked at the demon pig that was flying away and was suddenly a little stunned. Why does this monster feel like a human? Just when the handsome prince felt that his brain was not enough and looked confused, a beautiful figure swooped down from the swan car, stepped barefoot on the vines that were grown by divine power, leaving pieces of blood from being pierced by thorns, rushed to him anxiously, held his head in her arms, and asked nervously, "Adonis, my love, are you okay? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Let me see." Aphrodite repeatedly checked her lover in her arms, feeling scared. Fortunately, when she gave Adonis the power of the plant god of spring, she also dripped a drop of her own blood into it just in case, so that she could keep an eye on his condition through induction at all times, so as to prevent this lover who always wanted to be a hero from encountering any accidents. Sure enough, her worries came true. Almost, her lover was about to die in her arms. Seeing this, the three graces accompanying her wisely did not disturb the hostess to comfort her lover, but chose to follow the traces and breath left at the scene, to hunt down the perpetrator of this vicious crime. After being worried for a while, Aphrodite finally calmed down a little after confirming that her lover was still alive. But looking at Adonis with multiple fractures all over his body, she felt distressed and angry. Who did it? According to common sense, even if there were monsters in the mountains and forests, it would be impossible to cause such serious damage to a god. Similarly, Adonis also realized the abnormality, frowned, and looked puzzled. It's a demon pig, with a strange red light all over its body, like blood. Red light like blood. Aphrodite thought for a while, and suddenly seemed to realize something, and her beautiful face turned as hen. Not long after, the three graces who went to hunt down returned empty-handed and reported to their hostess with embarrassment. When we were about to catch up, the thing jumped into the water and disappeared. Didn't you look for it? Aphrodite was a little unhappy. We looked for it, but it seemed to be connected to an underground river with water veins everywhere, and we had no idea where it would flow. The three graces explained in a deep voice, and then added with a strange look on their faces. That pig can not only swim, but it seems to be able to dive. Aphrodite raised her eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on her beautiful face. Pigs can't dive, but some things can. The three graces looked at each other, seemed to realize something, and finally carefully asked their hostess for confirmation. You mean? Aphrodite did not answer directly, gently carried the injured Adonis to the swan car, and called on the followers to take him away. Then she raised her head and looked at the holy mountain standing in the clouds in the distance with a gloomy face, and the silver teeth grinding against each other made a crisp sound. Let's go, follow me back to Olympus. Seeing the hostess's gloomy face, the three graces couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This time, she was probably really angry. At the same time, a deep pool in the mountain suddenly splashed several feet of water, and a sturdy demon pig jumped onto the shore, panting heavily, with a pair of eyes full of scarlet bloodshot, and a strong bloody light and tyrannical aura almost bursting out of the body. The ferocious beast looked at its reflection in the water, and seemed to be awakened to a trace of clarity. It opened its mouth and bit its own pigskin, trying to tear it off. However, the severe pain and the sticky feeling that was difficult to peel off forced it to whimper and let go. It really couldn't do it by itself, and it had to get to the beach as soon as possible. Under the pigskin, Lorne bit his tongue, trying to maintain a trace of clarity, and rushed to the agreed assembly point. But as he increased his speed to the extreme, the killing instincts of the demon pig beast and the war god in his brain continued to accumulate, making his consciousness gradually blurred. Although the initial plan went smoothly, he did not expect Aphrodite to come back so quickly. Almost at the moment when Adonis was in danger, she rushed over quickly. Fortunately, after the goddess of love arrived at the scene, she was busy taking care of her half-dead little darling, leaving only the three goddesses of beauty to pursue. Only then did he have the opportunity to jump into the water according to the retreat route prepared in advance, and successfully escaped with the help of the complex water veins and the protection of the sea. But even so, in order to completely get rid of the three goddesses of beauty, he also spent a lot of time. When those terrifying auras completely dissipated, he climbed out of the water, and the 3-hour incarnation period was almost gone. At present, he could only pray that everything went well with Artemis, and that he could catch up with the goddess of hunting. While thinking so, Lorne lowered his head and rushed to the coast, where the ferry was hidden. As time passed, scarlet blood gradually covered the eyes of the evil beast. Finally, when Lorne could no longer tell whether he was a human or a demon beast, a shimmering shallow beach came into view. A tall and fit girl, in hunting clothes, was pacing back and forth on the white sand. As the distance got closer, the beautiful girl smiled with relief, opened her arms, and rushed forward. Lorne sniffed and couldn't help but speed up his pace. Because she smelled so good. The sturdy demon pig rushed out of the dense forest like a heavy tank, with scarlet blood rising into the sky like a burning flame, and two sharp fangs emitting a cold light. Looking at the figure running towards her, the hunting goddess on the shallow beach was filled with a bright smile, and her arms were originally open. One hand dropped, and the other hand raised high. Then, bang! A deafening roar echoed on the beach, and a mountain-like evil beast fell to the ground with a bang. A huge bubble emitting hot steam quickly swelled up on the demon pig's head. Chapter 110 Artemis Development Plan, completed with 88k a day. Please vote. Olympus, a golden stream of light fell to the ground, and angry shouts echoed in the square. Yes, get out of here. Several main gods who were discussing matters in the great temple could not help but look out, and saw the goddess of love Aphrodite, who was full of murderous intent, rushing into the temple of war, dragging out her former lover Ares, scratching and scratching his handsome face, crying and scolding. How dare you kill my beloved Adonis, you bloodthirsty and reckless man. What did you say? I didn't. Looking at his lover's tearful appearance, Ares, who was confused, subconsciously opened his mouth to defend himself, trying to distance himself from the matter that angered Aphrodite. Wait, Adonis? Your beloved? However, he was a beat slower, and finally reacted. He stared at the crying Aphrodite with big eyes, and suddenly became furious. You actually kept a new gigolo outside without telling me. So what? He and I are truly in love. Aphrodite held her head high, and looked fearlessly at the furious god of war in front of her, her eyes contemptuous. You silver-coated spearhead can't satisfy me, so are you not allowed to look for true love outside? In an instant, the intermittently weak god of war was stabbed in the sore spot, his face flushed red, and his right hand was raised high in anger. Why do you want to hit me? Do you dare? Aphrodite glanced at Ares, raised her head and sneered. If you dare to touch me, don't get on my bed from now on. Being ridiculed and threatened like this, Ares was trembling with anger, but the raised right hand, facing the beautiful face in front of him, could not swing it down anyway. He still couldn't bear to leave this gentle place. Finally, Ares threw down his arm in hatred, his face full of deep resentment, and he opened his mouth to utter helpless fury. Adonis, right? I'll chop that bastard off sooner or later. Stop pretending. Didn't you just do this? If I hadn't arrived in time, my beloved Adonis would have been killed by you. While the god of love was accusing angrily, he thought of the dangerous scene at the critical moment, and suddenly held his chest with some fear, his eyes full of worry for his lover. Seeing this scene, Ares, who was jealous, immediately had his blood rushing to his head, and scarlet flames ignited all over his body. He took out the sword of the god of war in anger and shouted angrily, "Yes, I did it. How about that bastard still alive? Great. Where is he hiding? I'll go down and kill him right now." Hearing the suspect's confession and the suspect's insistence on committing the crime, Aphrodite was immediately furious and rushed forward fearlessly to fight with Ares. I knew it was you, the bastard, who did it. I'll fight you. Ah, you. I must kill that pretty boy. the god of war, whose face had several bloody marks in a short while, dodged his lover's scratches while angrily shouting about how to deal with the pretty boy rival. For example, castrate him, chop him into minced meat, or let the warhorse trample him into meat paste, and let him be gored to death by wild boars. Hearing this, Aphrodite was extremely sure that the real culprit in this case, and scratched her former lover even more angrily. Just as the dispute between the two gods was still unresolved, a loud bang was heard from the temple of fire and forging, and thick smoke rushed upwards. At the same time, Hephaestus, with red eyes, limped out, carrying a large forging hammer, and ran straight to the couple in the square. "Slut, you don't even know how many mistresses you have at home, and you dare to keep men outside." Seeing the real victim appear, Ares and Aphrodite's faces changed at the same time. They didn't care about the previous murder case and hurriedly ran away. Due to his inconvenience in movement, Hephaestus, who was a little behind in speed, chased the couple in the square relentlessly, while shouting angrily with red eyes, "Stop, you two, I'm not done with you." However, Ares and Aphrodite, who knew they were in the wrong, heard this and ran faster, one after the other, and ran straight to the great temple to hide. Suddenly, Hermes, Poseidon and other gods and demigods who also had something to hide moved behind the pillars, trying to avoid Aphrodite's eyes looking for cover. Athena, who was watching, roughly counted and found that there were at least half of them. There were not only humanoids, but also half humans and non-humans. In short, it can be seen that the god of love has a wide range of friends and hobbies. At this time, Zeus, who was on the throne, looked at this family farce in front of him, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the same time, on the Sea of Oceanus, with a painful groan, Lorne on the deck woke up slowly and tried to open his heavy eyelids. When he saw the sky above his head that was mostly blocked, and the two mountains that kept shaking up and down with the waves, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Well, it's safe. But as soon as the tense nerves relaxed, the tidal-like pain swept over. Lorne looked at his red skin, which seemed to have been peeled off. He touched the big bump on the back of his head and asked hoarsely, "What's wrong with me?" "The sequelae of beast transformation," Artemis said casually, her eyes slightly glancing to the side. "Really? That's really serious." Lorne muttered drowsily, then tilted his wrinkled head and chose a more comfortable position to lie on Artemis's flat legs. His eyes looked through the gap between the two peaks at the hunting goddess with youthful and pure eyebrows. "Success. Yeah." Artemis nodded gently, a flower-like smile bloomed on her beautiful face, and her extremely gentle eyes fell on the face of the man in front of her knees, as if she was admiring a beautiful treasure. "That's good." Hearing this settled answer, Lorne heaved a sigh of relief, slowly closed his eyes, and rested for a while, waiting until the pain in his body and the dizziness in the back of his head gradually subsided, and then he reluctantly stood up from the moon goddess's lap. As night fell, a bright moon jumped out of the sea and slowly rose. "Today's moon is so round." "Yeah." The two murmured, looking at each other, and a trace of regret flashed across their eyes at the same time. But even so, a certain ambiguous atmosphere still grew uncontrollably between the two. Seeing that the two sides were getting closer and closer, Lorne, who was obviously more rational and sober, quickly took a step back and spoke to break. "Don't mess around. Your safety is important. Besides, I don't want to be a wild boar again." Artemis bit her red lips and spoke hesitantly. "Actually, I got something else from Aphrodite's sacred pool. I secretly absorbed the power of the god of love and solidified it in my body." "What do you mean?" Under Lorne's blank gaze, the goddess of hunting finally stopped hiding it. Her eyes moved, and she explained in a low voice. "That is to say, I can use the power of the god of love to refresh my body and regain my purity." In an instant, Lorne's eyes lit up, and there were bursts of eagerness in his eyes. "But it can only be used once a month during the full moon." As soon as Lorne said this, his mood fluctuated greatly, and the excitement on his face collapsed. "Okay, wash it on the same day, and use it on the same day. One portion is only for one day's refreshment." "This is right, otherwise wouldn't the power of the god of love be too against the will of heaven?" Lorne comforted himself and asked seriously. "No traces left, right?" "Well, according to what you taught me, I left some doe hoof prints nearby." Artemis raised her head and answered truthfully. "That's good. Lorne nodded, and the last bit of worry in his heart disappeared. Then, he stretched his sore limbs and weakly raised his hand to point to the cabin. "You sleep inside tonight, I'll keep watch outside." Artemis nodded subconsciously, but just after taking a few steps forward, she turned back to look at Lorne behind her and spoke hesitantly. "If you want." "No, it's too risky." Lorne rolled his eyes at this virgin goddess, who was more proactive than him in some aspects, and reminded him unhappily, "If you mess around now, what will happen to the next 30 days? For your safety, at least you have to survive until the next full moon night." But Artemis was a little torn. She didn't want to drag the two of them into danger, nor did she want to disappoint the man who had just fought for her. And the more the other side showed concern, the more she couldn't bear it. As if she had noticed the entanglement in the heart of the female hunter, Lorne spoke casually. "Actually, if you really want to do this, it's not impossible. We have other ways to go." Artemis looked up at the voice, and looked towards the opposite side in confusion. Lorne looked at the beautiful face, the rosy lips, and the perky buttocks under the moonlight, and his Adam's apple gurgled and moved. Chapter 111. What's wrong with the warriors liking big Europeans? 47k. The sea was rippling with blue waves, and a small boat was sailing with the wind. The rising sun shone into the cabin, and Lorne woke up from his sleep. He lowered his head, as if he had felt something, and looked at the bulging and squirming blanket, and couldn't help but gasp for the cold air that poured into the cabin in the morning. Hiss. With a deep breath, a head buried deep in the blanket emerged, raised its head, and tried to move its throat, making a swallowing motion, and then rolled its pink tongue to eliminate the traces left on the lips, and finally a faint smile bloomed from that beautiful face. "Awake. There's no need for such a greeting early in the morning, right?" Lorne nodded, and looked at the goddess of hunting in his arms with a hint of helplessness. Artemis blinked her bright eyes and smiled indifferently. "Don't you like this?" As she spoke, her beautiful cheeks drooped slightly again, and the temperament of purity and charm, holiness, and madness intertwined and compatible in it, exuding the unique charm of the goddess of the moon. "Let's take a break. We're almost there." Lorne hurriedly pressed down Artemis's drooping shoulders and reminded her helplessly. Artemis heard the dissuasion and saw the bright sky outside the window. She gave up in dissatisfaction and got up from the blanket. Looking at the curvy hunting goddess beside him, Lorne couldn't help but recall the absurdity of the 3 days and 3 nights during the return journey, as well as the various stimulations brought by constant attempts and bold breakthroughs. The lustful thoughts that had just been suppressed could not help but flood again. But soon, he shook his head and forcibly dispelled all kinds of bad thoughts. To be honest, Lorne now regrets instilling his miscellaneous knowledge into this once pure and chaste virgin goddess. It's not that Artemis is unwilling to try and cooperate. On the contrary, this hunting goddess with a strong desire to win and curiosity not only learned all kinds of knowledge quickly, but also applied it to him as a teacher. After all this, facing the energetic and outrageous hunting goddess, even though Lorne has a strong body and war divinity, he is getting thinner day by day. Sure enough, he still needs to get more useful powers, otherwise he will be squeezed dry sooner or later. It seems that he needs to find an opportunity to get more wool from his great-grandmother. Lorne muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. If I remember correctly, in some versions of Greek mythology, the 3 goddesses of beauty, who originally belonged to the goddess of love Aphrodite, were classified as the subordinates of the god of wine Dionysus, or regarded as the product of the combination of the divinity of the god of wine and the god of love. Because in a sense, these 3 goddesses materialize human desires, are the embodiment of life, and are the joy that life brings to people. So they not only represent love, but also games and all irrational behaviors. For example, the liberation of personality after drinking, the self that breaks free from shackles when intoxicated, etc. In addition, a part of the blood of the god of love flows in my body. In short, if there is a chance in the future, I can show off my great-grandmother and incorporate the 3 goddesses of beauty into my Dionysus system and inherit the family business seamlessly. On the one hand, this can weaken the power of the god of love itself. On the other hand, it can also prevent myself from being helpless when facing the power of love. In addition, other main gods also have many powers that he needs to build his own divine power system. For example, alcohol belongs to the scope of household food, and Hestia, the stove, is the first candidate for fleecing, and she will definitely not escape. Winner making requires raw materials such as grapes, and the plant divinity of the goddess of agriculture Demeter is more powerful. The madness and fighting brought by drinking and the courage and bloodiness are compatible with the war divinity of the god of war Ares, and the great grandfather should get closer to him. Wine is the medium of sex, and after the goddess of love Aphrodite has done a lot of favors to the three goddesses of beauty, she may be able to continue to fleece. Wine is also regarded as a kind of medicine, so can the medical power of his brother-in-law Apollo be divided a little? It just so happens that his future son, the god of medicine, doesn't get along with him, so it is very suitable to trick him into becoming a subordinate god. Gradually, the more Lorne thought about it, the more open his mind became, and he suddenly realized that after he ascended to the throne, these relatives seemed to be a treasure house waiting to be developed in the future. Sure enough, in the Greek age of gods, if you want to get to the top, the safest way is to sneak attack old comrades and blast the gold coins of predecessors. Well, excellent family traditions must be tried. Lorne nodded secretly with excitement, and used reason to restrain the ambition in his mind that wanted to blast all the gold coins of his old family members. Although the idea is good, you have to eat one bite at a time, and take one step at a time. So the most important thing at present is to honestly walk the long steps to the gods in Crete. After briefly sorting out the next plan, Lorne got up from the cabin and walked onto the deck comfortably. At this time, Artemis, who came out first, was holding a water bag full of fruit wine and rinsing the aftertaste in her mouth on the side of the ship. Lorne looked at the frowning brows of the female hunter, and his eyes moved slightly. Many of the methods he taught may be the best experience for men, but for the other half, it may not be a pleasant experience. The reason why Artemis did all that and completed it very well was just to please herself as much as possible, the person who led her out of the predicament. Unlike Athena's self-respect and elegance, Hestia's simplicity and innocence, Artemis's emotions are fiery and wild. Although she swore chastity to Zeus, it was not that she did not yearn for love, but it was just a way of self-protection. Once someone opens this blockade and walks into her heart, then, the fiery passion accumulated by this hunting goddess for many years will be released without reservation. Along the way, Lorne has enjoyed that fiery passion more than once, but the question is, what to do next? The love of the goddess is very heavy. In a trance, Lorne seemed to have vaguely seen the terrifying scene of the hunting goddess sharpening the hatchet in the moonlight and squatting at the door. Would you consider becoming my servant? Unknowingly, the ship had docked, and the sudden inquiry in his ear startled Lorne, whose thoughts were a little erratic. Seeing such a dramatic reaction from Lorne, Artemis on the shore suddenly turned her expectant expression into disappointment, and her expression was a little unhappy. No way. Seeing that the face of the goddess of hunting seemed to have accumulated a bit of gloom, Lorne hurriedly explained. Well, I can't leave Crete for the time being. Is it because of Athena? For a moment, a big question mark popped up in Lorne's head. She also wants to keep you? Make you her subordinate god? How can this be guessed right? Lorne's expression was a little surprised. I knew she had no good intentions when she helped you from the beginning. At this time, Artemis frowned and sneered, judging another virgin goddess in the same list as herself without any hesitation. This woman always seems to be thinking about others, but in the end, she mostly takes advantage of them. She wants to take advantage of others with a little favor and tie them to her chariot to work for her. Hephaestus is so devoted to her. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, the hunting goddess who saw through everything grabbed Lorne's hand, looking sympathetic. Don't worry, I understand, and I won't make it difficult for you now. Looking at Artemis who was looking at him affectionately, Lorne opened his mouth slightly. Actually, I want to say that I need to use the population and territory of Crete to complete my ascension to the gods. And even if I hooked up with Hestia. Don't explain for her. Listen to me. You have to be more careful. Don't be fooled by such a bad woman. Artemis immediately interrupted Lorne's defense, warned with a serious face, and then gave the man in front of him a big hug and comforted him in a deep voice. If you owe her, I can pay it back for you. Hearing the gentle whisper, Lorne's expression became more tangled, and he couldn't help but speak again. Wait a little longer. When I find a chance, I will definitely snatch you back from her. Artemis made a solemn promise, then blew the whistle, summoned the golden chariot pulled by two horned deer, jumped on the chariot, waved goodbye to Lorne, and headed straight for Olympus in the clouds. She had been away for more than 3 months, and she had to go back, otherwise there was no guarantee that the father god would not suspect something. Looking at the figure gradually moving away in the sky, Lorne, who had not finished a word from beginning to end in the open space, felt weak in his heart. He seemed to have accidentally given Athena a black pot. Everyone has left. How long are you going to linger here? Just as Lorne looked up, a playful ridicule came from the dense forest behind him. In an instant, someone who was already guilty was startled, and fine cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Subconsciously turned around and wanted to explain. Bang. However, before he could open his mouth, a strong impact hit his chest, with a crisp tremor of bones unable to bear the weight, and he was thrown down heavily. Lorne was caught off guard, his eyes went black, and he fell on the beach with a big letter, almost spitting out blood. Trying to open his eyelids, looking at the purple hair that fell on his chest, the victim first breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the culprit of the car accident with resentment. Are you going to kill me, Anna? At this time, the 1.4 meter tall girl who followed him around and ate and drank for free had grown to more than 1.7 meters tall, with beautiful purple hair falling on her shoulders and chest, highlighting her delicate collarbone and undulating contours. And between her eyebrows, the once immature youth was replaced by an adult charm. The strong and pure divinity of the snake exudes a mysterious, cold and charming atmosphere, making people unconsciously indulge in the temptation, stretching their necks, and waiting to be killed. This is the appearance of little Medusa, after absorbing a lot of Keto's divinity and entering adulthood. Sorry, I'm so happy to see you back. Medusa, who had knocked Lorne down, hurriedly sat up, and explained a little awkwardly. Her high and cold voice still couldn't suppress the shyness in her bones. Seeing the sky in front of him, and the face that was so beautiful that it was a little thrilling, Lorne couldn't help but feel a heat in his lower abdomen, and reminded him in a dry voice, "Why don't you get up first and let me take it slowly?" While speaking, Lorne's eyes fell on the 2 round thighs stuck on his waist, and the 2 buttocks pressing on his lower abdomen also kept sending amazing elasticity. Legend has it that Medusa has a stunning beauty that can rival Athena. At the same time, the incarnation of the serpent's divinity, in addition to its terrifying and sinister nature, also has a natural charm. Having just tasted the sweetness of the marrow for a while, Lorne could not stand this torture. You don't like it? Seeing someone's tormented expression, Medusa's cold and beautiful face suddenly showed a wave of loss, and she buried her head and muttered in a low voice, "My sisters lied to me again." While speaking, Medusa stood up from Lorne, and the rich serpent's divinity withdrew into her body. Suddenly, the originally tall, long-legged, and plump cold and beautiful woman began to shrink rapidly, turning back into a 1.4 meter lily body, and turned into the familiar appearance she once had. Lorne saw this earth-shaking change in his eyes, and inexplicably felt a little lost. Gone. Long legs. 36D. Mature cold beauty. All gone. At the same time, a conversation came from the dense forest in front. "Hey, Lorne, dear, do you like my new look?" "No, too tall and too ugly." "Hate it. How about now?" "This is right. Small, fragrant, soft, and still so cute." Under the shade of the tree, Spheno and Uriel, like twin sisters, held hands and walked towards each other, as if gazing at themselves in the mirror with deep affection, their lips touching each other for a few centimeters apart, giving heartfelt praise, and simulated passionate kissing sounds. "You are so beautiful, MMM. You too, MMM. Immediately, Spheno and Uriel, who could no longer hold back, looked at the successful prank on the beach, and laughed wildly together. Stupid Medusa, she actually believed it. How could anyone like a tall and big girl like that? Haha, she believes whatever you say, she's still as stupid as before. Under the public trial of the sisters, which seemed like a reenactment of the scene, due to long-term poor, little Medusa, who was already very concerned about her height and body shape, suddenly blushed and was almost ashamed. At this moment, as another party involved, Lorne's face was full of black lines, and his right hand began to itch uncontrollably. After a long time, it turned out that these two female ghosts were ambushing him. I almost thought that I had just thrown a black pot to Athena, and then I encountered the real owner. Seeing that little Medusa was increasingly losing confidence under the oppression of the two unscrupulous sisters, and wanted to bury her head in the cracks of the ground, Lorne immediately stood up, grabbed one of the little girl's hands, and snorted an order. Change back. Although puzzled, out of trust, little Medusa still resisted the shame, urged the divinity of the snake, and showed her adult form. Seeing the tall and long-legged cold beauty reappear in front of him, Lorne's frown finally relaxed. He looked her up and down carefully, with pure appreciation in his eyes and sincere praise. "Anna, you will be so beautiful when you grow up." Feeling the sincerity in those words, the depressed Medusa finally regained some confidence, raised her cold face, and showed a bright smile to Lorne. "Is this guy blind? What's good about that? Fat and tall, with such a big lump on his chest. Obviously we are cuter. Yes, everyone who has seen it says so." Hearing such abnormal and heretical talk, Stheno and Uriel couldn't help but complain. At this time, Lorne, who could no longer bear it, turned around, took a deep breath, and burst out with amazing fighting power for the aesthetic freedom of countless male compatriots behind him. "Shut up, you two are washboards with no breasts and no butts. The two of you together are not even as high as 3 loaves of bread. What do you know about aesthetics? The horizon should at least have some ups and downs, but your two open areas can't even hide a fly." The sharp sarcasm like a machine gun made the two Gorgons, who usually only bared their teeth with the dog at home, stunned. From beginning to end, they were like stars and moons, and because of their own charm of snake divinity, countless passers-by praised them. When have they ever suffered such grievances and insults? "Make way, don't block the way." Lorne pulled Medusa beside him, and deliberately passed between the stunned Stheno and Uriel. Then he stopped on his own initiative, turned back with a look of pity, and gave earnest advice. "Listen to my advice. Undernourished bean sprouts, like you should try not to go out at night. Be careful not to be bumped into by others. You may think you have hit a steel plate. Go back and take a shower, and go to bed early." Finally, after a series of mental attacks and verbal insults, the two snake-haired banshees who vaguely realized something could not help but tremble with anger. Their hair turned red in an instant, and they rushed forward with their hands waving and gnashing their teeth. "Don't even think about running away. Beat him." Lorne turned back and smiled slightly, curled his hands into a trumpet shape, put them in front of his lips to amplify the sound, and shouted for help in the city of Knossos. "Hey, there are snakes committing crimes. Do you care?" In an instant, the angry Stheno and Uriel froze, their faces turned pale, and they saw a black-haired goddess in the distance, swinging a whip, and striding towards them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 112 How to Read. Kneel down and read. In the city of Knossos, Hestia and Medusa held Lorne's arms respectively, and the three of them talked and laughed along the way, discussing their recent experiences and the changes around them. In front of them, the two previously arrogant criminal snakes lowered their proud heads, wiped their tears on their hands, and gasped. Under the tyranny of the stove goddess behind them, they supported each other and limped into the house. As soon as everyone stepped over the threshold, the door behind them automatically closed with the flow of air, and a gentle question came into their ears. "Are you back?" At the same time, a bright fire was lit in the house, and a goddess with silver hair and purple eyes sat elegantly in the living room, with a gentle and bright smile. "It seems that you are having a lot of fun." The bright eyes like stars swept over everyone, and Stheno and Uriel, who were at the front, felt their hair tingling for no reason. They moved their feet carefully, following the instincts of snake gods and monsters, and shrank into a small dark corner on the side. Hestia, Medusa and Lorne in the back also shuddered, and subconsciously loosened their arms. Noticing that the atmosphere around him was a little subtle, Lorne stepped forward, and forced a smile on his face towards Athena in the living room. Has the matter of Olympus been resolved? Fortunately, Poseidon gave in for some reason, so it's a temporary end. Athena smiled and answered softly, and then she didn't continue to delve into the topic, but looked through a crumpled note on the table with interest. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Lorne's eyelids jumped. This was the notice that he and Artemis had specially asked the dog to bring to Hestia before they went out to sea. The simple and easy to deceive big house girl around him might be easily fooled, but Athena might not be so easy to pass. There is no guarantee that this goddess of wisdom with the mind and eyes will not find any clues from it. Thinking of this, Lorne's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. The living room fell into silence again, and the strange silence spread like an invisible quagmire, pulling everyone down. Finally, I don't know whether this long silence lasted for a second or a year. Athena put the note that she had read 17 or 18 times aside, raised her smiling face, and spoke casually. It seems that you have been getting along well with Artemis during this period. Isn't that what you said? For safety reasons, let me stay with her honestly. Lorne looked at his nose and his heart, and stated in a calm tone, pretending to be doing a routine, and refused to take the blame at all. Athena chuckled and dropped her arm, and her slender and crystal fingers stroked a dog's head sticking out from under the table. So in the end, even if you don't bring this golden retriever, she will protect you? Well, the job was done very well. Lorne heard the implication, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he kept complaining in his heart. Are you always possessed by Sherlock Holmes? You can even relate to this? You paved the way in advance. For your sake, how could Lady Artemis embarrass me? Lorne first gave a disingenuous compliment, while continuing to pass the buck, defining the relationship between him and Artemis as a pure employment relationship. Besides, how could a hunter abandon a guide before the journey is over? No. They were very affectionate before they parted, and even hugged each other. We saw it clearly. Just as Lorne couldn't help but praise his own wit in his heart, two heads in the corner popped out and refuted confidently. While talking, Stheno and Uriel sent a gloating look to Lorne, with a sense of revenge in their eyes. Athena narrowed her eyes slightly, and her scrutiny became a little subtle and deep. Hiss. Such a shameless sneak attack without martial ethics made Lorne take a breath. A snake bites, and it goes deep into the bone. These two beautiful snakes actually stabbed him at this time. Caught off guard, Lorne, who was attacked from both sides, looked back at Stheno and Uriel who had defected behind him, gritting his teeth in hatred. Sure enough, I was too lenient just now. They should be hung up and whipped 100 times. No, I can't let these two beautiful snakes continue to expose his black material. I must find a way to get rid of them first. At this moment, realizing that the situation was a little bad, Lorne had a serious face and showed an indignant expression. Isn't it because I can't stand you bullying Medusa that I taught you a lesson? You actually made up a scandal between me and a virgin goddess. At the same time, a certain external brain looked at the symbiote next to it with expectation. That's right. I'm the one who taught you a lesson. Come at me if you have the guts. Don't try to slander Artemis' reputation. Hestia, who is also a virgin goddess, stepped forward with a simple sense of justice and took the initiative to attract firepower. She really is. I'm crying. Looking at the thick windshield in front of him, which once again took tons of critical hits for him, Lorne was so moved that he almost cried out and leaned back to avoid Athena's vague glance. Humph, as a sister, you actually enjoy bullying your sister all day long. It seems that the lesson I gave you this time is not enough. The furious Hestia turned around, rolled up her sleeves, rushed straight into the corner where Stheno and Uriel were hiding, and reached out to pull out the two beautiful snakes who wanted to escape. Elbow, come with me into the house. As she said that, the goddess of the stove dragged Stheno and Uriel, whose faces were pale, and grabbed a handful of Medusa who was still stunned. Anna, you come too. Even if it's my sister, she can't just stand it when she encounters something wrong. The voice faded away. Lorne looked at the four figures who had neatly entered the backyard, and then looked at the empty surroundings, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seems that something is wrong. After a moment, Lorne raised his head stiffly, his eyes passed through the unobstructed living room, and faced Athena who was smiling at him faintly. The shield he had just put on was gone. By the way, he also took away his other spare resurrection armor. At this moment, Lorne, who realized that something was wrong, looked at the empty living room and the goddess of wisdom who stood up and walked towards him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This is a high-end game. Fortunately, Athena didn't dwell too much on the closeness of his relationship with Artemis. Instead, she smiled and stepped forward and asked another question. I heard that my aunt has already taught you the path to becoming a god. At this moment, Lorne's face darkened, and he immediately understood why Hera ran so fast. After all this time, the woman was still careless and sold him out. After carefully glancing at Athena's face and confirming that it was normal, Lorne nodded cautiously. What priesthood did you choose? Athena's second question made Lorne's heart slow down. Looking at the concern in her purple eyes, he gritted his teeth and uttered a word from his dry throat. Wine. Oh. Athena dragged out a tone, as if she had suddenly realized something. So it's the responsibility of the family stove. The considerate goddess of wisdom raised her hand and gently patted Lorne's shoulder to show encouragement. Not bad. This way, I can save the effort of choosing a priesthood for you. However, this sudden concern made Lorne sweat more on his forehead. He was now extremely sure that during his absence, Hera, that big mouth, might have sold him out more than once. Oh, by the way, I went to the palace of Knossos before and heard King Minos say that he wanted to marry his daughter, my high priest, to you, and the entire island of Crete was the betrothal gift he prepared. What do you think? The light question in his ear seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Lorne, who was betrayed by his teammates, had a sad face and wanted to cry, but had no tears. What should I think? Kneel down and watch. 113. After a long silence, Lorne raised his head and faced the pair of eyes as bright as stars and responded seriously. For the gods, the kingdom of the world is meaningless. He is a man who is determined to become a god, so he will naturally not linger on the royal power of the secular world. Then, Lorne pursed his lips and looked at Athena in front of him seriously. Of course, if you want me to marry her, I will do so. The unexpected answer and the eyes that revealed a different emotion made Athena slightly stunned. She couldn't help but look away, smiled and shook her head. Your affairs, you should solve them yourself, I can't care so much. Noticing the slightly upturned arc at the corners of the goddess's mouth, Lorne breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sweat for himself. The key to this question is not to really let him choose, but to see his attitude. If he agrees, then he has been plotting for a long time and has bad intentions. If he opposes, then he is hypocritical and evasive. Therefore, facing this classic attitude problem in women's mouths, using scientific thinking to solve the problem is doomed to fail. If you want to break the situation, you can only throw the blame back, answer questions with questions, and let the other party make the decision. For example, let Athena decide whether he should marry the head priestess. Of course, before that, he must make it clear that he and the head priestess have no private feelings, and everything is handled impartially. And from the results, although Athena did not get a clear answer from someone, and she did not give clear instructions, she seems to be in a good mood now. Sit down first, let's talk about something else. Hearing the invitation, that sounded like heavenly music, Lorne's tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and he was extremely grateful. Fortunately, when he was working in that game company, in order to attract more types of customers, the boss asked him to add element of love cultivation to many game development projects. Therefore, when looking up information, he has also dabbled in a lot of various life-threatening questions about relationships between men and women. Otherwise, facing one pit after another, I'm afraid that he would have turned over in the ditch before he took a few steps. After going through many hardships, Lorne finally sat down safely, but before he could catch his breath, Athena on the opposite side stroked the newly made wine cup in her hand and looked at someone with a smile. Speaking of which, a secret cult that worships Dionysus, the spirit of wine, has recently emerged in Crete. Do you have any idea? Isn't this normal? Lorne also smiled and stood up to fill the wine glass in Athena's hand. Music, poetry, mountains and forests, wild beasts, fighting, killing, conspiracy. These things, whether good or bad, have a large number of worshippers, so it's not surprising that humans believe in anything. After all, this is a world where wild beasts are rampant, natural disasters are numerous, gods and monsters are everywhere, and humans may die at any time. Since you are in danger every day, and don't know when you can wake up when you sleep, no matter what you believe in, just be happy. Athena nodded, as if she agreed with it, raised her glass to the opposite side, and then raised her head to drink the bloody wine in the glass in one gulp. Lorne raised his glass in return, and drank the wine in the glass in the same unrestrained manner. The two put down their glasses, and smiled at each other, as if they had reached some kind of consensus. That's right, there are many famous and unknown sects on Earth. Compared with those sects that believe in death, plague, and the evil spirits of the Titans, and want to sacrifice at any time, the Dionysian cult, which is mainly composed of ordinary people, is as docile as a little lamb. Their greatest rebellion is just hiding in the mountains and forests, tearing off their respective identity masks, drinking and singing to their heart's content, and releasing themselves. As long as they don't shake the mainstream thinking, who cares about the self-entertainment of these mortals who live and die every day? It seems that you have chosen your path. Hearing Athena's meaningful whisper, Lorne couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Without hearing a reply, Athena just smiled indifferently, raised her hand to pick up the wine glass, poured the sweet wine into her throat again, and then put down the glass and looked at the opposite side solemnly. In that case, I will personally host the Dionysus festival in half a month and have fun with the people. When the time comes, I will help you ascend to the throne as promised. The faint hum echoed in his ears. Lorne looked at Athena, who was drinking elegantly and couldn't help showing a look of surprise and emotion. Conscience. The conscience of the gods. I almost forgot about this. Sister Ya not only thought about it a long time ago, but she actually did what she said. If the Dionysus festival becomes the official sacrificial celebration of Crete according to the arrangement of the goddess of wisdom, tens of thousands of people will rush to the city of Knossos for the gathering. Then, as the main object of worship, the spirit of wine, Dionysus, will surely take the opportunity to gain a lot of faith. By then, it will be just around the corner for me to ascend to the throne of God. After briefly stating the date and specific plans for fulfilling the promise, the goddess of wisdom at the table put down the wine glass and turned to look at the backyard. Aunt, I'm hungry, let's cook. Come on. I'll prepare it right away. At this moment, hearing Athena's call, Hastya slipped in from the back door and walked towards the stove very attentively. Having just confessed her bad behavior of stealing someone's wife, she had to give some necessary compensation to her niece who had suffered a loss. She must do her best to serve her well. The stove goddess swore secretly while picking up the spatula and kitchen knife with great momentum. I'll help too. Lorne, who was also moved, stood up immediately and wanted to give back to the generous and kind goddess of wisdom in the living room in the same way. However, before he left his seat, a crystal clear and slender palm gently pressed on his shoulder, conveying an unshakable force. At the same time, the corners of her lips on her beautiful face raised, revealing a faint smile. You don't need it. HMM. The divinity in your body is still too weak, and your skills are not mature enough. Even with my help, it is not enough to burn the divine fire, refine the divine nature, and successfully complete the ascension to the godhood. Athena patted Lorne on the shoulder and continued to speak earnestly. So, I specially left you half a month to prepare. Prepare? Lorne swallowed his saliva and felt that something seemed wrong. Yes, I plan to train you during this half month so that you have enough ability to withstand the pain of the burning of the divine fire and the impact of the divine nature. The goddess of wisdom stared at Lorne in front of her, and her good intentions were overflowing. Time is running out. Let's start today. Looking at the brilliant smile on Athena's face and the deep sincerity in her eyes, a chill instantly ran from Lorne's tailbone to the top of his head. Run. Almost in an instant, Lorne thought. Without hesitation, he ducked and turned around and rushed to the door. However, as his eyes blurred, the division of the surrounding space was reversed. In a trance, Lorne, who was originally running forward, inexplicably appeared in the empty backyard. At the same time, a sealed atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire backyard was perfectly separated from the world, forming an independent box garden. Looking at the mysterious light runes around, Lorne suddenly remembered. In addition to being rich in Minotaur warriors, Crete also has the famous Minotaur labyrinth. And as the great mother goddess of the Minoans, one of Athena's titles is exactly the mistress of the labyrinth. Coupled with the alias of the goddess of magic, it is obvious that this goddess of wisdom who practices both magic and martial arts is quite proficient in magic such as base construction and space reshaping. Don't worry, there is still a long time tonight. Let's take our time. Athena comforted very gently and pulled out a branch from the flowers next to her. Lorne looked over and his eyes were straight. Because it is covered with thorns. I appreciate your kindness. How about another day? Lorne declined with sweat on his forehead, his eyes horrified and his voice trembling. To ascend to the throne of God and inherit the god's work, there is no room for slackness or negligence. However, Athena shook her head gently, her tone gentle but firm. I'm doing this for your own good. Looking at the thorns slowly gathered in the hands of the goddess of wisdom, and the thorns on them flashing with cold light, Lorne couldn't help but shed tears of emotion, and gave sincere praise from the bottom of his heart. I don't believe you. Chapter 114. Rescue or loot. At night, Lorne, covered in wounds, lay on the bed, groaning weakly, his eyes full of grief and indignation. What do you mean it's all for your own good? Bullshit. That woman clearly wanted to find a legitimate reason to beat him up. With great effort, he turned his head slightly backwards and looked at the row of blood spots on his, but that looked like a seal. Lorne felt even more depressed and regretted it so much that he kept grinning. Originally, Athena still had some mercy and wrapped the thorn in her hand with her divine power. The spikes were just for show. But he subconsciously fought back and accidentally used the skill that Artemis had exploded from the last golden oracle, rapid fire silver. As the goddess of hunting, the bow and arrow are the symbol of Artemis, so she is also the goddess of bows and arrows and the goddess of archery. Homer's hymns mentioned that Artemis had a golden bow and arrows, which could shoot tens of millions of arrows at the enemy in an instant, forming an overwhelming rain of arrows. Therefore, she also had another nickname, Hera, overwhelming arrows. In addition, similar skills were also presented in the hands of the great hero Hercules. According to the records of ancient Greek mythology, one of Hercules' trials was to kill the nine-headed Hydra who was making trouble. However, as a top-level monster with immortality, Hydra's head will grow again, even if it is cut off. It can even be done, cut off one head, and grow two heads. To really kill this monster, it is necessary to destroy all its heads at the same time. In the end, Hercules shot hundreds of arrows with a bow and arrow in an instant, completely killing the nine-headed Hydra. And perhaps he was more intimate with the goddess of hunting, and the compatibility was excellent. Therefore, in this random draw, Lorne directly shook Artemis, and obtained the group attack archery skill of the goddess of hunting. However, due to the limitation of the level of divine power and divinity, as well as his proficiency, he can only differentiate 3 to 7 arrows of the same type at present. Not to mention, that compared with Artemis's arrow turning into 10,000 arrows, even Hercules' arrow turning into 100 arrows is still a little far behind. Of course, after all, it is a newly acquired ability, and it always takes time to practice and run in. As a divine artifact containing contingency, the dice has always been just a tool for him to pry his fate, and it cannot allow him to directly skip the accumulation process and upgrade the so-called skills to the maximum level. But this is not all bad. What is easily obtained will also be easily lost, and the cyclical and gradual learning can allow him to transform the slight opportunity given by the dice into the power that he can actually master, and into the real ladder to the gods. But it is precisely for this reason that is hard to tell whether it is good or bad that Lorne accidentally revealed this trick when he was practicing defense and counterattack with Athena. As a result, the woman's face turned black, and she immediately withdrew the divine power wrapped in the brambles and beat him up. That was really a beating to death. Moreover, she only picked the places with lots of flesh and nerves to attack. Knowing that Athena and Artemis don't get along, why did she accidentally reveal the moon goddess's trick? Lorne looked at his reckless hands, feeling the stinging pain all over his body, and couldn't help crying. When Athena left him and went upstairs alone, she looked unsatisfied, and it was clear that she was ready to make this special training where she could beat him up openly a daily program in the future. When Lorne thought that only one day had passed and there were still 2 weeks before the Dionysus festival, his eyes went dark and he felt that the future was bleak. This petty-minded woman, all the nutrients were eaten by her brain, right? No wonder she can't grow up. The closed door was pushed open softly, and Lorne, who was complaining on the bed, tensed his muscles reflexively, took a defensive posture, and looked back suddenly. Hestia was seen sneaking into the house along the wall. With a wry smile, she placed a heat-insulated food box on the table and gently opened it, revealing the warm food inside. "Haven't you eaten yet? I saved some for you tonight." However, seeing the attentive and gentle goddess of the stove, Lorne turned his head and his face turned black. He hadn't forgotten who sold him out today. He even escaped from the battlefield and took away his spare resurrection armor, little Medusa, under the pretext of punishing Stheno and Uriel, leaving him isolated and helpless, facing Athena's violent output one-on-one. What's even more infuriating is that during the hours he was bloodbathed in the backyard, this woman didn't come out to save him. What, you said you would never leave? What, you said you would be a close ally? What about the external brain in the symbiote? It's come to this point, and you still want to get rid of him with a meal. How can it be so easy? Bang. Just as Ron counted Hestia's crime in his mind, he patted one hand on the bedroom table. Can you get such a heavy hand? Lorne looked at the performance of the goddess of the stove, although he didn't speak, but the disdain between that eyebrows was overwhelming. Why didn't you see you in the house when I was in the house? Say Artemis's secret, selling teammates, escaping, seeing death without saving. Shouldn't your own problem be explained first? Under the victim's gloomy gaze, Hestia, who was not a good cook in the first place, and because of her guilty conscience, couldn't help but blush, smiled awkwardly, and quickly changed the subject, using her usual tricks. Come on, eat first, the food is cold. Lorne looked at himself, who was half paralyzed, and then looked at the table more than 10 steps away, and couldn't help but be even more speechless. Can't move. It's okay. I'll feed you. Realizing her negligence, Hestia hurriedly made up for it, immediately put on a smile, picked up a few hot dishes into the bowl, and then diligently brought it to the bedside, helping Lorne sit up. Open your mouth. Be careful of the heat. Looking at the spoonful of meat porridge brought to his mouth and the caring smile in front of him, Lorne rolled his eyes, but finally opened his mouth obediently. Forget it. Why should the external brain embarrass the symbiote? He will need her help to attract firepower in the future. Seeing the victim sending out a signal of reconciliation, Hestia, who was a little nervous, finally put her mind at ease and worked harder to serve the wounded on the bed, to make up for her mistakes, and she did not forget to write a blank check. Don't worry, if she dares to do this to you again next time, I will beat her ass to pieces. However, the sudden opening and closing of the door immediately caused the fierce momentum of this house goddess to burst out like a flood. Her face changed, her hands trembled, and a full spoon of meat porridge almost stabbed into Lorne's nostrils. Chapter 115, Athena's Road to Losing. As the obviously smaller figure outside the door squeezed into the house, Hestia's tense nerves finally relaxed. She couldn't help but pat her chest and looked forward with complaints. Anna, you scared me to death. At this moment, the little Medusa, who had changed into the body of a young girl, quickly raised her index finger in front of her lips, made a gesture of silence, and pointed to the next door. Shh, I'm not asleep yet. Suddenly, Hestia quickly covered her mouth, pretending to stop talking, and even her breathing became cautious. Hey, one of you is the goddess of the hearth, Zeus's elder sister, the other is the Gorgon, the hero killer. Are you so afraid of her? Seeing the two people's thief-like reactions, Lorne rolled his eyes wildly and couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, Hestia had just stolen the corner of her niece, so naturally she couldn't be tough. Medusa was under blood suppression. After all, whether in Greek mythology or the magic-changed Roman mythology, she was eaten to death by Athena. As for Lorne himself, A wounded man lying dead on the bed closed his eyes, recalling the scene where Athena picked up a thorn with a smile on her face and beat him all over the yard. He was immediately horrified and shook his head hurriedly, trying to dispel the nightmare-like figure. "It's too scary. I can't afford to offend her. I can't afford to offend her." The three people in the hut looked at each other, vaguely reached a certain consensus, and unanimously lowered their voices and slowed down their breathing. "Here, this can be used to heal wounds." The small Medusa came forward and handed Lorne a half-opened wooden box. Inside was a dark red paste, and a cool breath mixed with a hint of fishy sweetness rushed into her nose. When did she learn to make a healing potion? Lorne was a little surprised, and his eyes immediately fell on the little girl's arm hanging on the other side. Under the plain and transparent clothes, there was a shallow mark. The wound seemed to have just scabbed, and there was still a trace of blood on it. This little fool. At this time, Lorne, who had already understood, glared at the little Medusa in front of the bed and raised his right hand high. Medusa shrank her neck subconsciously because of the shadow. However, in the end, the hand that was raised high was gently put down and rubbed the little head vigorously. "Don't do this next time." The gentle admonition revealed some unquestionable taste. Little Medusa looked at the serious face and nodded obediently. After getting a satisfactory answer, Lorne smiled again. However, due to the large amplitude of the movement, the piercing pain like needles came from all parts of his body again, making him gasp repeatedly and revealing a painful expression with his teeth bared. "Your injury is not healed, so don't move around." Hestia saw it and couldn't help but advise with guilt and heartache, and directly took the upper body leaning back into her arms. Suddenly, a soft and plump touch came from behind the head, making Lorne, who was unable to move, even more tormented, painful and happy. At this moment, watching Hestia feeding her brother spoonful by spoonful, little Medusa, who was faintly competitive, was not to be outdone. "Let me help you apply the medicine." As she said that, little Medusa dug out a piece of dark red ointment from the wooden box and gently applied it to the wounds on Lorne's body. Feeling the coolness of the ointment and the delicate touch of his fingers sliding on his skin, Lorne not only relaxed his frowning brows, but also gradually raised the corners of his mouth, vaguely enjoying it. The god of the hearth feeds the food, and the Gorgon applies the medicine. This treatment is not exchanged even for a king. Lorne sighed in his heart and couldn't help but fall into reverie. In fact, if he can enjoy this kind of welfare every day in the future, he would rather be whipped by Athena every day. It doesn't matter if the storm comes more violently. Just as the wounded man on the bed closed his eyes and fantasized, the wound on his chest suddenly moved, and the spoon that almost stabbed into his throat made him flutter like a fish that was short of oxygen. He sat up from the gentle place on the bed with a look of grief and indignation. "Anna, Hestia, you." The resentful accusation came to an abrupt end. Lorne's neck bones creaked and turned stiffly upwards a few inches like rusty gears. He looked at the silver-haired goddess who had stood in front of the bed at some point in time. Hestia and little Medusa, who were standing beside him, were in the same posture as him. Gilu. The three of them swallowed their saliva at the same time, and their hearts could not help but feel weak. They subconsciously pulled themselves away and broke free, while performing the sacred division, proclaiming each other's innocence. However, Athena in front of the bed raised her hand and pressed it, showing a faint smile to Hestia and little Medusa. "No, you guys are busy with your own things. I just stopped by to see you." The two of them, one big and one small, nodded stiffly, their expressions numb and mechanical. Then, Athena turned her eyes to Lorne, who was in the gentle land, and her smile became even warmer. "Well, they took good care of you. It seems that you will recover in less than a day." Similarly, Lorne nodded stiffly, and a layer of fine cold sweat appeared on the back of his neck. And then, Athena changed the subject and smiled brilliantly. "Then, let's start the training earlier tomorrow morning." Hearing the kind and gentle announcement, Lorne on the bed couldn't help but black out and almost fainted. "Don't play too long. Go to bed early tonight." Finally, Athena left a gentle instruction, waved her hand in a friendly manner, turned and walked out of the room, and even closed the door very politely. However, just as the third visitor stepped out of the door, there was a sound of dishes and wooden boxes falling from the house, as well as a flustered exclamation and a scream that was delayed for more than a minute. At the same time, the goddess of wisdom in the corridor lost her smile. Her face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and her fists with bulging veins made a crisp sound of bones. It was obviously the follower god that I cultivated with my heart, but my aunt got there first. I told that guy not to get too close to Artemis, but he got involved with that woman. And tonight, didn't you care? Why are you all here to show your courtesy? One by one, you don't let me get my way. Looking at the host's obviously not good looking expression, Nikki, who was standing behind, raised the pottery bottle in her right hand in a daze. What about the medicine? Throw it away. The goddess of wisdom snorted coldly. What about the food? Nikki raised the food box in her left hand again, and blinked in distress. Athena rolled her eyes at the subordinate god behind her who was talking about something else, gnashed her teeth, and casted and gazed towards the living room. Hasn't it eaten yet? Woof. At the same time, the golden retriever who was napping under the table seemed to feel an invisible chill approaching in the air, and woke up from his dream, sticking his head out blankly and innocently. P.S. Currently, Hestia is in the subordinate god system. Medusa has the highest intimacy. Artemis has the fastest relationship progress. As for Athena, she worked in vain, and is losing. Chapter 116. The prison is big, the snake is going to die. For more than 10 days, every morning, there were faint screams from a certain house in Knossos. The residents who heard the sound gradually became panicked, worrying that some evil spirit had sneaked into the city. Even a few families near the source of the sound raised money to ask the witches of the temple to exorcise the evil spirits. Fortunately, the effects seemed to be very obvious. The screams during the day disappeared, but there were some inexplicable vibrations at night. Finally, as the Dionysian festival approached, even this strangeness gradually disappeared. Instead, there was a festive and lively atmosphere. At the call of the temple, wines from various city-states on the island of Crete were transported to Knossos to participate in the quality competition to see if they could be selected as the wine for worshipping the gods next year. And because of the developed sea transportation and convenient transportation location here, travelers and merchants from inside and outside the island came here one after another, either to simply enjoy the celebration or to find business opportunities, and to participate in this grand event together. Therefore, ships shuttled back and forth in various ports every day, and pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder on the streets. Both stores and hotels were full every day. For a time, the pressure on the city defense army doubled, and even the precious god blood guards were forced to take on some defense and patrol tasks. The temple in charge of overall planning was working non-stop all day long. In just a few days, the chief priest Ariadne lost several pounds. There was no way. Since King Minos was old and had been seriously injured in the last battle, he could only lie in bed and rest, hanging on for a breath. It was not easy for several princes to honestly manage their own affairs under the pressure of the old king. The only clerk who was familiar with all government affairs and could take the lead was practicing in seclusion. In desperation, the chief priest who could not bear the pressure could only go to the goddess of wisdom he believed in for help. It was also because of this that Lorne got a chance to breathe from the daily routine beatings and luckily escaped from the clutches of Athena. The sufferer who had rested for 2 days before getting out of bed was finally able to sit at the table and enjoy dinner normally after half a month. When the hot food was stuffed into his mouth, Lorne looked at the empty seat beside him, almost moved to tears, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Minos family is a good person. Hestia and Medusa at the table nodded one after another, agreeing with this point of view. However, Stheno and Uriel, who were trying to reduce their presence in the corner, were not so happy after seeing someone who had finished his meal skillfully showing the whip. They wailed silently towards the empty seat. Leoda, come back soon, help, the snake is dying. In the early morning, as the accumulated pressure was perfectly released, Lorne left the two beautiful snakes hugging each other and crying on the bed, and walked out of the room happily to greet the sunrise of the Dionysian festival. The street was crowded with people, and figures of different clothes and faces came and went, making it very lively. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, toasting their cups and chatting, or wandering in the downtown area, buying some local spices, wine, minerals and other specialties of Crete, or being attracted by the hustle and bustle and food along the street, stopping to appreciate and taste. As soon as the sky broke, the whole city of Knossos was immersed in a sea of joy. Looking at the neighbors who set up stalls early in the morning, they were surrounded by crowds and were so busy that they had no time to touch the ground. Lorne in front of the window couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips and threw the parchment with characters on the table into the trash can with satisfaction. Festivals are not just empty rituals to worship gods and carnivals for self-entertainment. In order to attract more guests and attention, they can also inject fresh blood and vitality into the city, and then gain prosperity in commerce, population, economy, and even political and cultural influence. Therefore, as long as the city-state is able to host large-scale celebrations, it will often leave a strong and colorful mark in world history. For example, Athens, Delphi, Rome, etc. Although Lorne has not been tossed by Athena during this period, considering that this is his ascension ceremony, he has spared no effort to make plans behind the scenes, hoping to make this celebration a success, while allowing the entire island of Crete to benefit from it as much as possible. A win-win situation is a healthy and long-term cooperative relationship. The morning sun rises, and the mist dissipates. The long-awaited opening ceremony of the celebration also proceeds in an orderly manner. In the sacrificial field surrounded by spectators, priestesses in white robes gathered in front of the altar to chant the sacrificial text. The chief priest Ariadne walked to the altar with torches woven from fennel branches, olive branches, and grapevines, and lit the sacred fire. As the blazing flame soared into the sky, the statue of Athena standing in the center seemed to come alive. The spear of victory in her right hand struck the Aegis shield in her left hand, making an exciting sonata. Suddenly, circles of golden ripples spread out in all directions with the statue as the core, and spread to the whole city in a moment. In a flash, dots of golden dust floated down from the sky, like a shower of light, sprinkling every corner of Knossos. The people who were showered by these dusts felt refreshed, their fatigue disappeared, and some of their hidden diseases were alleviated or eliminated accordingly. Feeling the substantial changes in their bodies, and receiving the grace of God, the people cheered excitedly, and worshipped the benevolent great mother goddess together. The statue nodded slightly in response, and then eliminated the abnormality, faded the halo, and turned into an ordinary sculpture again, leaving this celebration to mortals. As the ceremony of worshipping the gods was over, the carnival for mortals officially began. The minstrels played the harp, the opera class sang softly in the sound of reed flutes, and people wore ivy crowns, animal skins, held sacrificial staffs, and marched with huge wine jars. Jars of fine wine from Knossos, Athens, Samos and other city-states were distributed free of charge to cheering pedestrians along the way for them to drink and taste. One by one, the crazy women of the god of wine, wearing animal skins and wild makeup, shouted the name of the spirit of wine Dionysus, thanking this beautiful thing that nourishes the body and mind, and thanking this joy bestowed by God. With the help of fine wine, pedestrians on the road were also infected by this cheerful heat wave, toasting together to celebrate, and praising this name loudly. As the wine became more and more drunk, speeches, debates, dances, duels, magic and other casual performances also appeared in the streets and alleys, attracting cheers. In the light foam of wine, people's dreams are intoxicated, slightly different but similar. Their blood is thicker than water, and they are connected by blood. Under the irrigation of fine wine, tens of thousands of golden light spots also emerged from people's cheerful emotions, turning into rushing rivers of divinity, converging to somewhere in the dark. At the same time, as a carrier, Lorne also officially ushered in the test of ascending to the godhood. Chapter 117. The Shura field opens. Frenzy, restlessness, and galloping. The rolling emotions constantly impacted the mind, bringing a burning pain to the spirit. Lorne no longer hesitated, and quickly climbed to the empty rooftop balcony, came to the magic circle prepared in advance, drank a glass of bloody wine, let down his guard, closed his eyes, and tried his best to activate the divine blood in his body, and stimulate the divinity in it. In an instant, the test of the flesh also followed. Inch by inch, the muscles were torn and reorganized by the raging divinity, becoming more tough. Drops of blood were purified and transformed under the scorching of the divine fire, gradually turning from golden red to pure gold. The bones and organs continued to send trembling pain under the flushing of divinity. A trace of filth was discharged from the pores, and a wisp of impurities was burned out by the ignited divinity, and the whole mental world became blazing and bright red. But in the face of the double torture of the body and the mind, Lorne just frowned deeply, and actually felt that it was okay in his heart. It must be said that Athena has always been reliable. Although he was tortured for half a month, the benefits were substantial. During this process, not only did Lorne's fighting skills improve by leaps and bounds, he was almost invincible in the same level. His own use of divinity and divine blood was also greatly improved, and his body's ability to withstand was also enhanced several times. Therefore, even this kind of heart-piercing pain was still within his tolerance range, and could not break through the threshold of endurance. In this case, let's make it more intense. Lorne opened his eyes with a pale golden color, stretched out his arm with a trace of foul air and blood in his pores, picked up the wine on the table beside him, and raised his head to pour the whole jar into his throat. In an instant, the vast sea of faith over the city of Gnosis rolled up a frenzy, and rushed into a sunken hole somewhere. In that boundless darkness, it kept tearing, expanding, repairing, and tearing again. As soon as the scalded wine poured into the body, it turned into a golden divine liquid as viscous as divine blood under the urging of divinity and faith, filling the cracks between the flesh and the mental world. Gradually, under the dual irrigation of wine and faith, Lorne's body gradually experienced some wonderful changes. It was like a jar of newly made fine wine, which was buried in the soil, after being covered in dust, waiting for time to brew, and finally transformed into a masterpiece that even the gods were intoxicated and overwhelmed. At the same time, in the palace of Gnosis, Athena looked at the jar of fine wine that was brewing in the dust, and withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. Everything went well. However, this was destined to be a relatively long process. If she wanted to get the perfect brew, she needed to wait patiently. The goddess of wisdom on the throne picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and then she was refreshed and flipped through the plan in her hand. It was called the Dionysian festival, but it was impossible to really just worship an unknown wine spirit. The first day of this festival was the opening ceremony of the fermented wine jar, which included a great sacrifice of wine to the gods. The second day was the water jug festival, where people drank new wine and made bets at a public banquet. By the way, they tasted the new products that were elected as the next wine for worship, and it was also the peak of the secular carnival. The third day was the burning pot festival, on which people would put out a pot of cooked vegetables, sit around the fire with their families, and pay tribute to Hera, the goddess of the hearth who protected the peace of the home. This was the focus of the ceremony. Because wine is a seasoning of life and a product brewed by the family stove, it should be classified as the merit of the goddess of the hearth. So Hera is the main god of Olympus that they need to formally worship. This kind of nominal behavior is, of course, to prevent the objections and excessive attention of the Olympian gods. In this way, the great sacrifices of the gods and Hera's chief priest are all here. Who cares about the so-called wine spirit Dionysus? Even if Zeus came in person, he probably couldn't find fault with this carnival celebration. As the biggest victim and the thickest shield in the whole ceremony, Hera agreed with it wholeheartedly. After all, this is a subordinate god cultivated for her. Athena looked at the wine in the glass, frowned, raised her hand, and pushed the tray aside. This wine is sour. Outside the window, night fell, the cheers gradually faded, and the official worship ceremony was declared over. The next day, the spontaneous entertainment and celebrations of the people were carried out in an orderly manner according to the plan. Not only was there a tasting of wine for worshipping the gods, but also a competition for gourmet snacks from all over the country. The excitement and joy of the entire city of Gnosis remained unabated. Of course, there were many drunkards causing trouble. At the goddess's signal, the city defense army and the god blood guards in charge of defense also hit hard without hesitation, and arrested all these guys without exception, and put them in prison to sober up. They also recorded their names, and prohibited them from participating in the next Dionysian festival. On the third day, the lively atmosphere lasted until sunset. The warm fire rose, and the fragrance of food wafted from every household. Everyone was grateful to the stove goddess, praising the hard-won stable life, and then began to enjoy the sumptuous dishes with their family. At this moment, in Hera's mansion, A sneaky figure took advantage of the night to sneak up to the top floor, wave forward, and countless golden light streams flowed into the light-shaped cocoon in the center that was 1 person tall. That was the pure power of faith. After doing all this, the sneaky figure nodded with satisfaction and slipped back into the living room. Under the jumping fire, a delicate and innocent face was reflected. At the same time, the goddess of wisdom in the palace of Gnosis lowered her far-sighted eyes, sat back on the throne, and with a cold face, crumpled up a few pages of parchment on the table, and stuffed them into the waster basket, with a rather irritable action. But, very good, I don't have to do anything. The lights in the hall flickered, and there was a faint sound of grinding teeth. On the 4th day, the remnant of the night faded away, and the first ray of new sunlight pierced through the mist of the morning light, and sprinkled on the earth. Snap! With a crisp cracking sound, the light cocoon standing on the top floor cracked and shattered. The figure, who was nearly 2 meters tall and slender, felt the endless vitality in his body. He opened his eyes excitedly, and couldn't help wanting to shout out loud. Don't be careless. Concentrate your mind. Find your own fragment of godhood, and carve your first divine law. A low and cold voice came from behind him. Luon's face immediately froze. He quickly gathered his surging thoughts, calmed down, and sensed a quietly suspended crystal thin piece from the world of mind. At a glance, there were flowers everywhere, vines spreading and growing, and the magnificent colors reflected thousands of scenes, like a microcosm of a small world. Godhood. Luon was overjoyed to realize that he had really taken that crucial step. However, thinking of the instructions behind him, he immediately suppressed his thoughts that were about to go astray and used the sharp cone of divine will to chisel into the godhood and engrave the content of the first divine law that he had chosen after careful consideration. Crazy. This not only fits the characteristics of wine, but also is perfectly compatible with the divine power of war. In this way, it can maximize his combat effectiveness. Finally, with the completion of the last stroke, the pain of carving the soul gradually subsided. After successfully upgrading, Lorne regained his mind, took a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand to wipe his forehead full of cold sweat, turned around and looked behind him, revealing a relieved smile. We succeeded. Yeah, I see. Athena at the stairs nodded calmly, showing a very calm expression, then glanced up slightly, raised her hand and pointed, her voice low. So, do you want to put on your clothes first? At this moment, accompanied by a gust of cool wind, Lorne felt cold and suddenly realized that his clothes had been torn apart due to the agitation of divine power before, and now he was completely naked. For a moment, he was embarrassed, and he couldn't help but clamp his legs together, hurriedly opened the magic circle map, took out a spare piece of clothing, and quickly put it on. When the rustling sound disappeared, Athena lowered her eyes, carefully looked at the new god in front of her, nodded with satisfaction, and gave a fair evaluation. Not bad. You taught me well. Lorne complimented him habitually and smiled modestly. For some reason, his ascension to the godhood was also unusually smooth, and the divine power in his body seemed to be much stronger than expected. Okay, since you have completed the ascension to the godhood, come with me to meet the guest outside the door. Athena waved at the stairs. Guest? Lorne was a little confused. Athena did not answer directly, but showed a meaningful look. Wait, you will know naturally. So mysterious. Lorne followed Athena's footsteps downstairs with a trace of doubt, and opened the door together. Outside the door, a dignified, majestic, and handsome young man stood gracefully, with fragrant and slightly floating long hair hanging on his shoulders. He wore a crown woven with branches and leaves of laurel, myrtle, olive tree or water lily on his head, and on his waist hung a silver bow and quiver, and sometimes a golden sword. The moment the door opened from the inside out, the young man's face lit up with joy, and he looked around eagerly, eager to step over the threshold. However, a slender and agile figure was faster than him. Finally, I see you again, Lorne. The female hunter with blonde hair and silver eyes, wearing a dashing hunting outfit, came up to someone excitedly, grabbed his arm and shook it. Her joy was beyond words. For a moment, the other two gods inside and outside the door all turned black. Chapter 118, Clowns are contagious. Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, As soon as he saw the handsome young man in front of the door, Lorne instantly determined his identity. There was no other way. There were only a few male gods in the entire Olympus, and they could be counted on one hand. With such a close relationship with Artemis, and the standard silver bow and silver arrows, plus the appearance of a peacock, he was most likely the legendary brother-in-law. At this time, Apollo outside the door and Athena inside the door had faces, so dark that ink could almost be squeezed out. Lorne saw that something was wrong, and hurriedly held the enthusiastic female hunter next to him, quietly winked at her frantically, indicating that she should pay attention to the occasion, while trying to keep a smile, and make polite inquiries, in order to change the subject. Lord Artemis, Lord Apollo, why are you two here in Knossos? Finally, Artemis noticed the subtle atmosphere around her, and woke up from a dream. She quickly distanced herself from Lorne, resumed her elegant posture, and smiled to explain. Athena invited us here. She heard that Crete was holding a grand festival, which was very lively, and there would be some good entertainment after the festival. We just happened to be free recently, so we came to take a look. While answering the questions patiently, the goddess of hunting did not look at her brother who was accompanying her, nor did she look at Athena who had invited her, and was the host. She was staring at someone from beginning to end. Gradually, Apollo's handsome face became slightly angry. He stepped forward, stood in front of Artemis, and asked coldly, "Where is Aunt Hestia? Isn't this her home? Who are you? Why are you here?" The scrutinizing eyes were cast over, and there was a certain unpleasant hostility in the severity. "He is a new follower god recruited by Aunt Hestia, and like you, he is a distinguished guest of Crete." Athena stepped forward, and responded lightly with a smile. Although the voice of the goddess of wisdom was soft and gentle, the words were soft and hard, with a kind of awe-inspiring momentum that made people unquestionable. Apollo was slightly startled after being retorted. He could not help but restrain his inherent arrogance and re-examined Lorne in front of him, with some doubt in his eyes. "Aunt's newly recruited servant god? Why haven't I heard of it?" At this moment, the goddess of the hearth, who was awakened by the noise outside the door, rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked downstairs, snorting coldly. "Hey, Apollo, what does it have to do with you, whether I recruit people or not? Do I have to report to you first? Aunt Hestia, how could it be? I'm just concerned about you." Seeing the person coming, Apollo immediately smiled and explained in a soft voice. His gestures were gentle and elegant, and his words and deeds made people feel like spring breeze. "Forget it. I'm fine." Hestia rolled her eyes at her nephew outside the door without any hesitation, and at the same time pulled Lorne, who was the focus, to her side, and then shrank behind Athena, muttering softly, "Hey, did this guy bully you?" Lorne shook his head mechanically, trying to maintain a polite smile on his face. "No? That's good. If he dares to mess around, I'll beat him up." The stove goddess on the side rolled up her sleeves, showing a slender and white arm, waving it in the air, with an "I'm very reliable" look, supporting her newly promoted subordinate god. "Lay down, I beg you. If you don't want me to die, just hold it in." Enjoying the care from the goddess, Lorne sensed the murderous aura around him, and the expression on his face gradually began to collapse. At the same time, Apollo, who was ignored in front of the door, Athena, who was used as a meat shield inside the door, and Artemis, who was left aside, gritted their teeth and looked gloomy. It's not good to let the guests stay outside, right? Finally, under Lorne's kind reminder, Hestia suddenly seemed to have turned on a switch, skillfully patted her head, and showed a formulaic enthusiastic smile. "Yes, yes, yes, let's go in and eat first." Faced with the enthusiastic invitation of the goddess of the hearth, the three main gods of Olympus walked into the house expressionlessly, sat down like puppets, waited for breakfast to be served, and then took their respective portions, tearing and chewing them. It felt like three zombies gathered around the dining table, enjoying a feast of human flesh. As the dim light of the dying fire shone on the faces of the three gods in the living room, a terrifying and gloomy atmosphere arose. Lorne, who was hiding in the kitchen to help with the cooking, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and felt a little cold. At this time, the goddess of the hearth, who had been going back and forth between the kitchen and the living room several times, to add food and meals for the three nephews and nieces, couldn't help scratching her head and muttering softly, "What's wrong with them? They eat so much so early in the morning. Hungry. Lorne in the kitchen rolled his eyes and snorted unhappily. Hearing the resentment in the words of the external brain, Hastya shrank her neck, smiled awkwardly, then quietly poked her head out, looked into the living room, and couldn't help muttering, "Athena is really something. Why did you invite that annoying guy here?" Apollo. Lorne raised his eyebrows. "Well, when I was in Olympus, he and Poseidon always pestered me, and they insisted on reading poems to me and asking me which notes to fill in which part of the song. How could I know? It was so annoying." Hastya in the kitchen was recounting the past, and waves of depression appeared on her face. Lorne listened and was suddenly a little amused. Reading poems? Composing music? It turns out that this god of light is also a literary youth. However, singing poems and playing music for the goddess of the stove is really a wink to a blind man. To be honest, I was fed up with their noise, so I moved out of Olympus and fled to Crete for refuge. Hastya in the kitchen was talking about the past, while she began to complain about her landlord who also made her worry. Athena knew it clearly, but she still dared to let that guy in. Wait and see how I will deal with her. Realizing that it was not a good idea to continue to stalemate like this, the goddess of the stove, who had gradually learned bad things from following someone, decisively added a few more spoons of salt to the newly cooked food. After a while, the new meal was served. After a few simple bites, the facial muscles of the three main gods in the living room twitched slightly. They immediately put down the tabla in their hands, ended the long and depressing meal, and started to get down to business. "The weather is good today. How about going hunting together?" Athena took the lead in proposing. "Okay." Artemis and Apollo looked at each other and nodded happily. Then, Athena turned her head to look at Hastya in the kitchen, with a faint smile on her face. "It's a rare gathering, auntie. Come too?" After staying at home for a long time, Hastya couldn't help but be moved, and immediately pulled Lorne beside her and nodded. "Okay, Lorne and I will go and take a look." Seeing Hastya holding the hand of the newly promoted god and walking out of the kitchen in an intimate manner, Apollo's originally sunny face suddenly became a little gloomy, and he looked at someone with a rather unfriendly look. Similarly, noticing the undisguised hostility of the brother-in-law again and again, Lorne couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Among the symbols of the Greek gods, Apollo represents absolute rationality. He is opposite to the irrational madness represented by Dionysus, the god of wine. The Greeks believe that following Apollo's rationality can make people live better, and occasionally falling into the madness of the god of wine is a wonderful way to break through the shackles and shackles. At the same time, the aristocratic politics advocated by the Apollo sect in Delphi city also forms a sharp contrast with the civilian route advocated by the Dionysian cult. Obviously, he and this brother-in-law are born to be incompatible, whether it's thoughts or interests. Lorne's eyes swept across Artemis and Hastya, with a faint twinkle in his eyes. "Coincidentally, I don't like you very much either, brother-in-law. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 119. Open the door. The four gods send warmth. Last day to ask for monthly tickets. A few hours later, the four gods gathered in the valley outside Knossos. Then, the host goddess of wisdom Athena, wearing a bronze skirt, holding the Aegis shield in one hand and the spear of victory in the other, struck each other, making a crisp sound. The three Gorgon sisters, who possessed the divine nature of snakes, pulled the reins of three Pegasus horses and drove a bronze chariot out of the sacrificial field in the city. The hunting goddess Artemis put her thumb and index finger on her lips and blew a sharp whistle. A breeze blew through the mountains and forests, and three lop-eared dogs, two mottled dogs and a spotted dog, as well as 7 very fast Spartan dogs, arrived first, and then 2 long-horned female deer with golden bits pulled the golden chariot towards their master. Behind them, 20 nymphs dressed in hunting clothes, with bows and arrows on their backs, each of them heroic and nearly 2 meters tall, walked with long legs and quickly gathered in the valley. Apollo, the god of light, raised his hand gracefully, picked up the 7-string lyre that floated in his arms, and gently plucked the notes. 9 muses with flying skirts responded, accompanied Apollo with laughter and singing. They are the 9 daughters with golden belts born to Zeus, the king of gods, and Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory among the titans. They are also the collective name of the 9 ancient goddesses of literature and art in Greek mythology who are in charge of art and science. They represent the myths and legends expressed through traditional music and dance, that is, the poems handed down from the times. And Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, is their main god. Looking at the 3 main gods who are ready to hunt, and their respective subordinate gods, Lorne and Hestia couldn't help but look at each other. With this posture, what prey is there on the island for them to hunt? We are going to the Cretan mountains? Hestia swallowed her saliva, a little uncertain. Even if all the species that can breathe in the Cretan mountains, the whole family, go into battle together, I'm afraid that with such a luxurious lanoop, they will not be able to survive one round, right? Athena shook her head gently and showed a meaningful smile. No, if you want to hunt the biggest and best prey, of course you have to go to the Sea of Oceanus. In an instant, Lorne understood everything, and a gloating expression suddenly appeared on his face. Sure enough, according to his understanding of this goddess of wisdom, this woman can hide 3 or 4 holes to dig a pit in one sentence. How could she invite Apollo to visit despite Hestia's bad feelings? Athena would only be so enthusiastic when there was no good banquet. At present, the only thing that can be considered a threat to Crete is naturally something on the sea. Coincidentally, Artemis had just been secretly plotted against from a distance and was worried about having no place to vent her anger. Since they had a common goal, the 2 sides naturally hit it off, and Apollo, who had ideas about Hestia, was also brought along. In other words, they were not going to form a group to hunt in the wild, but to form a group to hunt Poseidon. Now, there was something interesting to watch. Realizing the real purpose of this trip, Lorne immediately put on a look of grief and complained to the 3 main gods. Not long ago, the monsters on the Oceanus Sea were rampant, brazenly launching a tide of beasts, destroying thousands of ships, burying countless fertile fields, and hundreds of thousands of minnows died under the claws of these things. Among them, the 6-headed, 12-legged sea monster Scylla, the great whirlpool Charybdis, and the 3 siren sisters entrenched in the Strait of Messina were the most powerful and hateful. Well, that's them. Immediately, Artemis, who had developed a tacit understanding with Lorne, took over the conversation and selected the target of the first hunt. Everyone, I'll go first. The first kill is mine. You guys should go for the second one. As she said that, the goddess of hunting dragged Lorne onto the chariot without saying anything and stuffed the reins into his hands. Quick, lead the way. Without waiting for Lorne to speak, Artemis whipped the longhorn deer on their buttocks. Immediately, the 2 longhorn deer whined and immediately lowered their heads to pull the chariot, rushing into the vast sea and riding in front of them. The 20 nymphs, who were the subordinate gods, followed closely behind, walking on the turbulent waves as if they were flat ground. They were not only nymphs, but also descendants of the ocean and were born to be close to water. To cunning Artemis. Seeing her own subordinate god being kidnapped in front of her, Hestia was immediately furious. At this moment, Athena smiled and stretched out her hand, taking the initiative to throw out an olive branch. Aunt, do you need help? We'll chase. We must not let Artemis get ahead. Hestia nodded angrily, not knowing whether she was talking about the hunt or something else. Of course. The goddess of wisdom readily agreed and immediately stretched out her hand to pull the goddess of the hearth onto her chariot. The 3 Gorgons in charge of driving the chariot, some were angry with the common enemy and some were excited to see the world in chaos. They all swung the reins and issued orders to the white-winged Pegasus horses that they raise themselves. Pegasus, good children, go. Immediately, the 3 pure white Pegasus horses snorted, fluttered their snow-white wings, and galloped across the sea. In a blink of an eye, only Apollo was left alone in the 3 hunting teams that had been moving forward in unison. Looking at Artemis and Hestia who were leaving in a cloud of dust, this handsome man who was always the focus of the scene had a gloomy expression. Go. Finally, Apollo squeezed out a stiff word from his teeth. The 9 muses noticed that their main god was obviously unhappy. They didn't dare to say more. They immediately hummed passionate tunes to mobilize the passion of the horses pulling the carts, making them speed up and rush to the team in front. On the sea, 3 hunting teams tore through the turbulent waves and rushed forward. Under the deep water, the sea beasts that were awakened one by one roared and floated up. However, as soon as they emerged, they were met with inhumane slaughter. The silver arrows turned into thousands, and were as dense as rain. The golden arrows were like meteorites, falling from the sky. The light-like javelins were as fast as lightning, cutting through the waves. The sea beasts of various shapes, some as tall as mountains and some as long as tens of meters, were unlucky and died on the spot without even seeing the enemy clearly. Blood flowed like a river beneath them, and the strong smell of blood spread everywhere. The violent ether almost condensed into substance, accusing the outsiders of bloodiness and brutality. But then, the nymphs spread out in an arc, swept across the sea, and took away the magic cores as trophies. The sea water crawled and stirred like a group of snakes and pythons, swallowing blood and flesh, pushing away heavy floating objects, and clearing the waterway. The 9 muses, who sang or hummed, paid tribute to the dead souls, purified the miasma and death that grew on the sea surface, and prevented the spread of the epidemic. Under this all-round attack of slaughter, cleaning, and aftermath, the originally noisy offshore suddenly became quiet. As the 3 hunting teams swept all the way, they soon came to the Strait of Messina where the sea monsters were entrenched, knocked on the doors of several Poseidon demigods, and sent warm and cordial greetings. Boom. Apollo, who had not been able to perform, raised his hand slightly, and the golden halo sank into the sea and exploded, and the surging and fiery divine power spread in all directions. For a moment, the deep sea clans who sensed the danger scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in panic. In this chaotic tide of beasts, the 4 main gods easily found the mermaid Scylla, the great whirlpool Charybdis, and the 3 siren sisters mixed in, and then started their first hunt. Artemis kidnapped Lorne, and went straight to Scylla, who was the easiest to deal with. She wanted to win this first battle as soon as possible, and then enjoy the post-war celebration. Because the best reward is already in her hands. It's about to explode. I'm asking for monthly tickets at the end of the month. I ask the big guys to support me, and keep it at the 10th place in the new book monthly ticket list. Chapter 120, The God of Pure Love Kills the Minotaur Chieftain. Strait of Messina. The sea monster Scylla, who once caused trouble, floated miserably in the sea water. Each of her 6 heads was blasted with a thumb-sized blood hole by an arrow. The grayish-white brain and golden-red blood spread around with the surge of the tide, emitting a strong fishy smell, attracting many fish and shrimp sea monsters in the water to eat. Obviously, this demigod blood descendant could not die anymore. Similarly, under the overwhelming strength, other areas of the battlefield showed a one-sided trend without exception, and the main gods did not even need to take action personally. In the sky, the 9 muses lined up in 3s and spread out in a circle, with their hands crossed in front of their chests, singing loudly. The human-faced bird-bodied sirens, who were used to being noisy and foul-mouthed, were all silent, and fled in all directions. However, in the high-pitched chanting of the 9 muses, they all let out painful wails. Black feathers flew everywhere, and their bodies burst into blood mist, and finally fell into the sea one after another. Similarly, the 3 siren sisters, as the origin of the bloodline, were not spared. Under the bombardment of the 9 muses, they kept floundering in the sea, and their colorful scales fell off in large areas. Since the 9 muses and the siren had old grudges, these Greek goddesses, who were always petty, killed them without hesitation. In the sea, the 3 Gorgon nymphs drove their chariots and galloped through the waves. Under their gazes, the Lamius, who could not close their eyes because of the curse, turned into stone sculptures, were granted eternal sleep, and sank into the deep sea. Compared with the muses' open and above-board revenge, the 3 young Gorgon sisters were obviously much gentler, presenting death in a merciful way. In front of the coastline, Artemis, who ended the battle first, waved slightly, and the 20 hunting nymphs quickly divided into 2 teams. One team dragged away the wreckage of the giant monster Scylla, and began to clean up the battlefield. Another team spread out in a crescent shape, guarding nearby to prevent blind sea beasts from coming to collide with their main god. the hunting goddess simply abandoned the group of followers on the pretext of continuing to hunt and find a campsite, and dragged Lorne to Sicily near the Strait of Messina, where she and her long-lost new love strolled leisurely in the mountains and forests. Under the eager and gentle gaze of Artemis, Lorne could only put on a smile and follow the hunting goddess obediently. There was no other way. The county magistrate was better off managing it now. He was already surrounded by enemies, so he could only try to coax one first. Fortunately, women in love are very emotional animals. Lorne only said that he became Hesper's follower god, mainly because he had received the grace of the hearth god, and because of the compatibility of the priesthood, so he evaded the unclear relationship between him and the hearth goddess. Artemis had a gloomy face at first, but it suddenly cleared up, and she was even a little excited. That's okay, she's a very nice person. So, as long as it's not the old rival Athena, it's fine, right? Seeing the gloating look on Artemis' face, Lorne couldn't help but complain about the deep friendship between the two virgin goddesses who stabbed him in the back. However, although she knew that Athena did not succeed, Artemis was competitive by nature. When she learned that Lorne was currently included in the system of the god of the hearth because of his priesthood, she immediately dragged Lorne to find a campsite without saying anything, and took the initiative to put down her status, and began to learn the skills of making fire and cooking. Obviously, even if it was her aunt whom she admired, Artemis was not going to give up, and even planned to develop another priesthood to bring her little lover back early. But because she was used to being served, the hunting goddess had a headache about the next steps. Even if she lowered her status and completed the task of making fire, she looked eagerly at the professional staff on the side. Lorne didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to squat side by side with Artemis and patiently teach her how to pickle, cook and grill. Soon, the goddess of hunting, who had mastered some of the essentials, excitedly sprinkled salt and spices evenly on the cleaned lean meat, and patiently turned the skewers. Seeing Artemis's skills gradually mature, Lorne in front of the fire couldn't help but fall into deep thought. By the way, does this count as a subordinate god teaching outsiders to bully his main god? It's done. Try it. Just as Lorne was thinking secretly, Artemis smiled and handed over her first finished product to her teacher. Although I want to do something more in depth. Firstly, it's not the full moon yet, and secondly, there are too many idle eyes around. For now, I can only bear it. Looking at the skewers of meat in front of me, which are not bad in color, Lorne tried to pull his fallen arms out of a pair of headlights, ready to take the skewers and taste them carefully. However, a white and slender hand suddenly reached out from behind him, snatched the skewer of barbecue, stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. It's all lean, a little stuck in my teeth. It wasn't marinated long enough, so it's not flavorful. It's even burnt. The heat is not controlled well. The stove goddess who rushed to the scene commented on her niece's rough craftsmanship with a professional level, and then her face straightened up, squeezed next to the beginner, and showed the enthusiasm and kindness as a family elder. How can this be done? Come, I'll teach you. Artemis looked at the third party who suddenly intervened in front of her, and her face was stunned. She didn't really want to learn barbecue, she just wanted to be with someone. Then, the hunting goddess subconsciously looked at Lorne, who was squeezed aside, with a hint of help in her eyes. But before she could speak, the stove goddess beside her seemed to remember something, and muttered to herself. How can we have only meat without soup? Then, Hestia quickly turned her head, glared at her not very sensible follower, and sternly rebuked her. What are you standing there for? Go pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables. Me too. Artemis subconsciously stood up and wanted to follow and continue to enjoy the world of two people. But Hestia put on the appearance of a strict teacher, pressed her down with one hand, and her innocent face was full of smiles. Come on, I'll teach you how to bake it deliciously. And then, as if to avoid distracting and worrying her niece, she quickly turned her head to the side. Athena, go over there and help. Okay, aunt. The aunt and niece exchanged an obscure look. Athena nodded happily, smiled and waved, and in Artemis's stunned eyes, she grabbed Lorne's collar and dragged him to the grove full of mushrooms. The three Gorgon sisters were on the periphery, intentionally or unintentionally separating the hunting nymphs who wanted to rescue and relieve the siege, so that the strangers could not disturb the home teaching of a certain goddess of the hearth. No. Seeing that the good cabbage she had been thinking about was actually taken away by her biggest competitor, Artemis could not help but rage in her heart. Well done. When Hestia saw that Athena understood and caught her long pass, she couldn't help but clench her little fist, secretly waving excitedly, and praise the wisdom of her eldest niece. According to the advice of the goddess of wisdom, she not only caught the tail of a guy who was plotting against her vegetable plot on this island, but also had the opportunity to teach the vegetable thief a good lesson, and successfully sent her cabbage away safely. Everything is perfect. Athena is as reliable as ever. Chapter 121. The god of pure love wears her horns. It's a big deal to make people eat well. But don't worry, I will teach you slowly. In front of the fire, the goddess of the stove thought to herself with satisfaction, while taking on the intimidating posture of an elder, and looked at Artemis, who had shouted to learn cooking in front of the fire with ill intentions. Seeing that the two figures in the distance had completely disappeared in the dense forest, Artemis gritted her teeth and looked seriously at the elder, who had kidnapped her beloved, and there seemed to be a fire in her eyes. Okay, aunt. Teach me more in the future. I will learn patiently. Since she was discovered, she would not pretend. At most, she could turn the sneaky kidnapping into an open and above board prying. What's wrong with the hunting goddess having an additional auxiliary function in cooking and brewing? Wait until she learns all these things and see what the other side can do to stop her. The eyes of the two goddesses collided in the air, each with her own little tricks, each with her own resentment and dissatisfaction, and their eyes faintly sparked fierce sparks. At this moment, Apollo, who had arrived late, saw this situation and immediately had an idea in his heart. He took the initiative to step forward, with a gentle and eager smile on his handsome face. Aunt, sister, are you all here? I also. There is not enough firewood. Before the other party approached, Hestia showed her usual unfriendly attitude. However, the god of light was well prepared and looked eagerly at her sister, who was born of the same mother. Why are you standing there? Why don't you go find her? Artemis turned around and waved her hand to drive her away without any hesitation. Apollo's face froze, and his gentle smile suddenly became a little unbearable. But in the end, under the suppression of blood and the tyranny of his elder sister, the god of light, whose brain was in a mess, called the 9 muses who accompanied him like a puppet, and went to the woods to collect firewood honestly. After sending away the uninvited guests, the two goddesses turned their heads and looked at each other at the same time. Their eyes were fierce and affectionate, as if they only had each other in their eyes, or should I say, opponents? At the same time, Lorne, who was dragged into the small forest, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he got rid of Artemis temporarily. He couldn't stand her passionate style. However, Lorne didn't wait for a few seconds to be happy. Looking at Athena, who was walking towards him with a smile, and looking at the delicate scene of man and a woman alone in front of him, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seems that something is wrong. The goddess of wisdom stepped forward step by step, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. Don't think about it. Now, no one can save you. The next moment, Athena's face changed, and the surrounding space was cut and closed. A pair of hands skillfully broke off a branch and slowly pulled out the horizontal branches, while the pair of eyes as bright as stars looked at someone on the field gloomily. In an instant, familiar memories came to his mind, and Lorne shuddered involuntarily, and wailed in his heart. Fuck, driving the tiger to devour the wolf, and sneaking into Chenkang. Began Small Moon, come quickly. You two idiots didn't even know your home was robbed. Wait a minute. If you lure them all here, we can't continue this hunt. At the critical moment, Lorne immediately raised his voice and reminded carefully. After saying this, Athena raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly and threw away the branch in her hand. Remember this time and explain to me later what's going on between you and that crazy woman. I still want to ask you. Knowing that Lady Hestia is close to me and Apollo has ideas about Hestia, you still invite that guy here. Aren't you afraid that I will be shot in the back by 8 arrows and commit suicide? Lorne also refuted without hesitation and glared at Athena to show his dissatisfaction. Blindly giving in will only make you suppressed by this woman, so when it is time to be tough, you must be tougher and show your emotions and position. Of course, this is also a strategic application of answering questions with questions. After all, no one is clean. Hearing the resentment between the lines of Lorne's words, Athena's expression could not help but ease a little, and she promised solemnly, "Don't worry, he can't touch you with me here. What about Hestia?" Lorne glanced at the goddess of wisdom, his eyes a little gloomy. Just now, the incident with Artemis happened, and he is inevitably a little psychologically traumatized. Moreover, although Apollo appears to be a gentleman with elegant manners, he is not a serious person when it comes to emotional issues. There are those who killed their wives. When their lover Coronis was pregnant, she fell in love with the mortal Ischus. The angry Apollo secretly shot her to death. During the cremation, Apollo rescued an unborn child from the corpse, which is the origin of the god of medicine Asclepius. There are those who seduced. The huntress Cyrene was spotted by Apollo when she was fighting a lion with her bare hands. The god of light, against the girl's will, took her hostage in a chariot pulled by swans, brought her to Libya, and showed her to the world as a gift. There was a water fairy Daphne who became angry after being pestered by Apollo, who was burning with love and was pursued madly. She couldn't bear it and finally asked her father, the river god, to turn her into a laurel tree to escape Apollo's search. Apollo, who came, infatuatedly decided to use the branches and leaves of the laurel tree to make his laurel wreath, the wood of the laurel tree to make her harp, and the flowers of the laurel tree to decorate his bow. The divided Daphne was thus cut off from the possibility of restoring her original appearance. In short, almost every woman who had a marriage with the god of light did not have a very good ending. From a glimpse of the leopard, it can be seen that Apollo's handling of gender relations was not as upright as his priesthood. The reason why Hestia could live her life peacefully after rejecting her nephew was simply because she was one of the 12 main gods and had a high status, which was enough to protect herself. But as time went on, it was hard to guarantee that this god of light, who appeared bright on the surface, but was actually a little twisted in his heart, would have any evil thoughts. If you are worried about your aunt, that's even more unnecessary. Athena glanced at Lorne in front of her and pondered meaningfully. Among the 3 virgin goddesses, her chastity is the most unbreakable. Not to mention that Apollo has no chance. Even my uncle Poseidon and father Zeus can't go against her wishes, because the entire Olympus family system is based on her chastity. Hearing this shocking secret, Lorne couldn't help showing a stunned expression. It was hard for him to imagine that the easily deceived house Gerard around him actually played a crucial role in the establishment of the Order of Olympus. As if seeing the suspicion in Lorne's eyes, Athena simply told the reason. Chapter 122 Sister Yan is in C. She is still crazy in C. 66k no points. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Hestia is in charge of the family affairs of all people. The flame symbolizes her existence and is the guarantee of the family's sustainability, stability, harmony, and prosperity. Therefore, her chastity represents the integrity and holiness of the family, and this process is completed by swearing on Zeus's hair, which symbolizes that Hestia transfers the unique family authority to Zeus. Therefore, Zeus has the supreme family status and the authority to manage all family affairs in Olympus. He is a well-deserved father god and patriarch. From that moment on, the royal power dispute of the previous generation has been settled. Both Hades, the god of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, have lost the qualifications to truly participate in the competition. Hearing this, Lorne couldn't help but feel a little confused. Isn't this right? Hasn't Poseidon always been obsessed with the kingship of Olympus and never stopped competing? But he never won. Athena pondered meaningfully, looking at the sea. Suddenly, Lorne's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but recall the history of the competition for theocracy of the Sea King. Although Poseidon has huge marine resources and a blood clan of gods, his authority and power are strictly limited to the sea. Therefore, his connection with the world is weak, and it is difficult to say which city he is the founder or patron god of. In the struggle for cities with some gods, he was mostly a loser. He was squeezed out of Aegina by Zeus, squeezed out of Naxos by Dionysus, and squeezed out of Delphi by Apollo. He was also a loser in the competition with Athena for the naming rights of Athens, and was squeezed out of Trozen by Athena. Argus in his hands was also taken away by Hera. For this, he brought down drought as revenge, and then turned this area into the ocean. The kingdom of him and his descendants is the ocean. Even here, Zeus sank Atlantis into the seabed because his descendants disrespected the gods. After some recollection, Lorne was even a little terrified. Poseidon obviously had a good hand, but he was defeated repeatedly. Not only did he lose to Zeus, but gradually even his juniors such as Athena and Apollo could step on him. It seemed that in this process, there was an invisible force that constantly interfered with the power of the seeking. Destiny and inevitability? Lorne was thoughtful, and for the first time realized how terrible the power of the invisible and intangible regularity was. In fact, from the moment my aunt made the decision, Poseidon and Hades had lost the possibility of competing with the father god. Athena looked at the waves on the sea with her hands behind her back, and her voice turned low, because their patriarchy has never been complete. Hearing this, Lorne could not help but be curious and cast a probing look at Athena. And today, Athena, who was touched by something, naturally gave an answer. In fact, whether it was the 12 titans of the previous generation or the 6 siblings of Zeus in Olympus, the number of male and female heirs of each generation of the king of gods was an even number in pairs. Because this constant follows the reproduction logic of the original life theocracy, it can better encourage them to combine in pairs, so as to smoothly continue the pure bloodline. But the right number does not mean that those goddesses and gods will definitely follow fate and choose to pair up. Among the 6 previous generation of main gods in Olympus, only Zeus and Hera completed a systematic combination. According to logic, Poseidon and Hades should also choose one from their sisters and let them become their wives and allies, to check and balance each other. But among the remaining 2, the agricultural goddess Demeter was first coaxed by Zeus, and lost her virginity to him. Hestia simply rejected Poseidon's courtship and swore to Zeus to keep her chastity for her family. In this way, Poseidon and Hades could not fulfill their destiny to continue the bloodline of the orthodox god king, and were kicked out invisibly. As the eldest brother, Hades, who had no ambitions, was content with the status quo and honestly stationed in the underworld. In return, Zeus decided to marry his and Demeter's daughter, the beautiful goddess of spring Persephone, to his brother. Hades failed to marry Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and expanded the power of the underworld to the earth, but married a more beautiful and younger niece. But unlike his elder brother, Poseidon, who owned the ocean, was unwilling to give up. So, on the one hand, he proposed to Hestia, and on the other hand, he took advantage of the fact that Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, was out looking for a daughter, and raped his sister, trying to pull her into his camp. It was precisely because of the destiny of continuing the bloodline of the gods that Zeus not only did not stop it beforehand, but also did not pursue it afterwards. However, this move completely annoyed Demeter, causing the frustrated god of agriculture to retreat from the seclusion and rarely appear in public in Olympus. Similarly, Hestia also spoke up for her sister, and was even more tired of Poseidon, who would do anything for power, and stood firmly on the side of Zeus. As one side gains and the other side loses, Poseidon, who was vaguely marginalized from the Olympian family, naturally could not compete with Zeus, the patriarch, alone. Therefore, he kept looking for allies, and began to propose to his nieces. For example, Athena had received a love confession from that uncle. But this extremely rough method and the utilitarianism that was beyond words could not impress the goddesses of Olympus. From then on, the goddesses of Olympus gradually began to take the initiative, or be forced to keep their chastity. Among the 6 goddesses of the 12 main gods, 3 of them swore to protect their chastity. This number was obviously not all voluntary. Obviously, Zeus had always intended to marginalize his brother from the Olympian god king family. In the end, Poseidon could only settle for the second best, and chose the sea fairy Amphitrite as his queen. He was deeply bound to the gods of the ocean system, and tried to use the power of the ocean alone to fight against the new generation of Father Zeus who had the power of the whole world. But the result of repeated defeats has explained everything. As the secrets of the Olympian gods were revealed layer by layer, Lorne couldn't help but think. So, Hesper's direct withdrawal not only helped His Majesty the God King a lot, but also completely consolidated his family privileges. Moreover, just in case, the combination of the 12 main gods was also invisible and forbidden. Lorne paused, his mind was clear, and his eyes glanced in the direction of the camp outside the dense forest. That is to say, from the beginning, Apollo had no chance at all. Once he dared to mess around, there would be no need for us, and His Majesty the God King would personally punish him. Athena nodded and glared at Lorne unhappily. Now you understand, don't you? You are worrying about your aunt in vain. As long as she doesn't mess around, no one can touch her. Lorne thought of Hesper's lofty status and the outrageous privileges of allocating public sacrifices and enjoying a share of them alone, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, a faint sense of loss could not help but arise in his heart. I didn't expect that the one who seemed to be the easiest to deceive was the one who could only be looked at but not eaten. But then, Lorne remembered another contradiction, and frowned and asked a question. Wait, what about Hephaestus and the god of love? As the 12 main gods, didn't they also get married? Yes, Aphrodite's husbands also think so. As she spoke, Athena raised her eyebrows slightly, and a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. Hearing this meaningful answer, Lorne was suddenly a little amused. No wonder Zeus tried his best to promote this marriage. It turned out that it was just a marriage of convenience, so that the restless Aphrodite could get married with the son who was least likely to inherit the throne. After all, the lame and ugly god of fire, who was not loved by his mother Hera, had lost the opportunity to seize power from the beginning. Even if he got married to Aphrodite, there was no threat at all. Wait. Suddenly, the teasing look in Lorne's eyes condensed slightly, and his mind suddenly thought of another person who was ignored. Hephaestus, the legitimate husband of the goddess of love, is impossible. But what about Ares, the resident lover? In the subsequent Roman mythology, the god of armies, who was renamed Mars, completely turned over. I'm afraid that even the wise king of gods could not have expected this. TSK, the plot of the Prime 8 o'clock show on Olympus is getting more and more interesting. While applauding his great-grandfather and brother's forbearance, Lorne looked up at Athena in front of him, and couldn't help asking curiously, how do you know all this? Prometheus told me personally. Athena spoke faintly, and uttered a name that Lorne had never expected. As if seeing the astonishment on that face, the goddess of wisdom waved her hand and responded calmly. Strictly speaking, this is not a big secret. The 12 titans of the previous generation were defeated one by Olympus, because they failed to maintain the power of the family line. Like Olympus today, the 12 titans are also a system of male and female pairs. Among them, there were 6 male gods: Oceanus, the god of rivers and ocean currents; Coeus, the god of celestial bodies; Creus, the god of weather; Hyperion, the god of light; Iapetus, the god of soul and speech; Cronus, the god of the sky and harvest, and the corresponding 6 goddesses: Thea, the goddess of vision and light; Rhea, the goddess of abundance and time; Themis, the goddess of law and justice; Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, language and writing; Phoebe, the goddess of the moon; and Thetis, the goddess of the sea. But they failed to successfully complete the corresponding combination, which laid the root cause for the collapse of the theocracy system of Mount Othrys. The Olympian gods at that time realized this, and seized the opportunity. Zeus used the beauty trap to seduce the unmarried goddess of justice Themis and the goddess of memory Mnemosyne, and first pulled these 2 powerful titan goddesses into his camp. Later, Zeus, who had tasted the sweetness, used the same trick again. Coeus, the god of the celestial bodies, and Phoebe, the goddess of prophecy, had 2 daughters that they loved very much. One was the goddess of nurturing, Leto, and the other was the goddess of meteors, Astrea. If one of them was successfully hooked up, the god of the celestial bodies and the goddess of prophecy would also support the son-in-law to take the throne. At the beginning, he first pursued the goddess of meteors, Astrea, but was dodged by her. In the end, it was Leto, the goddess of nurturing, who was the elder sister, who was deceived by Zeus's sweet words, and combined with him, binding her parents to the chariot of Olympus. In this way, 4 titans stood on the side of Olympus. Before that, in order to rescue his 5 brothers and sisters who were swallowed by his father Cronus, Zeus had already hooked up with the beloved daughter of Oceanus, the god of rivers and oceans, and Thetis, the goddess of the sea, the original goddess of wisdom, Metis. It was also through Metis's wisdom and the magic potion she prepared that Hestia, Hades, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon and other 5 people were able to break free from the dark prison and become Zeus's help in establishing a new order. In this way, Zeus split 1/3 of the Titans with almost no effort, just by taking advantage of the loophole that the 12 Titans did not follow the combination of life. Who came up with such a genius idea? Lorne listened to the unknown secrets in the Titan War and couldn't help asking. His subtle expression made it hard to tell whether he wanted to praise or ridicule. At that time, Metis was still Zeus's legitimate queen. Who dared to have an affair with Zeus in front of this goddess of wisdom? Aren't you afraid that Metis will have time to beat that guy to death in the future? You know, according to Circe's story, in the initial establishment of Olympus, the original goddess of wisdom played a great role. At first, Olympus lacked weapons, divine power, and few supporters, so it was always at a disadvantage in battle. Zeus, under the guidance of Metis, went to visit the Earth Mother, and was ordered to go to the Tartarus abyss filled with the lore of death. There were 3 Cyclops who were good at making magic weapons and magnificent buildings, and 3 hectoclap giants who were extremely powerful and good at fighting. They were originally the ancient Titan gods created by Gaia, the Earth Mother, and their strength was quite terrifying. However, Uranus, the father god who had a strong desire for control and was worried about his status being challenged, imprisoned them in the Tartarus abyss on the grounds of noise, and was guarded by the dragon Camper. As the son of God, Zeus did not disappoint. He led his 2 brothers to defeat the evil dragon, personally untied the Cyclops and the hectoclap giant, and allowed them to live on the surface. So, the 3 Cyclops forged a thunder scepter for Zeus to control thunder and an Aegis shield that can absorb and rebound damage in Mount Etna. At the same time, they also forged a trident for Poseidon to control the ocean, and created an invisible helmet for Hades. The rest of the gods also obtained weapons that greatly enhanced their divine power. With the addition of the 100-armed giants, their overall strength gradually narrowed the gap with those of the old Titan gods. Since Zeus was the benefactor who personally liberated the 3 Cyclops and the 300-armed giants. In addition, after defeating the dragon Camper together, Hades and Poseidon were left outside the prison gate. Zeus explored the way first on the grounds of danger. As a result, these 6 grandfather generation monsters all signed a contract with the new god king and obeyed his orders. In this way, Zeus had 3 main god level bodyguards and mastered the weapon craftsmen who clamped the gods. His leadership position became more and more unshakable, and this strategy of strong trunk and weak branches is naturally the work of Metis. In addition, the 5 siblings were released from Cronus's belly because of this original goddess of wisdom, so even though Poseidon and Hades were unhappy, they finally accepted it. In this way, Olympus relied on the newly added 3 Cyclops and 3 hecto-armed giants, as well as the wisdom of Metis, to gain a foothold in the initial Titan War and grow stronger step by step. In the process, the goddess of wisdom did not stop. She secretly launched a variety of strategies in the early stage to continuously divide and weaken the power of the 12 Titans. First of all, although the couple Oceanus, the god of rivers and ocean currents, and Thetis, the goddess of the sea, created 6,000 gods of rivers and springs, allowing the source of water for life to surround the world. But their favorite is Metis, their daughter who was born by themselves. The queen of the gods took action in person and easily persuaded her parents to stand on the side of her son-in-law Zeus, and brought 5 of her most outstanding brothers and sisters to help. Secondly, Metis promised the land in the east of the Greek world to the couple, the god of light and the goddess of light, to ensure that their offspring, the god of the sun, the god of the moon, and the god of dawn, would not be engulfed in war, and would enjoy peace. The 2 withdrew from the battle, and returned to the east of the world to raise their children. In addition, Rhea, the previous generation of Queen of Gods, who was imprisoned by Cronus for releasing her children privately, also secretly stated that she would not participate in the expedition against Mount Olympus after Metis's advice. In this way, there were only 7 of the 12 Titan gods of Mount Otarus. After Zeus successfully seduced He also won over 4 titans. After a lot of deletions and reductions, Olympus actually had to deal with only 3 titans at that time: the previous king of gods Cronus, the god of soul and speech Iapetus, and the god of weather Creus. This was almost a sure win. But the war was not over yet, and Zeus was allowed to flirt with other goddesses. This would weaken the exclusive favor of the queen of gods, Metis. Wouldn't this be equivalent to putting eye drops on the original goddess of wisdom, who was so bold that he was not afraid of Metis's revenge later? It was the good son of the titan of soul and speech, Iapetus, the prophet Prometheus. Athena, one of the indirect victims, answered faintly, with a helpless expression. In order to prove himself, he surrendered to Olympus and specially gave the king of gods an idea of separation of powers and checks and balances. In order to ensure that this seduction was foolproof, he also suggested that the king of gods go to the primitive ocean and ask for help from the father Uranus. So, he brought back Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Lorne suddenly realized, and the clues in his mind connected the complete course of events. 2 titan goddesses, a lot of gods and lovers, almost gave Zeus a way of paying for it. This is too weird. Apparently, Zeus got the help of Aphrodite to bypass Metis and capture those goddesses. Perhaps it was because he realized how terrifying Aphrodite was that after the formal pursuit failed, the king of gods chose to marry her to the god of fire Hephaestus after the war, and kept his distance from the god of love from then on. If he was not afraid of the hidden tricks of the god of love, how could a human sea drill with a wide range of harbors let go of Aphrodite? Yes, that's how the Titan War went. Athena seemed to be very satisfied with the wisdom of the man in front of her, nodded slightly, gave an affirmative answer, and then continued to add, "All of this was told to me by Prometheus himself. He had a premonition that Olympus would replace the order of the 12 titans, so he followed his fate and came to surrender." Unexpectedly, after gaining a new ally, the god king actually swallowed up his other ally and married his sister Hera instead, indicating that he followed the guidance of destiny and maintained the power of life continuation. Hearing this, Lorne was a little confused. Why didn't you resist? The queen of gods was an absolute hero who created the Olympus system. With her wisdom and the grace of saving Hesper's 5 siblings, she might not have no chance of turning the tables even when facing Zeus. Because the goddess of wisdom paused. Her eyes were a little complicated. She is pregnant. Women who give birth to life are always so stupid. They will blindly believe in love, and their perception of danger will be weakened by the budding maternal instinct. In a brief silence, Lorne sighed. So, seeing the methods of His Majesty the God King, Prometheus was also afraid and regretted it. Athena sighed quietly, because after Metis was swallowed, there was only one wise man left who could affect the kingship of Olympus. Then, the goddess of wisdom paused, turned and looked in the direction of Crete, and spoke out a deeper secret. So, after he had a premonition that His Majesty the God King would take action against him, he created a kind of life on the earth. Human. Lorne took a breath of cold air, and could not help but marvel at the layout of those high IQ players. As compensation, Prometheus entrusted mankind to me, and I became the great mother goddess worshipped by mankind, Athena replied lightly. Lorne looked at the goddess of wisdom opposite her, who was neither sad nor happy, and added faintly, "Perhaps, it could also be a kind of exploitation. If I remember correctly, the prophet not only predicted the end of the previous generation of God King Cronus, but also predicted the fate of this generation of God King Zeus. The curse of the Titans will continue, and he can never avoid the fate of being overthrown by his son. You are the one who talks too much." The goddess of wisdom, who was immersed in the past, rolled her eyes at a black-bellied little bastard who always thought the worst of people, and snorted unhappily. "Don't worry, he has suffered enough, and he is still in the Caucasus Mountains, waiting for one day I can find a way to save him." Lorne smiled embarrassedly, and immediately stopped secretly trying to please the prophet. There was no other way. Athena had only one pendant on her leg. The load was already full, so he didn't care what the prophet was doing. As he opened his heart further and confessed his deepest secrets, the goddess of wisdom gradually became more relaxed. Lorne also tactfully avoided these gloomy past events and chose a more relaxed topic. He asked Athena about the result of the hunt and acted as if he couldn't wait to see the spoils. However, Athena's answer caught him off guard. "Oh, you mean Charybdis? She ran away." "Ran away?" Lorne was stunned and a little unbelievable. "Are you kidding? Artemis and Apollo both dealt with their targets easily. You, a main god as well, and a great god of war, can also fail." "No." In a trance, Lorne raised his head and looked into the pair of smiling eyes. He immediately understood. As we all know, fishing requires making a nest first, then throwing the hook and bait. The same is true for fishing law enforcement. If I remember correctly, the escaped Charybdis is the blood relative of Poseidon. After figuring out the key, Lorne couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You are really far-sighted." Athena didn't appreciate the compliment, but just rolled her eyes and snorted unhappily. "Isn't it because you all put all your thoughts on other things?" Lorne heard the words, recalling the scene in front of the fire just now, and couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. It's true. The three teammates summoned were all busy talking about love, and only Sister Ya was still thinking about business and was crazy C in the front. It was really not easy to lead them into the pit. Just as the two external brains of the team meeting in the grove saw the helplessness in each other's eyes, a pale wave advanced from the horizon, and the entire Sicily island felt an increasingly obvious sense of shock under the surging tide. "Here it comes." Sensing the huge noise, Lorne and Athena looked at each other and smiled maliciously at the same time. Chapter 123, I'm the victim? What? At the same time, in front of the campfire, Hester and Artemis, who were loving each other, saw the huge waves on the sea approaching Sicily rapidly, and they stood up suddenly, their faces changed slightly. As the raging waves approached, the 9 muses who were picking up shells on the beach immediately flew up and sang together. "Aa, aa, aa." The high-pitched monosyllable divine words turned into a loud hymn under the urging of divine power. Circles of golden ripples directly hit the raging 100-meter-long waves, trying to intercept them. But after only a moment of contact, the golden ripples were swallowed up by the huge sound of the waves. The overwhelming momentum of the huge waves not only did not slow down at all, but became more violent and turbulent, like a giant roaring in anger. Seeing that tens of thousands of tons of seawater were about to hit them, the 9 muses who were caught off guard were terrified. But, at this moment, the sky suddenly brightened, and a blazing flame shot up into the sky, covering the entire island of Sicily. It was Lord Apollo. Seeing the handsome man rising to the sky like a sun, the 9 muses could not help but cheer excitedly. Under the gaze of a group of beautiful women, Apollo deliberately showed off, nodded slightly with grace, and elegantly drew out the golden sword from his waist with his right hand, pointing it to the sky, and his left hand crossed the sword. The golden and red ether in the sky gathered crazily, and a blazing light entangled and spread on the sword, forming a colorful light band, like a corona. Light reappears here. The power rhythm, the haloed god of light and prophecy waved his hand gently, and the 100-meter-long corona sword swept across the sky. In an instant, the overwhelming waves were neatly divided into 2, and the water mist that evaporated and rose due to the high temperature spread rapidly, forming a vast expanse of white. The refracted light formed a magnificent rainbow in the air, making the god of light and prophecy look even more handsome and tall. At this moment, 2 rounds of crisp applause sounded in the dense forest at the same time, and Lorne and Athena looked at each other. "What a beautiful fight." "I think so too." The two sincerely praised Apollo's style, but their eyes were full of gloating. "It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. As soon as the bait is hung, someone can't wait to bite the hook. Moreover, to come up at a time. TSK, where does this unreasonable comparison come from?" Lorne looked up at the god of light and prophecy who took the initiative to show off in the air and shook his head with emotion, as if he had experienced it. However, he was also a little confused. "By the way, why are all those muses at the seaside? Weren't the ones guarding outside before the hunting nymphs under Artemis? Maybe they heard that there are some wonderful shells on the seaside of Sicily that can hear the sound of the tide and can be taken back as materials for recording songs?" Lorne looked at Athena who was standing aside, as if nothing had happened. His eyes were indescribably subtle, and he was secretly complaining in his heart. "If I get cheated unknowingly in the future, I will definitely find you. Die." Just as the two of them squatted in the dense forest tacitly, protecting the brilliant Apollo in front of them, a violent and ambiguous roar came from the waters near the shore. A half-human, half-snake male monster with a tail of 100 meters like a giant snake and hair twisting like a sea snake rushed to the shore. A pair of crab-like giant claws that were harder than steel swept across the sky at the speed of thunder to the god of light in the air. Not Poseidon. Seeing the unexpected figure, Lorne's eyes were slightly surprised. The father of sea monsters, forces, he represents the anger of the sea, and is an extension of Poseidon's divine power. Athena on the side, gave the answer in a deep voice, with a hint of regret on her face. It seems that the real owner was not caught. Forces? The husband of the demon god Keto? Lorne listened quietly and understood. According to legend, sea monsters will appear in the sea when Poseidon is angry. When he swings his trident, he can not only easily raise huge waves, trigger storms and tsunamis to sink the continent and crack the world, but also smash everything to pieces and even cause a major earthquake. When he drives his chariot on the sea, the waves will become calm and there will be dolphins following around. Although Forces is often portrayed as a monster, as the product of the divine fusion of the old sea god Pontus and the Mother Earth Gaia, he is a primitive sea god in ancient Greek mythology. At the same time, as a symbol of the anger of the sea, Forces also happens to correspond to an image and authority of Poseidon when he shows anger. Therefore, the sea god has probably secretly conquered this mindless couple and incorporated them into his system of subordinate gods. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to mobilize such a large-scale beast tied to besiege Crete. However, this is not Crete. Even if Hestia, who specializes in eating melons and cooking, is not counted, there are 3 main gods participating in the war, and there are also a lot of accompanying subordinate gods. Now, the offense and defense have changed, my friend. Lorne looked at the father of the sea monster who angrily ran into the muzzle of the Sicily hunting team on the sea, and he couldn't help but gloat. And seeing that Apollo and the father of the sea monster in front of him had already started a real fight, and were hedging their divine power on the sea, Athena couldn't help shaking her head. How can a friendly match of this level work? Going out hunting, you must see blood. Let's go and help. Although we didn't catch the real fish, we can make do with shrimps, if we don't have fish. The black-bellied goddess of wisdom immediately dragged Lorne, who was standing beside her, onto her chariot, ready to go and help the god of light and prophecy. Seeing the reins that little Medusa excitedly stuffed into her hands, the god of the hearth, who had changed his flag again, was suddenly in tears, and could only helplessly drive the Pegasus. After serving the goddess of hunting Artemis, he served the goddess of wisdom Athena. Looking at the chariot speeding past in the sky and the 2 figures close to it, Artemis and Hestia in the camp, looked at each other in bewilderment. Auntie, we'll be back soon. Prepare the meal, and wait for us. Accompanied by a burst of joyful laughter, Athena, who had successfully stolen the house, held a gun and shield, and stood side by side with Lorne, who was responsible for driving, and galloped towards the sea where the battle was fierce. Damn it. Don't run. Artemis, who was the first to wake up, angrily accused a female owl of shameless theft, and blew a whistle to summon the golden chariot and the accompanying hunting nymphs to chase. As the 2 hunting teams gradually went farther and farther, the only one who stayed behind, the goddess of the hearth, who was responsible for guarding the house and cooking, looked at the empty camp and the fire in front of her that had not yet been extinguished, and couldn't help but think deeply. It seems that something is wrong. Chapter 124. Both are equal. I choose C. On the Sea of Oceanus, 3 chariots sped past, cutting through the waves all the way forward. The demon god Forces, who had come to take revenge with great momentum, now had hundreds of arrows stuck in his back. The giant claw on the left was cut off, and the thick lower half of the snake tail was covered with burnt marks from the flames and miserable wounds from the bombing of the gods. Facing the siege of the 3 main gods and 33 subordinate gods, even if Poseidon came in person, he would be beaten up. What's more, Forces, the fallen demon god, therefore, the father of the sea monster, who was almost on the spot, fled madly towards the depths of the ocean like a stray dog after realizing that he was the one who was caught. Apollo, Athena, and Artemis surrounded and intercepted him, but they were not in a hurry to take action. Instead, they use the weapons at hand to continuously leave more wounds on forces. Usually, experienced hunters will first wear down the prey's physical strength and will to resist little by little, and then wait for the right opportunity to attack. As for what is the right opportunity? For Apollo, it is how to end the battle gracefully. For Artemis, when approaching Athena's chariot. For Athena, it is best to be at the doorstep of Poseidon's house. The three main gods, each with their own thoughts, chased each other on the sea, forcing forces to flee for his life, and consuming his original divinity little by little. Finally, after escaping for nearly half an hour, the scarred father of the sea monster realized that this was not a solution, so he suddenly turned his huge body and turned back to spray a large amount of pale green venom. However, whether it was the light that melted the filth, the arrows that purified the plague, or the shield with flashing runes, the venom could not break through and could only be dispersed on the spot, turning into a smelly poisonous mist. Hiss. Focus on the sea, looking at the three chariots approaching in a fan shape, let out an angry roar, waved a pair of giant claws, controlled the waves, and pounced on them to try to give it a try. TSK, abandoned? It's really neat. Looking at the father of the sea monster who gave up escaping and turned around to rush over, Athena frowned, with a trace of regret in her eyes. At the same time, Apollo, who had been chasing all the way, had also exhausted his patience. He raised his hand elegantly and pulled the silver longbow to its full length. With the blessing of the 9 muses, a silver arrow of light emerged inch by inch on the bowstring. Upon closer inspection, the arrow of light was composed of countless secret texts, which contained a magnificent divine power. The evil obstacle, under this blow, will be burned like a weed. Apollo looked down proudly at the ugly monster on the sea, ready to bring down the judgment from the light. Get out of the way. However, just as he was getting the right posture and angle, and was about to finish harvesting the prey, his sister Artemis's sacred deer chariot rushed from behind, knocking him off balance first, and then slanting into the shooting range, heading straight for Athena's chariot. Lorne, come and help me drive. As the cheerful shout reached his ears, Apollo's face was terribly gloomy. At this time, Athena set up the Aegis shield and unceremoniously rejected Artemis. He's busy. Don't you have 20 nymphs? Aren't these enough for you to drive? Don't you have 3 subordinate gods too? Why do you have to pester your aunt's subordinate gods? Artemis was not stupid either. She immediately used Hestia as an excuse to launch a verbal offensive. Newcomers inevitably need experience. I'm helping him with his aunt's training. Athena snorted in retort. I can do it too. I'm the hunting god. I'm the best person to teach you how to hunt. Artemis also said confidently. As she spoke, Artemis controlled 2 golden horned deer with extremely high level driving skills and drove side by side with Athena's Pegasus chariot, looking eagerly at the first prize, occupied by the front of the chariot. The more Athena tried, the more she felt that something was wrong. With a gloomy face, she looked at a certain unruly guy, and the victory spear with golden tassels tilted forward. The meaning was self-evident. For a moment, under the gaze of the 2 goddesses, Lorne's scalp numbed. Another fatal question. Whether you choose A or B, you will inevitably be liquidated in the future. So, then, Lorne suddenly stuffed the reins into the hands of little Medusa, picked up a bronze spear, rushed down the chariot decisively, stimulated the power of God, and ran straight to option C on the sea with justice. Hurry. It wants to escape. Don't let the scourge get away. At this time, Forces, the father of the sea monster, who was already at the end of his strength and ready to fight to the death, was confused. The 2 goddesses who were tit for tat saw that the long-legged first prize ran away first, and their eyes, that had lost their buffer, were intertwined, and a faint and intense spark was wiped out in the air. Then, without saying a word, they pulled the reins at the same time, and ran straight to Forces on the sea. In this case, then the old rules. Winner takes all. Whether it is this hunt or the right to distribute and enjoy the spoils after the hunt. For a while, the father of the sea monster, who was targeted by the goddess of hunting and the goddess of war, indirectly felt the pressure that Lorne had once felt. Athena and Artemis, who were secretly competing with each other, made their moves at the same time. The goddess of wisdom took the lead in leaning back, Her extremely resilient back stretched out in an exaggerated arc like a tight bowstring, and layers of light patterns floated on the golden tasseled spear. Victory, call your name. With Athena's silent murmur, the spear of victory turned into a tragic golden stream of light and shot forward. At this moment, Artemis, who had lost the initiative, was not in a hurry. While raising the golden bow and golden arrow, she glanced behind her and sent a meaningful look. Apollo outside the field immediately understood and raised the silver bow and silver arrow in his hands synchronously with his sister. They grew up together since childhood. They have a rapport. They have the same skills and have an unparalleled tacit understanding. You are the silver of rapid shooting. Silver arrows shot into the air, passing through the magic formation formed above Phorcys' head, and then countless silver arrows fell like a rainstorm, hitting the huge body of the father of the sea monster, and coincidentally hit the victory spear that was rushing away and intercepted it. You are the gold that pierces the stars. At almost the same time, Artemis, who was ready to go, also shot a sure shot attack. The golden stream of light shot forward, and the silver arrow rain avoided it, as if it had a spirit. Shameless. Asking for external help. Seeing this, Athena couldn't help but look at Artemis, who didn't follow martial ethics angrily. However, the hunting goddess was not ashamed of this trick, but showed a natural smile. She even delivered the boy, and half of his life is hers. What's wrong with helping him? So, this victory is mine, Athena. Estimating the time, the corners of Artemis' lips curled up quietly, ready to close her eyes and listen to the cry of the prey. Athena, unwilling to admit defeat, also raised her hand forward and clenched it, further activating the divinity of the spear of victory, trying to break through the blockade of the silver arrow rain as soon as possible. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Several silver arrows were deflected by the spear of victory and coincidentally hit Artemis's rapidly moving golden arrow. With a sharp sound of metal clashing, the golden cone head was knocked away at a slight angle and fell obliquely towards the sea. The saying a small mistake can lead to a great error is probably true. However, Artemis could no longer care about whether she hit the prey, because at this moment, a figure rushing forward happened to be at the point where the golden arrow landed. Be careful. At the critical moment, the hunting goddess hurriedly raised her hand and forcibly dispelled the magic of the golden arrow. But the vast golden ether torrent set off a fierce storm. The father of sea monsters approached, turned his body back urgently, and raised his spear. Even though he was in a defensive posture, Lorne was still a little unsteady, and cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. Puff. At the same time, the spear of victory pierced through the silver rain of arrows and hit Phorcys' head directly. The surging divine power instantly blew off half of the father of sea monster's head, announcing the end of this hunt. Chapter 125. You have a way to die. The chariot pulled by the golden horned deer sped across the sea. Artemis hurriedly jumped off the chariot and rushed straight to her lover, grabbing his arm and checking him up and down anxiously. Lorne, are you okay? Lorne shook his head subconsciously to show that he was fine. But after she confirmed again and again that her lover was not really injured, the hunting goddess breathed a sigh of relief with a guilty look on her face. I didn't expect the arrow to accidentally fly towards you. Sorry, it's my fault. Having said that, Artemis looked gloomily at Athena, who was driving the chariot behind her and vigilantly blocked Lorne behind her. It doesn't matter. It's inevitable that there will be negligence on the battlefield. This is just an accident. Lorne smiled and took the initiative to step forward without caring. He stretched out his hand to pull out the spear of victory that pierced Phorcys' head along with the pierced divine core and returned it to Athena, who won the hunting championship. At the same time, he was in the middle, easing the somewhat delicate atmosphere, pointing to the setting sun on the sea that was about to fall below the horizon, and kindly reminded, it's getting late. It looks like we should go back, otherwise Lady Hestia won't be able to wait. Okay, I'll take you back. As soon as Lorne finished speaking, Athena took the opportunity to speak and took advantage of the gap when the other side returned the spear of victory to directly drag it onto the chariot. At the same time, without the reminder of the goddess of wisdom, the three Gorgon sisters decisively swung the reins, drove the Pegasus, and turned around to rush to Sicily. Seeing that she was distracted, Athena took the two trophies and cut through the waves. Artemis, who was a beat behind, came to her senses and immediately waved indignantly. "Let's go." The golden horned deer, sensing the master's mood, raised its head and mooed, then immediately stepped forward with its 4 hooves, pulling the golden chariot and chasing the target. The 20 nymph attendants who were late also turned around and followed the chariot, sweeping towards the distant Sicily. "Wait for me." Seeing Artemis leaving in a cloud of dust, Apollo also shouted, summoned the 9 muses around him, turned the chariot, followed closely behind, and solemnly swept the battle for his sister. However, with a glance back, the eyes of the god of light swept across the gradually decomposing remains of forces on the sea, and a trace of imperceptible gloom appeared on his handsome face. At the same time, on the chariot of the goddess of wisdom. "It's not me, I know." In a calm voice, Lorne raised his hand and threw it back, and the cracked force's core fell into the arms of little Medusa. Feeling the resonance of the same divine origin, the 3 Gorgon sisters could not help but throw down the reins, squat in a corner, and absorb the ocean power escaping from the divine core. The 3 of them looked so comfortable, as if they were high. Even the sharp-tongued Stheno and Uriel looked at Lorne with a little more gentleness and satisfaction at this generous gift. At this moment, hearing Lorne's understated answer, Athena, who was thinking about the next explanation, turned her head to the side with surprise. "Such a rough method is not like your style." Lorne smiled and said his own judgment, "If you do the same thing, I'm afraid I won't know how I died. Although thank you for your high evaluation of me." Athena paused, and her eyes looking at Lorne gradually became a little deep. "But I always feel that you seem to be scolding me." But then, a faint smile bloomed on that tense face, and she waved her hand generously. "Forget it, I forgive you this time." Hearing the generous and tolerant look of the goddess of wisdom, Lorne was a little amused. "You still say that you are not petty? If you don't know, you might think you are the victim, right?" As Lorne complained in his heart, Athena, who had calmed down, frowned and her face gradually turned cold. "It was my negligence this time. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to use his sister." "Not surprising." Lorne shook his head, his eyes were calm. It was probably because of the incompatibility, and through the deconstruction of myths, he knew the dark side of the god of light. So, from the first sight of meeting, Lorne had a premonition that this brother-in-law might attack him. In a certain version of Greek mythology, Orion, who used the power of the god of love to win the heart of Artemis, thought that the matter was settled, so he was calculated by Apollo, the brother-in-law, and was finally shot and killed by Artemis, who was kept in the dark. Now that Lorne has replaced Orion's position, he will naturally be targeted by the brother-in-law. Moreover, compared to Orion, he had one more way to death that Apollo could not tolerate. Hestia, the one whom the god of light wanted, but could not get, also had a close relationship with Lorne. Therefore, whether it was jealous of Hestia's exclusive favor, or hating Artemis' closeness to him, the god of light, who seemed elegant on the surface, but was proud and conceited in his bones, had enough reasons to want to kill him. But I didn't expect that the god of light couldn't help it so soon. He actually took the opportunity of the sea hunting and the fight between the 2 goddesses to interfere and plot against a certain annoying enemy. He thought he had done it perfectly, but playing such a conspiracy in front of 2 more sinister gods could only be said to be a show of skill before an expert. I'm afraid that at the scene, only Artemis would believe that her brother who helped was just careless, but suspected that the culprit was Athena who competed with her. Of course, Lorne and Athena did not think about exposing this matter, but the estranged cannot separate the relatives. Before there is solid evidence, this choice is not only futile, but also will alert the enemy. Athena recalled the dangerous scene at sea just now, pursed her lips, and whispered in a deep voice, "When we get to the island, I will find a reason to send them away." No need. However, as the victim, Lorne took the initiative to shake his head and refuse. "If you let them go so easily, wouldn't my arrow be in vain? What's more, now is the critical period for the partnership to set a trap for Poseidon. Letting Apollo jump out of the car so easily is a bit of a loss. At least, we have to wait until we have used them up before considering settling the accounts." Seeing the malicious look in Lorne's eyes, Athena obviously understood someone's true intentions. After only a moment of hesitation, the goddess of wisdom on the side made up her mind and turned to ask, "What about Artemis? When something like this happens, the key is what she thinks. Don't worry, I'll explain it to her for you tonight. Faced with such a difficult task, Lorne naturally patted his chest and took the initiative to step forward. Okay, I'll stop Apollo and Aunt Hestia for you. Athena showed an attitude of complete trust and made a solemn promise. The look she gave to Lorne was extremely gentle, and even her voice was a little more intimate than usual. When this matter is done, I will prepare a gift for you to become a god. Hearing that there was an unexpected surprise, Lorne's expectations were full. Sure enough, whether it was meritorious service or taking the blame, Sister Ya would not treat herself badly. However, when Lorne began to fantasize about the reward waiting for him in the future, he did not notice that the look in Athena's eyes gradually became deep, and a hand clasped behind her back creaked. Reward. That's right, I will definitely reward you after I finish this matter. The smile on the face of the goddess of wisdom became more brilliant and gentle, and the silver teeth hidden in her cherry lips rubbed against each other silently. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.